Chapter 10:10. 2 years after the long night, the north wind was still howling, but it was much weaker than before. The snow had long stopped because the entire sky was dry and cold. There were no more clouds dropping water vapor. All the rivers in the world were frozen. The Blackwater River, the Mander River, the Trident River, the Honey River, and the Green Blood River in the Westeros were all frozen. The Rhone River in the Ursos continent was also frozen at its source. One day in the future, the human world would have the same temperature as the Great Wall. The north wind would stop completely, and there would be no more sound in the natural world. It would be as quiet as a tomb. In this dark and cold world, Denzel felt like he was a living corpse in a tomb. He had just brought back a basket of tree root bark from outside the city and had missed lunch. He huddled by the fire and numbly gnawed on the hard bread made of tree root flour and bran. As the flames flickered, he seemed to be hearing things. In his days, the voice of old Nan from the harvest hall rang out. People grow up in the cold and die in the cold. They never see the arrival of spring. The king in the castle is no different from the lowest servant. They all freeze to death in the long winter. Mothers kill their children so that they will not be born to suffer. They cry loudly, but their tears freeze on their cheeks. Daddy, his daughter's cat-like cries woke him up from his trance. Denzel looked around him. His sickly father-in-law, his daughter who looked like a stick of reed, and his emaciated wife who had half her chest exposed. Her expression was dull as she allowed her infant to cry. Am I still in a dream? I should be. Otherwise, why would the scene in front of me be exactly the same as in old Nan's story? He mumbled blankly. I'm dreaming. Old Nan's story is too scary. I have nightmares. I can't sleep well. If I doze off while plowing the fields tomorrow, I'll be scolded by the Count, Daddy. His daughter tugged at his sleeve pitifully. Ah! Denzel screamed. He was so shocked that the bread in his hand fell out. His daughter looked at the black and dry bread and gulped. However, she still picked it up sensibly and handed it to her father. Brother is crying, the 9-year-old Dina said softly. There's no milk. Hannah eats tree bark flour every day. There's no milk to feed the child. His father-in-law turned over in the tattered sheepskin bedding and sighed. He was only 50 years old, but he looked like he had lived for 150 years. Once upon a time, his father-in-law's loud voice could make him tremble with fear even from 10 acres away. Now, his voice was so weak that it could not alarm the sparrows on the threshing floor, if there were any sparrows left. Denzel was now fully awake. He did not have nightmares. Instead, he lived in a real world that was even more terrifying than nightmares pentos under the long night. Denzel hastily ran to the outer room and retrieved a large earthen jar from the square table. He threw his black bread into the jar and hesitated for a moment. Then, he bent down and retrieved a bronze key from the 7th floor tile in the southwest corner of the room. He crawled under the square table and uncovered the 8 floor tiles in the center. A window-sized oak door appeared in front of him. He unlocked it with a key, revealing a dark hole under the door. The sallow and emaciated middle-aged man quietly came to the door of the central room and peeked into the courtyard through the crack of the door. It looked like a courtyard house, but the courtyard was long and narrow. There were long rows of houses on both sides, and dozens of families lived there. To be able to live in such a house, one must be above the middle class in pentos. At least the house belonged to him completely. Most of the freedmen either relied on renting the houses of the princes of trade to survive or were burdened with mortgages that they would never be able to repay in their lifetime. At that moment, the courtyard was dark. The snow had been shoveled away, leaving the ground and sky dark. Only the top of the low chimney of the brick bed and the fireplace could be vaguely seen. Black smoke with tiny sparks rose from it. Without the starving refugees staring at his house, Denzel heaved a sigh of relief. He returned to the square table and burrowed into the dark hole like a groundhog. After about 10 minutes, he crawled out again. His hands, which were covered in yellow mud, were holding something. In his left hand was a shriveled apple and a frozen turnip. In his right hand was a piece of black-red smoked meat the size of a cell phone. He carefully washed the turnip, apple, and smoked meat, cut them into pieces, and placed them into the earthen jar. He filled it with water and carried it into the bedroom. 2 years after the sun went out, the brick bed that Dragon Queen had invented gradually became a standard feature of the surviving families. Everyone was already used to sleeping in a shared bed as a family. If conditions permitted, they would even build a fireplace next to the fire pit. The warmer the house, the slower the hunger. It's not dinner time yet. If we eat now, we'll still be hungry at night, the father-in-law mumbled. Let's eat one more meal today. Eat 3 meals to nourish Hannah's body. Denzel hung the earthen jar on the fireplace before walking to his wife and daughter. He split the remaining apple core into 2 and gave one half to his daughter while stuffing the other half into his wife's mouth. An apple? The little girl, Dina, was pleasantly surprised. She carefully placed it in her mouth. You went to the cellar to get food again. The middle-aged woman, Hannah, was a little angry. We have tree root noodles now. Although it tastes terrible, it's not like we can't survive. Those fruits are one less fruit after another. We have to leave some for Jamie. Denzel looked at the baby boy in the swaddling clothes and frowned. He's only 6 months old. His teeth aren't even fully grown yet. We'll eat it when he grows up, when he gets married, and when he's a child, his wife said. Denzel was speechless. You're thinking too far ahead. The long night will last for a generation. Perhaps Jamie will never see summer in his lifetime. But at least let him have a taste of the fruits of summer, the woman said sadly. The Dragon Queen only needs 10 years to end the long night. Now that 2 years have passed, there are only 8 years left. How old will Jamie be 8 years later? He'll definitely see summer, Denzel said. The Red God Priestess said that the 7 gods were lying, Hannah said. I believe the Queen's words. Our family is where we are today because of the Queen's grace, Denzel said. Yes, Danny had met him once when she rode the dragon to the Lone River in search of the earthen steel statue. However, Danny had never interacted with him personally. The one who had given him grace was John Clinton. The Red God Priestess isn't the only one who said that. The priests of the other temples also said that. Hannah's expression was hesitant. If the Dragon Queen refuses to comply with the will of heaven, the long night will never end, slap. Before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped on the face. Denzel said angrily, I've said it many times. This is a rumor purposely spread by the evil gods. Those filthy Justice League, Denzel. The old father-in-law lifted the tattered sheepskin mattress and stood up to reprimand him. Watch your words. Do you think you can slander the gods? And Hannah, you clearly know that Denzel is the leader of the beggar army, Poor People's Assembly, but you still dare to speak ill of the Dragon Queen in front of him. The old father-in-law wasn't angry because his daughter was slapped. After the son-in-law received a few gold royals from the Queen's knight, he had the right to hit his wife in front of his father-in-law. He was worried that his son-in-law would offend the gods. This wasn't a groundless worry. If you scolded the Justice League and your neighbor heard it, the neighbor would casually tell the priest of any temple. Usually, that temple belonged to the Justice League. Today, 2 years after the long night, especially the demon riot tragedy that happened in Reese a year ago, it shocked the entire world. The gods and mortals were closer than ever before. I'm sorry, Denzel sighed and stroked his wife's red and swollen cheek. He said, you can't read, but you've heard people talk about the secret records of the gods. You shouldn't be so ignorant. Hannah turned her head angrily and avoided her husband's right hand. She said coldly, the secret records is a forbidden book compiled by the scholars. The words in it can't be trusted. The more the gods listed it as a forbidden book, the more it proves. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't say anything taboo in the end. He only said, "It doesn't matter who's right. It only matters who's done more." If it wasn't for the Church of the Seven Gods, Pentos would have fallen like the Midsummer Islands and the cities of the Jade Sea. Even if you don't know about the Midsummer Islands and the cities of the Jade Sea, you should know about the neighboring Koor, right? They claimed that they were protected by the gods and didn't allow the Church of the Seven Gods to enter the city. In the end, the city of more than 300,000 people, plus the millions of people in the surrounding cities, were all drowned in the tide of corpses. In the face of a mere 100,000 corpses, Koor, which was protected by the gods, couldn't even hold on for a day. Before the city fell, Prince Koor had nowhere to go and no one to ask for help. He shamelessly sent a message to the Holy Church of Pentos. I was in the Holy Church at that time, listening to Bishop Hagen's preaching. I saw with my own eyes, Prince Koor and hundreds of other nobles crawling on the ground like dogs in the candlelight. They begged the bishop to send a message to Dragonstone Island while crying, "The gods are useless." The gods couldn't even withstand a single wave of the descending gods. The gods are immoral. When they saw that the situation was bad, they ran away immediately, completely ignoring the lives of the millions of people in the city. Unfortunately, it was too late to ask for help at that time. It's bad enough that Koor fell, but Pentos is just next door. Denzel sighed and shook his head with a frown. A mere 100,000. Isn't 100,000 corpses scary enough? Hannah muttered. 100,000 living dead in Westeros can only raise the danger index of a city from green to pink. Only 1,000,000 corpses will trigger a red alert, Denzel said proudly and bitterly. He was a Westeros. After he grew up, he settled down on the other side of the narrow sea. Before the faceless deviant ghost outbreak, he was glad that he was far away from home. Now, he hated that he couldn't go back to the Seven Nations where the danger index was all green. Gurgle gurgle. As the couple spoke, the broth in the pot started to boil. His father-in-law wrinkled his nose and said in surprise, "There's still bacon and turnips." Hannah's milk has dried up. Denzel was even more bitter. Hannah's expression changed. She pointed at the 3 wrist-sized vents in the corner and said anxiously, "Quick, block the vents. Don't let the aroma spread to the yard." Her father-in-law hurriedly got off the bed and found 3 pairs of worn-out socks to block the vents. Half a month ago, someone on Sheeman Street forgot to close the windows while cooking meat at night. As a result, the residents in the nearby streets started to riot. We thought that the family had a lot of food. Who knew that after hundreds of rioters rushed into their house, they only found half-cooked children in the pot? Hannah said softly. If you really have the heart to eat your own children, why don't you join the volunteer corps and go outside the city to catch corpses? Corpses can be eaten too, Denzel said disdainfully. But corpses eat people too, Hannah said with a trembling voice. The ones that eat people are deviant ghosts. Her father-in-law looked at the steaming pot and gulped. He said, "After we finish the broth, make a pot of pine needle tea to suppress the taste of meat in your mouth. Also, remember not to burp in front of outsiders. Don't poop outside for the next 2 days. We can't let people know that we've eaten meat." Chapter 10-11. It's all thanks to the gold royals that Lord Knight gave Denzel. It's also thanks to Denzel's trust in the Dragon Queen that he stocked up on a large amount of food before the long night arrived. How could there be so many? Denzel shook his head. If we had known that the eternal night was real, we wouldn't have spent 3 gold royals to buy this house. Now that the property prices have plummeted, we've suffered a huge loss. Woo woo woo, suddenly, a deep bugle call came from outside the house. 3 times. The 2 men looked at each other in shock. Deviant ghosts are attacking the city. The sound of the bugle horn became more urgent, and the urgent shouts of the soldiers could be heard on the streets. Quick, let's eat, the 3 of us have joined the church's armed forces, we'll most likely have to participate in the defense of the city. The old man said urgently. If I have a full stomach, I can at least be a full ghoul. His father-in-law was right. In less than half an hour, there were city guards shouting along the street, "Deviant ghosts are attacking." Adult men without a church background, report to the city wall guards. Those with a church background, report to the church you are affiliated with. The rest of the elderly, women, and children, go to the shelter arranged by the church. The old father-in-law burped and immediately shut his mouth, swallowing the smell of meat. He quickly grabbed a handful of pine needles and stuffed them into his mouth. As he chewed, he asked his son-in-law, "What should we do now? Our family has joined 3 different religions. Who will the children go with? Something's not right. I'm afraid this isn't a small fight." Denzel was also chewing on pine needles with a tinge of green in them. With a solemn expression, he said, "Why don't you bring Dina and Jamie to the great cathedral?" Hannah frowned and said, "I joined the Red God Church, and my father joined the Church of Earth and Sea. We get 1 kilogram of bran noodles from the church every week. If we don't go to the roll call today, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to get any relief food in the future." Although Crocodile God was dead, his church still existed. As the guardian of the city of Pentos for many years, the Church of Earth and Sea was the wealthiest church. Moreover, although the crocodile god had died, another evil god soon imitated the Dragon Queen's story and contacted the royal family of the Church of Earth and Ocean. The 2 sides made peace and reached a win-win agreement. The royal family allowed the evil god to take over the crocodile god's nest, and the evil god protected the royal family. The reason why Denzel and his family had joined different churches was not entirely because they wanted to receive more relief rations. The Red God was the mainstream religion of the trading city-state. Denzel's deceased mother-in-law had always believed in the Red God. Later on, Hannah also joined the Red God Church. His father-in-law belonged to the old school of Pentos. He believed in the local god, the god of earth and sea. As for Denzel, he was born in the Stormlands and had always served a noble like Selmy who was a devout believer of the 7 gods. Naturally, he had also been a believer of the 7 gods since he was young. When 7 Treasures built the Holy Church in Pentos, Denzel was the first believer who went to pray. He even refused Varys's bounty and volunteered to be a member of the 50-cent party. He roped in a group of Undul's neighbors to support the newly opened Holy Church. Later on, when Chizong left Pentos, he personally baptized Denzel and converted him into a Star Warrior. Star Warrior is the official title of the Poor People's Gathering and the Beggar Army. Only those with local residences and registered church membership could receive a small amount of relief food from the church. However, the followers of the 7 Gods Church could not receive the relief food. As the Holy Church was newly established, they could not store food in advance, nor did they have the means to purchase food. In fact, Pope Danny had once issued a decree forbidding the church from purchasing food from the people. Of course, the Church of the 7 Gods had their own ways to feed their believers. The monks would learn from Slave Bay and organize believers to engage in a long night of production. They would go outside the city to gather firewood, pluck tree roots, pluck tree leaves, and summon small sons to fish in the sea. This morning, Denzel joined the beggar army and went outside the city to peel tree bark. He only returned home at 2 in the afternoon. Compared to other families, Denzel's family was already considered to be in the upper middle class. However, once they gave up on the church's relief food for his father-in-law and wife, their living standards would definitely drop by a level. "Don't worry. The Red God will protect me," Hannah said as she looked at her husband who was struggling. "Child." Denzel gritted his teeth and took the baby boy from his wife's arms. He said, "Dina will take care of Jamie. Follow me to the Holy Church. Even if Pentos falls, the other ghosts won't be able to enter the place of glory of the 7 gods." Hannah still wanted to argue, but her father-in-law held her back and whispered, "We don't know about the gods, but there's one thing we're certain of: the Holy Mother is the strongest god. She far surpasses the Light King." Lalo formed an alliance with the gods to deal with the Dragon Queen. However, the Dragon Queen is only one of the Holy Mother's believers, the old man said wisely. Hannah was convinced. She looked at the swaddling clothes reluctantly and began to put on a patched light yellow robe. In the Red God Temple, only great monks who could represent the Red God and possessed extraordinary talent were considered red-robed monks. The Red God's priest apprentices were dressed in orange robes. The yellow-robed monks were the temple attendants, while the orange-robed and red-robed monks were the servants. However, the yellow-robed monks were considered to be part of an institution. They were official workers and had an iron rice bowl. The employees of the institution were much stronger than the wild monks. Denzel also put on a tattered leather armor and the gray linen robe of the beggar army. When he walked out of the house, he realized that the streets were already brightly lit. All the torches, and braziers in the city were lit. It was as if they wanted to use these sparks to scare the monsters of the cold and darkness. Passing through the chaotic crowd, Denzel carried his son with his left hand and his daughter with his right. After many twists and turns, he quickly arrived at the Holy Church in the center of the city. Seeing the tower of light shining from the dome of the Holy Church, he, like everyone else, heaved a sigh of relief. He slowed down and no longer panicked. His daughter carried her brother and walked into the basement in the backyard of the Holy Church with a group of old women and children. Denzel took the iron sword and the dragon crystal spear and went to find Archbishop Hagen. He would be the Archbishop's bodyguard. Yes, Denzel had a good political background and a good resume. He served the Dragon Queen and Qizong. He was trusted by the current Archbishop. In Pentos, many atonement scrolls were given out, but there were not many true believers of the seven gods. There were 200 warriors' sons and 500 beggar army members. Among the warriors' sons, there were 30 Westeros, 10 church paladins, and 20 volunteer knights. They were all elites. Archbishop Hagen, the prince hopes that you can guard the East Gate and defend against the zombies coming from Valeglia Avenue. Soon, the palace guard rushed to the Holy Church and handed the Archbishop a letter of appointment. The deviant ghosts are coming from the east. A paladin frowned. The guard smiled awkwardly and approached Monk Hagen. He whispered, "Please forgive us, Archbishop. The princes know that the East Gate is the most dangerous, but you are the strongest in Pentos. Including the beggar army members, we only have 700 people." Hagen sighed. The guard came from a branch of the royal family, so he knew some secrets that only the higher-ups knew. He smiled bitterly and said, "The Church of the Seven Gods has you, 10 priests, 10 paladins, and a total of 21 transcendents. You are much stronger than the other churches." Transcendents. Hagen's mouth twitched. "You flatter me." He did not expect that a level 2 priest of the great cathedral of Baylor would become in transcendence one day. Moreover, other than him, the paladins and priests of the great cathedral of Pentos were only level 1. They were peripheral characters in the Curia. The guard said in awe, "You are too humble." In the past year, half of the Transcendence gatherings in Pentos were hosted by Priest Neymar under your command. Only the strongest Transcendents are qualified to host the Transcendence gatherings. Everyone knows that. Back then, when the Dragon Queen wanted to attend the Transcendence gatherings, she was rejected. Today, her underling became a Transcendence boss and began to host the Transcendence gatherings. The Transcendence gatherings were not a competition of fame, and it was impossible to become a master with just one receive hair. It was a competition of magic power and Transcendence knowledge. It was a comprehensive competition, so Mr. Nangua and Ma Baogua could not take advantage of it. Hagen glanced at the white-robed priest Neymar, who had a solemn expression. That guy's priest level was not high, but he was a doctor in his early years. He was one of the doctors of the Naked Street. Because he was a rare believer of the seven gods, he was kept in the great cathedral by the Sparrow to repent and atone for his sins. Later, he became a priest. Because of his rich Transcendence knowledge, he was arranged by the Archbishop to go to Pentos to make a name for himself. Now it seemed that the effect was not bad. However, Hagen hoped that Neymar could rope in a group of transcendents to convert to the seven gods. The transcendence priest was stronger. Half of the 10 priests under his command came from the Dragon Queen's Royal Mage Regiment. Those guys were all old foxes who were familiar with the affairs of the trading city-states, so they were sent to Pentos. However, there was still some estrangement between the Transcendence priests and the native Westeros priests. The Transcendence priests knew the details of the Holy Mother, but they could not tell their Seven Kingdoms priests in detail, so the estrangement was naturally born. In the end, Archbishop Hagen accepted the prince's commission. When they climbed up the city wall, the Ghoul army was already within a 1-kilometer radius of the city wall. The Pentos people had built a sentry post outside the city. When the horn was blown 3 times, the ghouls were still 20 to 30 kilometers away from the city. In the darkness, deviant ghosts rode on huge ice spiders and resurrected dead horses. They walked out of the snowy plains, holding ice swords that were as thin as blades. The sentry post warned the soldiers of the corpse tide and escaped. They cried and drove the sleigh towards the city gate. Then, the ghoul horses caught up with them, and the ice swords slashed. They slaughtered all living things in front of them, humans and sleigh dogs. In the next moment, the dead were resurrected and joined the dense horde of corpses behind the deviant ghosts, which was like a moving carpet. It's over. This is not a small-scale attack by ghouls. There are more than 1 million of them, and no army can resist them. Denzel's hands and feet were cold, and he murmured, I should have thought of it. Koor fell 2 months ago, so how could Pentos, which is next door, be spared? This ghoul army must have come from Koor, and followed Valeglia Avenue, which is a smooth journey. No, the ghoul army came from Norfoss. Koor and Pentos are separated by Norfoss. Norfoss fell half a month ago, and the entire city and the surrounding villages and towns lost more than 2 million people. Denzel tilted his head and looked. It was the holy knight Arthur Errol, a young lord from the Hay Hall in the Land of Storms. Yes, the youngest son of the count who did not have the right to inherit. Denzel's hometown, the Harvest Hall, was next door to the Hay Hall. He had seen Arthur's father from afar a few times in his early years. Although one was a lord and the other was a farmer, they were still from the same hometown, and their relationship had always been good. Norfoss has fallen as well. Denzel's throat was dry. In the continent of Ursos, except for the coastal trading cities, almost all the inland cities have fallen. According to the news from Dragonstone Island, more than 20 million people have died in the past 6 months from the Narrow Sea to the Jade Sea, Arthur said with a serious expression. Chapter 10-12. 20 million. How many people are there? Denzel exclaimed. No less than 20 million. Sir Arthur looked at the ghouls approaching the city wall and sighed. According to the Queen's estimation, the world's population is only 1/3 of what it was before the sun was extinguished. If a narrow sea city-state like Pentos falls as well, then the human race is doomed. Denzel was confused and shocked. In fact, the real death toll was far more than 20 million. It had been more than half a year since the faceless deviant ghosts outbreak. The Dragon Queen's hell had collected more than 15 million souls, all of them from the continent of Ursos. 1/10 of them died of hunger and illness, while the rest died from the tide of zombies. Just the raised land alone contributed 10 million souls. In this era, because the rich kept slaves and remote villages were difficult to manage, the population of a country was almost impossible to calculate. But generally, they could be divided into the countrymen in the cities and the barbarians in the remote mountains. The countrymen had the opportunity to receive atonement scrolls from the 7 gods, but the barbarians had never even heard of the Holy Mother. The total population of the raised land was close to 20 million. Among the souls that entered hell, more than 90% did not have atonement scrolls at all. They could enter hell only because of one person, Arya. Arya exercised her authority as a stranger and stayed in the world of death 24 hours a day. She used a method close to plundering to search for souls that entered the world of death. Many believers of Lalo, the night lion, and the pale holy child were also robbed by her. The night lion's main body was not in the raised land, and their faith was damaged, so they could not snatch as much as the Grim Reaper. The reason why Arya was so proactive was that each undead represented a point of experience points. Arya had harvested 10 million souls, which meant that the death toll in the raised land was even higher. According to the origin, number, and identity of the souls, Dany estimated that more than 85% of the people in the raised land had died. The zebra people were even worse than the raised land. Almost all of them were wiped out. The deviant ghosts had fulfilled the great wish of the Son of Heaven, Luo Bao. Thousands of ghouls washed the zebra tribe on the grassland like water washing the soil on a radish. 99% of the 100,000 zebra horsemen that had come south to Edu had perished. Only a few hundred zebra horsemen had managed to escape to Edu. The zebra tribe's Jahada died in battle amidst the countless undead that couldn't be killed. The zebra tribe's Grand Master, the Great God Horse, became a mage ghoul that could use the ice attribute ability. It could be said that even if the human race had another era, the zebra people were done for. The zebra people were not the only human race that had been wiped out. Jade Sea City and the central cities of Ursus didn't even have the chance to receive free atonement scrolls, but they still sent hundreds of thousands of new residents to the Seven Hells merchants. During this time, countless races disappeared from human civilization forever. Dragon Queen's guess of 20 million was only the lowest estimate. Perhaps the real figure was 30 million, 40 million, or even 50 million. For the Holy Mother, for the living. The Holy Knight's roar resounded from the city walls, and the battle to defend the city began. Warrior's blessing, Holy Mother's protection. Weng weng weng, after another loud roar, the Holy Knight's longsword glowed with a layer of pure and warm holy light. As Dragon Queen's Song of Light neared perfection, the Holy Knight's control over the holy light became more flexible and flexible. Unknowingly, the holy light enveloping the weapon had become an important test for a level 1 Holy Knight. Kill! Kill! The great sword infused with holy light easily sliced the ghouls that were climbing up the wooden ladder into two. Sparks were still flying out from the wounds of the broken corpses. The wooden ladder tactic that Dragon Queen came up with in Winterfell had already been proven to be the safest tactic in a city defense battle. Yes, it wasn't the most efficient, but the safest and most controllable. Denzel stood beside Archbishop Hagen and helped the Archbishop guard a wooden ladder. The Archbishop was close to 60 years old, but he still wore a chainmail and wielded a warhammer that glowed with holy light. Every time he smashed open the head of a ghoul, he would shout, "Mighty Heavenly Dragon." Denzel followed suit. After the dragon crystal spear pierced into the ghoul's eye socket, he shouted, "Mighty Heavenly Dragon." Although he wasn't even a priest, and although he still didn't know what kind of divine art the mighty heavenly dragon represented, he couldn't help but want to shout. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but other than the shout being particularly imposing, after he shouted it, he seemed to be stronger and his body didn't feel tired anymore. Mighty Heavenly Dragon. On the city wall, all the armed forces of the church started shouting. Then, the city guards and the militia followed suit. For a moment, at the East City Gate where the zombie tide was the fiercest, the humans were united and their morale was high. But Pentos had more than one East City Gate. Dang dang dang, only 15 minutes had passed since the ghouls attacked the city. From the North and West City Gates came the fierce sound of gongs and the terrified screams of soldiers. North City Wall 6 has fallen. West City Wall 3 has fallen. Pentos had few defenders because Bravos didn't allow it to have too strong a defense force. But the city of Pentos itself wasn't small. So, the long city wall was divided into many areas. Each section of the wall was marked with a number, and then a church was assigned to it. The priests and generals led the ordinary soldiers to guard it. Yes, an unlimited responsibility system. If a section of the wall was breached, the people would pay with their lives. For example, the Church of the Seven Gods was in charge of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th sections of the East City Wall. North City Wall 6 belongs to the Church of Earth and Sea. How could it fall? Archbishop Hagen turned his head and looked at the corner of the North and East City walls in disbelief. It was indeed a mess. In the thick cold fog, the torches were extinguished one by one. Priest Neymar, he shouted to an old armored priest beside him. The whale-head god from the trembling sea has taken over the Church of Earth and Sea, right? Yes, they have the support of God. They shouldn't have fallen so quickly. Neymar understood the archbishop's doubts, but he was also puzzled. The city's guardian god must be stationed at the periphery of the city. Today, the deviants attacked the city, and Pentos was facing a life-and-death crisis. In theory, the god of Earth and Sea had to climb the city wall personally to fight for the city. So, the North City Wall should have been the safest area. The south of Pentos was the sea. The south of the city was the docks and the commercial area. The North City belonged to the nobles. Many royalty and trading princes lived there. Your Excellency, the third section of the West City Wall has also fallen. That's the defensive area of the Church of the Red Gods. Denzel's face was pale. The situation is not right. Why did the two most powerful sections of the wall fall first? What nonsense are you talking about? Sir Arthur rebuked angrily. We are the strongest. Hagen smashed another ghoul's head with his hammer. With a serious expression, he said, it doesn't matter who is the strongest, but Denzel's concern is very reasonable. Be careful. Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. His eyes flashed with a golden light. He shouted, there is a high-energy magic reaction in front. There is a powerful monster hiding among the ghouls. Be careful, a demon god is trying to ambush us. Archbishop Hagen came to a realization. Demon? How can there be a demon? Neymar's expression was distorted. He screamed, wildfire bombs, throw wildfire bombs immediately. Denzel and the rest of the beggar army did not know what was going on, but they quickly threw out wildfire flasks the size of a melon. Boom boom boom. The wooden ladder burned. The ghouls' corpses at the bottom of the wooden ladder burned. The green and dark red flames formed a moat of smoke and fire outside the city. But in the next moment, the red flames on the corpses and wooden ladder gradually extinguished. The wildfire was like a candle in the wind, swaying and dimming. The torches and braziers on the city wall were extinguished row by row. From near to far, even the houses behind the city wall were dark. Then, the residents screamed in panic. Some of the demon gods activated their ice domain. The fire elements were gradually repelled. The cold fog surged toward the east city wall like a tsunami. When the exposed skin around the eyes of the warriors came into contact with the cold fog, they felt a needle-like pain. In just a moment, a layer of white frost hung over their eyelids. He. The cold fog was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. But accompanied by a soul-freezing laughter, a pair of blue eyes the size of bronze bells rose. As expected of a cultivator of the seven gods. You're much stronger than the archbishops of the churches. Before I even got close to the city wall, I was already discovered by you. But I'm curious. What kind of detection divine art did you use from so far away? The power of the seven gods is limitless. How can a traitor like you understand it? Archbishop Hagen's eyes widened in anger. More than half a year had passed. Countless large cities were clearly prepared, but they still fell to the zombie tide at an incomprehensible speed. It happened again and again. Gradually, some secrets were no longer kept secret. For example, after extraordinaires became ghouls, they would become ice mages. For example, there were deviant ghosts and demigods in the ghouls' army. They were once the gods of this world, but they accepted the power of the frost god and transformed themselves into the frost god. Of course, the news that those who had seen the frost god had become the living dead was only spread among the upper echelons of the major churches. Even the dragon queen was not 100% sure. Today was the first time Hagen and the others had seen the gods and deviant ghosts. Traitor! The gods and deviant ghosts laughed coldly. Cold air surged toward the city wall like a tidal wave. The wildfire was finally extinguished. Kacha kacha. As long as the stone city wall and the people on the city wall came into contact with the cold fog, a thin layer of light blue frost would immediately form on their bodies. Denzel's teeth chattered. The heat and vitality in his body were like happy drinks in a small Coke cup. They were sucked forcefully by the oily mouth with the straw in it. In the blink of an eye, the bottom of the cup let out a dry sound. Almighty Heavenly Dragon, Holy Mother God Palm, suddenly, Archbishop Hagen's voice boomed in his ears like thunder. Holy Mother's Palm. The evil god exclaimed. The blue eyes in the cold fog were quickly distancing themselves from the city wall. After the frost evil god retreated, the cold fog and cold air disappeared as well. Denzel came back to life. He looked at the Archbishop expectantly, hoping that he would leap up and fly into the air to unleash a palm technique that would descend from the sky. Palm, Archbishop Hagen merely assumed the posture of the Holy Mother's palm. He dragged out the word, palm. Denzel did not know that the Archbishop had such good lung capacity. Palm, huff huff huff. Finally, Hagen stopped and panted. He said hesitantly, sigh, Holy Mother's palm. I don't know how to use it. What a pity. What? The surrounding believers and militia were on the verge of breaking down. I don't know how to use Holy Mother's palm, Archbishop Hagen said awkwardly. I've watched too many dramas in Journey to the East, and I've always put myself in the role of the Archbishop of Seven Treasures. It's like a street kid shouting slogans. I've subconsciously shouted it as well. After shouting it, I realized that it wasn't right, but I was too embarrassed to change it immediately. I could only sigh. The expressions of Denzel and the others contorted. Bald Donkey Hagen. In the distance, the evil god roared into the sky. How dare you make fun of me? I'll skin you alive. The cold fog surged forward at a speed faster than when it retreated. Demon, don't think that I'm bluffing. Hagen did not show any fear. Instead, he sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. Holy Mother of Mercy, Pentos can't be defended any longer. Your Majesty, please descend. Chapter 10:13. Do you think I'm stupid enough to be fooled by the same trick twice? Seeing Hagen sitting down with his legs crossed, the evil god of ice was sure that he was playing tricks again. It sneered and pounced on him without hesitation. Buzz, just as the evil god approached the city wall, a blinding golden light shot from Hagen's head like a sun and suddenly teleported to the top of the city wall. Ah, no, Hagen, you're evil, the evil god screamed in pain. The cold mist on its body evaporated instantly in the holy light, revealing a horrifying body with pale, wrinkled skin. The golden light was like a sharp sword, piercing through the ice crystal armor, the god's scaly skin, muscles, and bones without any hindrance. It was like the light passing through an illusory shadow under the sun. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone could clearly see the golden light and the demon god that was pierced by the golden light. The golden light that made the demon god wail in pain like concentrated sulfuric acid did no harm to the humans. Not only did it not harm them, but it also dispelled the chill and fear in their bodies in an instant. It was warm, like summer. I can't accept this, the evil god's 3-meter-tall ferocious body was like wax in a fire. It quickly melted into a torch and fell to the bottom of the city wall, burning miserably like the thousands of ghouls. Yes, not only the evil god of ice, but even the ghouls outside the city seemed to have fallen into a furnace at that moment. They lost control and fell to the ground, then spontaneously combusted into a fire. For a moment, the eastern city wall was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the figure in the golden light. She was wearing blue and silver armor, and a huge cloak made of golden flames. She was emitting endless light and heat, like a goddess of the sun. Long live the Queen, the humans will win. Archbishop Hagen supported himself with his hands and jumped up. His face was filled with fanaticism as if he had seen the Virgin. Long live the Dragon Queen, long live Her Majesty Dani Alice, long live the Pope. Dragon Queen, is here. Denzel looked at the sky in a daze. Fire. He heard her softly say a word. It was the same voice as the one in his memory. She was really the Dragon Queen. Boom. 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 A soft voice resounded throughout the entire Pentos. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, hundreds of thousands of torches suddenly soared up, illuminating the dark sky with a fiery red glow. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be ignited by flames. Denzel's pupils constricted. The ghouls and deviant ghosts outside the city walls, on the city walls, and even inside the city were all struggling and burning, turning into a sea of flames. Was this a dream? No. That's impossible. Most High, my Lord, save, the evil god of ice, who was hiding in the tide of the living dead, howled at the top of its lungs. Like a meteor with a long tail of fire, it quickly moved away from Pentos and the Dragon Queen. However, before it could escape the range of the Dragon Queen's fire domain, it exploded into brilliant fireworks one after another. Is this a god? Denzel was in disbelief. This is a god. In the North District, inside the palace, the princes and royals walked out of the shelter and stood in the open-air yard with thousands of guards. They looked at the figure that was brighter than the sun above the east gate in shock. She's a god, one of the 7 gods. Everyone knows that, the extraordinaire guard beside the princes said bitterly. But she's too powerful. The princes looked around. Half of the city in the northwest was engulfed in a sea of flames. Because half of the city had been invaded by the tide of the dead, everything was now on fire. However, the flames of the ghouls did not ignite the surrounding buildings. Instead, they floated into the air like catkins in the wind and landed further outside the city, far outside the domain. They used the flames of the ghouls in the domain to burn the corpse tied outside the domain. Seeing the Dragon Queen's power, and thinking of the second god of earth and sea who was defeated by the evil god of ice in one move, Prince Pentos had the urge to cry. To celebrate the inauguration of the new god of the city, he sacrificed a son. He wondered if there would be any more gods and demons coming to Pentos to apply for the position of the third god of earth and sea. He wondered if the third guardian god would ask for the king's blood again. If they're not powerful, why would the gods form the righteous alliance? The wizard guard sighed. This. The prince was stunned. He said with a strange look in his eyes, why don't we also establish the 7 gods as the national religion in Pentos? Let Archbishop Hagen be the national teacher. If, before he could finish, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the sky. Ice blue lightning flashed across the sky. Suddenly, a dense lightning net appeared and formed a huge face in the sky. Dani Rise, how dare you leave the Westeros? You're looking for death. The god of thunder roared. Then, he opened his mouth made of lightning and gently exhaled a breath of white air. There were no clouds in the sky for rain, but wherever the white air went, endless water vapor swarmed from between heaven and earth and condensed into an iceberg in the blink of an eye. The iceberg, with a bottom area of dozens of square kilometers, bigger than the city of Pentos, fell from the sky. Oh gods! This is the legendary forbidden spell. I can't believe I'm seeing a forbidden spell. The prince looked at the sky in despair, holding his head and wailing. Pentos is finished. We're all finished. Let the 7 gods' national religion and the national teacher Hagen go to hell. The Dragon Queen is a disaster. She attracted the god of frost, and the god of frost cast the forbidden spell. Without the Dragon Queen, we'll die too. Even if we're buried under the iceberg, at least we'll have a quick death. We won't have to become zombies and wreak havoc in the human world. Also, the god of frost isn't the only one who knows forbidden spells. The guard opened his eyes wide and looked at the Dragon Queen on the east gate with anticipation. He was waiting for a miracle. Then, the divine light in his eyes dimmed, along with the holy light above the east gate. The Dragon Queen disappeared. Did she run away? Damn it. That woman is the same as the gods. She ran away when she saw the situation was bad. The prince stomped his feet and cursed. His face was full of despair and resentment. Hoo-hoo-hoo, while the people of Pentos were in despair, a gust of wind suddenly blew above their heads. A strange wind column formed in the blink of an eye. It was a light green tornado in the sky. The green streamers were distinct and emitted a faint glow. It was extremely beautiful. The iceberg that fell toward Pentos like the heaven-flipping seal was stuck in the tornado in the sky. Like the soles of shoes stepping on ice in winter, the iceberg couldn't help but slip and tilt toward the outside of Pentos City. Rumble, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Ice shards flew everywhere. It was as if the whole world was shaking. The continental plates were broken like sugar cane. Everyone heard the sound of ice and earth exploding. Their vision was filled with ice and snow of different sizes. Countless zombies were smashed into meat paste by the iceberg. Pentos City, however, was intact. The danger of the iceberg was eliminated. The tornado in the sky also turned into wisps of green lines and disappeared without a trace. The figure of the Dragon Queen, emitting holy light, appeared again in the center of the tornado. Obviously, she didn't run away. Instead, she used the tornado to slip the iceberg. God! The prince fell to his knees on the cold marble floor. His heart was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. He couldn't help but cry. Long live the Holy Mother! The extraordinaire beside the prince shouted excitedly. Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Holy Mother! The nearby guards and the prince's family cheered together. Roar, an earth-shaking dragon's roar sounded in the sky above the face of thunder. The fierce roar that cut through the air, the angry dragon's roar, the scarlet dragon's flames, and the icy blue lightning mixed together. The Megalosaurus was fighting the god of frost in the sky. The people of Pentos stopped cheering and stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. Swoosh! The Dragon Queen disappeared in the blink of an eye. Higher up in the sky, the flames were more intense. The raging flames lit up the entire sky. The icy blue lightning was completely drowned out. Only the thunderous roar of the god of frost shook the world from time to time. Walala crackle! Everyone looked up at the sky, but soon found that it was raining. The raindrops were boiling hot. In the rain, there were also bean-sized hailstones that were bone-chilling. The Dragon Queen is fighting with the god of frost. Protect the prince and enter the palace, the head guard shouted. No, I don't want to go to the palace. I want to watch the battle of the gods, the prince said loudly as he broke free from the guard's pull. Go to the balcony and watch. The hailstones won't kill anyone, but it's hot and cold at the same time. There's also the high-energy magic of the gods in the water. It's easy to get sick, the extraordinaire guard advised. Besides, you're just a muggle. The wind, thunder, fire, and fog in the sky are all messy. What can you see? He complained in his heart. Not only the muggle prince, even the extraordinaires in the city didn't know the situation of the battle. Only the gods who were hidden in the dark could see clearly. Their feelings were even more complicated. I didn't expect the god of frost to be so strong. He casually threw down an iceberg. Danny Lilith's methods are even more ingenious. She easily dispelled the forbidden spell, Lalo said bitterly. The world doesn't seem to reject the god of frost anymore. It's not surprising for him to display such power. The white frost is an old trick of the god of frost. Danny Lilith suffered a loss in Winterfell last time. She must have secretly studied a countermeasure at home. It's not surprising for her to have such a performance, the pale holy child said calmly. both of them had churches in Pentos. They also responded to the prayers of the priests and descended their wills to help the churches fight against the evil god of frost among the deviant ghosts. However, after the city was breached, they planned to do what they did when they gave up on Quihor, Norfos, and other cities. They would do their best and retreat if they failed. Before they could retreat, the Dragon Queen came to save the day. You don't understand. I've fought the god of frost many times. He's obviously stronger than before, Lalo sighed. If we attack together, we can definitely take him down, the horseshoe war god said. Whether it works or not, we'll only know after we fight. Dani Lilith has already activated the characteristics of the first flame to the extreme, but she's still at a disadvantage. Lalo's heart was heavy, and his tone was bleak. The pale holy child said slowly, she has the Megalosaurus, the fire raven, and the wind raven. The god of frost hasn't completely entered our world. He won't last as long as she does. Lalo said helplessly, how is this comforting for us? The power displayed by the Dragon Queen and the god of frost had hit the hearts of the gods hard. Dani Lilith's growth has slowed down a lot, the pale holy child said. Slowed down? Lalo found it ridiculous. Are you blind, or is your brain muddled from the cold? The growth of her Song of Fire is obviously not as fast as the god of frost's integration into the world. If she cultivates step by step, the long night is destined to be eternal. What do you think she'll choose? The pale holy child smiled slyly. This. Lalo stared at the sky and murmured, this year, she seems to have used all her energy to develop the Song of Wind's spatial polarity. She gave old fish Liang Mu's talent to the black dragon, but now she can easily use spatial teleportation. From Dragonstone Island to Pentos is 400 kilometers. Overall, her growth hasn't slowed down. It's just that there's a limit to human strength. Even if she's the child of an era, she can't take care of both sides. The pale holy child chuckled. Dani Lilith isn't stupid. She knows that the Song of Fire is the foundation to end the long night. So, she's working hard to develop spatial divine arts for Balerion of the Smoke Sea. Maybe she's still thinking that sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. She'll spend a year to master spatial magic, go to the Smoke Sea to seize Balerion's 6,000 years of accumulation, and then cultivate the Song of Fire. It'll be twice the result with half the effort. Makes sense. Let's wait patiently. After this battle, she'll soon go to the Smoke Sea, Lalo said excitedly. Maybe we need to find another ally to interfere with her spatial holiness, the war god murmured. How about the storm god? Lalo was moved. Chapter 10:14. Most of the inland city-states of Ursos have fallen, and millions of people have died. Now it's the coastal city-states' turn. But they can't hold on, and neither can I. The frost god's power is increasing too fast. I have to go to the Smoke Sea, what do you think? After returning to Dragonstone Island, Dani asked Bran in the Weirwood staff. The strange phenomenon of ice, fire, wind, and thunder in the sky of Pentos lasted for nearly 10 hours, from afternoon to midnight. The 10-hour battle exhausted Dani. For the first time, she used up all her magic and stamina in a battle. Ever since she learned the fire creation mastery, her body had been full of energy and almost never felt tired. Fortunately, she had the Megalosaurus. When her magic was exhausted, she chose to overclock and fuse with Little Red on Dragonstone Island, and the frost god was exhausted. Before the battle ended, the other ghosts outside the city began to retreat. Seeing this, the people of Pentos immediately understood that the Dragon Queen was about to win. So, the Prince of Pentos and the Prince of Trade took the lead and formed the highest level of welcome team. They set up a banquet in the palace in advance, waiting for the arrival of the Dragon Queen. Not only were the nobles of Pentos looking forward to the arrival of the Dragon Queen in the sky, the ordinary people also spontaneously gathered around the Holy Church, waiting for the Dragon Queen to come down and shout, "Long live the Dragon Queen." To establish a friendly relationship with the other ghosts, they could invite the Dragon Queen to help them when they came to Pentos again. Archbishop Hagen was also very excited. He had been arranging for people to clean up the Holy Church in preparation for the arrival of the Holy Mother. Well, he had been in Ursos these days and had come into contact with many extraordinary people and supernatural secrets. Subconsciously, he had gradually accepted the fact that the Dragon Queen was the Holy Mother. If he knew nothing about supernatural knowledge and knew that the Dragon Queen had usurped the position of the seven gods, his faith would collapse and his worldview would be destroyed. But the more he integrated into the supernatural world and understood it, the more he understood how powerful the Dragon Queen was, and the more he understood how fortunate it was that the seven logs had been replaced by the great human gods. Of course, it was fine as long as he knew it in his heart. If any cultist dared to blaspheme the Holy Mother with words like, "Dragon Queen usurped the throne of the seven gods," he would not hesitate to serve the great mighty heavenly dragon. The people of Pentos were prepared to welcome the arrival of the Dragon Queen. However, after Frost God retreated, she did not go down to clean up the deviant ghosts on the plains, nor did she bid farewell to Archbishop Hagen. With a whoosh, she brought Blackie through the portal and returned to Dragonstone Island. Danny was exhausted after the overclocking fusion was cancelled. How could she stay in Pentos and let the evil gods take advantage of her? In order to ensure her safety, the Dragon Queen reluctantly gave up such a good opportunity to show off in front of others and show off. She was too difficult. After returning to Dragonstone Island, Danny had just used the evil ice god's divinity to heal Little Red's injuries after overclocking. She was still in a tired state, so she began to plot against the sheep eggs in the Smoke Sea. The current situation was too unfavorable for her and the humans. The responsibility of being the savior of the world put a lot of pressure on the Dragon Queen. "It's up to you. I can only help you once. I can only use my trump card once," Bran emphasized. "What trump card? Have you found me in the future?" Danny was excited. "In the fog-shrouded swamp of fate, I spent a lot of effort and finally opened up a winding path. At the end of the path, I established a connection with a certain existence in the future." "Who? Who did you contact?" Danny asked hurriedly. "It's not you, it's not me, it's not even your giant dragon. His strength is beyond my current understanding. That sacred and majestic aura. If there is a king of gods, then he is. However, although his aura is unimaginably strong, it is still vaguely familiar," Bran said curiously. "Is there no me in the future?" Danny's pretty face was gloomy. She bit her lips and said, "If I'm still here, then I'll definitely be the strongest in the world. That someone won't be able to contact you." Bran said hesitantly, "Can you guess which era he was in when I met him?" Danny's heart skipped a beat. She said, "Could it be countless thousands of years later? If it's too long, I might be able to transcend this world. That he is most likely my younger brother. Could it be her cheap son, or an even cheaper grandson or granddaughter? It's not countless thousands of years. It's just 2,000 years later," Bran said. 2,000 years. Danny's face was ugly. "It's only 2,000 years. I haven't even had enough of being an emperor." "Who is he?" "I don't know. His existence is very special. I can't understand it. I arrived in the future, and he returned to the past. We met at the same time. However, I was a fish in the river, and he walked on the shore. No, maybe he was flying in the sky. He saw through my past and future, but I didn't even understand his situation at that time. However, we should have survived the long night. He has your aura, and he's similar to the three-eyed crow. He's a strengthened version of the three-eyed crow that controls the whole world," Bran said. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "Do you know that I have a clone that believes in me? It's also the carrier of heaven and hell. It doesn't seem to be him. Your believer is a three-eyed crow that's similar to the seven gods." Bran shook his head. I understand the Green Prophet's seal too well. But, he's very intelligent, and he's no different from a living person. He's definitely not an emotionless three-eyed crow. Dani furrowed her brows. She was puzzled. She couldn't think of a second person that possessed both her and the three-eyed crow's characteristics, except for the Believer. However, Bran wasn't wrong. The Believer was an emotionless program, and he couldn't possibly be intelligent. How is he intelligent? She asked. That feeling. Bran pondered and said, the Believer's and the three-eyed crow's mental waves are like a steel seal. They're cold, hard, and monotonous. They're eternal and unchanging. The more intelligent a person is, the more lively his mental waves will be. Can you understand what I'm saying? His mental waves are like flowing water, jumping flames, and changeable wind. Dani understood what he meant, and she agreed with what he said. But, she still wasn't satisfied with his answer. She wanted to hear more about the future, as well as specific information about that person. Did he have any words for me? What was the life-saving trump card he gave you? Dani asked. Bran's tone became hesitant. He didn't say anything. He just left a mark on my soul core and left. I don't even understand what he wanted to do. Dani was greatly surprised. She immediately sent a wisp of her divine sense into the weirwood cane, and she inspected Bran's soul bit by bit. It was like using a microscope to inspect a slice of onion on a glass slide. Although Bran could not see the memories and emotions inside, the feeling of being naked and having his body examined still made Bran uncomfortable. But, he also understood the Queen's thoughts. In desperation, he could only try his best to show the part where the mark was engraved in front of Dani. This thing seems to be carving the boat to find the sword. Why can I understand it? Compared to the strangeness of the mark, Dani was more surprised that she could understand spacetime divine arts that were far beyond her ability. It was just like how a primary school student couldn't understand a high school student's homework. If you can't understand it at all, how can it be your trump card? Bran didn't care. Makes sense. Dani was deep in thought. It seemed that that person really had a close relationship with her. What is carving the boat to find the sword? Bran asked. There was a river knight who was riding a boat on the Trident River. Due to a moment of carelessness, his sword fell into the river. Then, he pulled out his dagger and left a mark on the side of the boat where the sword fell. His friend was puzzled. He said, the water is deep and the water is deep. Leave a mark first, and wait until the boat reaches the shore before going into the water to touch the sword. If this story was told at another time or another person, the listener would laugh at the knight's stupidity. But Bran didn't know much about the mark. At this time, when he heard the fact that Dani carved the boat to find the sword, he suddenly understood. After pondering for a long time, he sighed and said, I didn't expect there to be such a method. That person is really terrible. For ordinary people, the passage of time was irreversible. For some existences above time, time was just a different perspective of looking at the world. There was no distinction between the past, the present, and the future. Since the past and the future had the same meaning, of course, at a certain time in the future, one could pick up the iron sword that fell from the past from the mark. On the other hand, in the future, if one picked up a sword from the mark, then, on the boat of the past, there would inevitably be a sword left at the mark. Of course, this process would certainly have to pay a price that Dani couldn't understand at this time. Otherwise, Bran wouldn't have kept emphasizing that the trump card could only be used once. What kind of sword will he throw to me following your mark? Dani sat on the rattan chair in the garden, her right hand supporting her cheek. Her eyes were full of expectation. A life-saving sword that can only be used once. Take it easy. The powerful existences in the future are more of a hint you are in danger now, and you will be in more danger in the future, Bran said. Maybe, there will be a fatal situation in the Yen Sea, and I still need help. Dani bit her red lips with her white teeth. Her big purple eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. She murmured, "With my current spatial magic, I should be qualified to find those two bastards." Just when Dany adjusted her state and came to the thousand-faced island in the Holy Eye Lake again to start the altar of the old god for the second time, a person that she had forgotten for a long time came to find her. Oh, King Kong was not a human. There was no mature summoner system in this world. The method of controlling pets was primitive and violent. Under normal circumstances, the master couldn't sense the position of the pet, and the pet couldn't communicate with the master. If the master wanted to summon his little brother, he would usually blow the magic horn to stimulate the part of the demon beast's soul in the horn, and use the pain to wake up the pet. The pet could also sense the master's position through the soul fragment in the horn. Dany could contact King Kong at any time because she was proficient in soul witchcraft, but King Kong almost couldn't contact Dany. If it wasn't for the vast sea, King Kong could find Dragon Rock Island. The communication method this time was very strange, and Dany was very surprised. "You fool, you actually have faith in me?" With faith, one could send weak messages through the faith line. Roar! King Kong cried out in grievance. After some communication, Dany roughly understood what King Kong had been through during this period. After being taught a lesson, King Kong left his cave and walked in the cold and desolate forest against the wind and snow. The tropical rainforest couldn't withstand the destruction of the cold and long nights. The rivers were frozen, the swamps were covered in snow, and the trees and beasts froze to death in large numbers. The once bustling forest became dead silent and cold, which made King Kong feel strange and scared. However, such an environment made it easier to find the evil god. Creatures in tropical climates that could survive in the ice and snow were at least high-level demon beasts or magical plants. In just a month, King Kong found 4 or 5 locations suspected to be the strongholds of the evil god, which was enough to complete the mission given to it by the Queen. It had been waiting for the Queen's will to descend. However, with Chizong on a killing spree, Dany ate until her mouth was covered in oil, and her eyes were filled with meat and fish. She completely forgot about the distant Sosros and the pitiful gorilla that was working hard to find small fish and shrimp. If that was the case, King Kong wouldn't be in a hurry to find the Dragon Queen. In fact, 3 months later, the weather outside was too cold. Seeing that Dany still hadn't come, King Kong ran back to the cave to sleep. However, there was no safe place in the long night, and the ice god's claws finally reached Sosros next door. Chapter 10-15. At this time, King Kong was in a very bad state. Not only was his body thin, like a walking skeleton, but his hair was also not as smooth as when they first met. Instead, it was clumped together, withered and yellow, like decaying hay. There were many scars on its body. Some of the wounds had hair falling off, and the skin was black and swollen, festering and oozing pus. Some of the wounds seemed to be caused by sharp teeth, and the blood around it had solidified into dark red ice crystals. Through the holes, the torn green fascia and broken white bones could be seen. King Kong was no longer in the gourd-shaped canyon. It was like a stray dog being chased around. It had no home and no place to stay. Now, it was hiding in a crack in a steep cliff. The cave was simple and crude. It was located in a remote sea cliff to the east of Sosros. Behind it was the Jade Sea, and it was thousands of kilometers away from its home. The crack in the mountain was deep, but King Kong's skeleton was big. It couldn't go deep, so it could only hide at the entrance of the cave. 3 meters away was a pile of snow-covered rocks. "You were ganged up on by them?" Dany gloated. "Woo-woo." King Kong blinked its big eyes and nodded gently. It was like a big boss that could drop the best equipment. It was attacked by mages, warriors, assassins, poison wizards, and other classes. The long night was a worldwide disaster. No place in the world was safe, and no one could avoid it. After the faceless deviant ghosts broke out, all humans and gods guessed that Bravos would be the first to fall. At least, it was the first target of the deviant ghosts. Then, all the way to the south, the corpse tide swept through the major trading cities. The result was unexpected. The dark-skinned people of the Summer Islands were the first to be wiped out. But Hanshin's vision was not limited to the island countries around the mainstream civilization. Sosro's rainforest, which was the same latitude as the Summer Islands, was also his target. Dani was ready to treat Sosro's as her own farm. She could use the pterosaur and evil gods as she pleased. Hans Hen also had the same idea. In fact, this was also Dani's misunderstanding. She shouldn't be surprised that Hans Hen targeted Sosro's, because only Sosro's could develop the undead air force. From the beginning to the end, the Dragon Queen and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms strictly enforced a ban. No matter the price, the deviant ghosts were not allowed to obtain the pterosaur's corpse. Without a doubt, this was a very wise decision, and everyone executed it well. The long night had been going on for 2 years, and a few pterosaurs had died, but the deviant ghosts had never succeeded. Westeros had strict prohibitions, so God of Cold had to find other ways. He thought of the origin of pterosaurs, Sosrith. Pterosaurs, powerful magic beasts, evil gods, and the striped man aborigines had all become frost gods' targets. The tall and powerful Vidra was no exception. The attack of the Vidra deviant ghosts was enough to make any castle despair. Are there many pterosaurs? Dani's expression was grave. King Kong shook his head. He roared and gestured with his hands. Dani heaved a sigh of relief. After the long night fell, the pterosaurs and a large number of beasts began to migrate to the south. There were only about 20 pterosaur ghouls chasing after King Kong. Perhaps there were more than 20 pterosaur ghouls, but at least the swamp pterosaurs weren't completely wiped out. Will the climate in the south be warmer? She stood at the mouth of the cave in the cliff and looked at the dim southern sky. King Kong shook his head. He wasn't sure. The last long night lasted for a whole generation. Naturally, the Sosrith rainforest, which was close to the mainstream civilization, was also frozen. With the pterosaur's appetite, it was impossible for them to survive in the snow for more than 10 years. However, they did survive the last long night. Perhaps, migrating to the south was indeed effective. Dani couldn't help but feel itchy. She secretly decided that when the long night was over, she must go to the south, west, and north borders to take a look. Well, she would also go to the east border, but not as a tourist. Roar! Seeing that Dani was daydreaming, King Kong roared pitifully and pulled her back to reality. Actually, the ice Vidra is also very promising. Dani looked at it and an idea came to her mind. We can try to trick the frost god. Thanks to King Kong's strong combat ability, it could escape from the ice ghouls many times. If it was really caught by the evil frost god riding the ghoul pterosaur, she would be facing a black-skinned albino, blue-eyed gorilla. Of course, it was also because of its strong combat ability that frost god kept an eye on it. Dani couldn't imagine how terrifying the ghoul King Kong's destructive power would be to a human city. Roar! Fear appeared on King Kong's bony, hairy face. He kept shaking his head and waving his hands, refusing to become the ice Vidra. Don't worry. Other than me, no one can distort your thoughts, not even Frost God. Dani comforted him. Roar! King Kong still shook his head like a rattle drum. How about this? I'll add a layer of insurance to your soul. If you can escape the evil Frost God's pursuit, you'll be lucky. Pretend I didn't say anything. But if you're caught, don't fight to the death. Just play the part of a spy. Not a spy. It's more like borrowing arrows from a straw boat. Dani chuckled. With King Kong's size and weight, how many arrows could it borrow from Frost God? Dani began to look forward to King Kong being caught by the evil Frost God. The evil Frost God was frantically recruiting strong men in the Sosro's continent. The team was like a rolling snowball, increasing in number and eventually forming a huge demigod ghoul army. Dany couldn't sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, the city of Ursos would be destroyed. The citizens of Slave Bay hiding in the pyramids and underground caves wouldn't be able to defend against the demigod's attack. But she had to stay in the Westeros and take care of the city of Ursos. She couldn't go to Sosro's continent thousands of miles away to kill the evil frost god. Perhaps, King Kong could help her solve this problem. Woo! King Kong's lake-like brown eyes were filled with tears of grievance and scabs the size of pancakes. Dany, who was a little reluctant at first, turned her head away in disgust. Her heart hardened. It's settled then. Frost God doesn't know that you're my war beast. This time, I'll make him suffer. If I can severely injure him, I can even buy a year or two of buffer time for the war. In order to fight the deviant ghouls, in order to save the world, you should sacrifice a little. Then, without giving King Kong a chance to resist, she quickly left a set of hidden runic circles in the core of its soul. She mixed it with King Kong's Song of Strength rune to ensure that no one could distinguish them in a short time. After that, Dany ended the spiritual projection and returned to the Thousand Faces Island. Just like last time, the green men slaughtered the sacrifices and danced a barbaric sacrificial dance around the 31 heart trees. In order to enhance the sacrificial effect, Dany went to the King's Landing's dark prison and stole 7 prisoners who were on death row for killing people for their flesh. This is the arena to please the Red God. I am the Red God's priest. The 7 of you fight. The one who survives will not only be forgiven, but will also receive wine, food, women, and rewards from His Majesty Stannis. Dany sat on the tall throne and said to the 7 strong men in the center of the altar. Her appearance was a little strange. She had taken off her gorgeous armor, and her hair was disheveled. She only wore a small vest and a rough sheepskin skirt. Not only was there red and blue paint on her snowy white skin, but she also wore a weirwood mask that represented the storm god's priest. Of course, the prisoners couldn't tell the difference between her outfit and the non-mainstream Red God priest of the King's Landing. They were bewildered and confused. When they saw the inhuman squirrel men and strange creatures around them, they screamed in fear, shouting in panic, "Where is this place, Emperor Stannis? Please spare us," and the like. Dany gave the old priest, the child of the forest, a look. 7 or 8 bare-chested strong men stepped forward and placed the roasted pork, the translucent wine, and a few shy girls beside the altar. The old squirrel man inserted 2 incense sticks into the incense burner and said eerily, "Duel immediately. The winner gets everything, and the loser dies. The battle will end in half an hour. If there is more than 1 person alive on the altar, they will all be executed." One of the prisoners was in a frenzy. "Don't listen to these monsters. Let's charge out." Then he raised his sword and charged out of the altar, but he was shot to death by arrows. The remaining 6 looked at the dead body, then looked at their companions who were close to each other. They scattered as if they had been electrocuted. In just half an hour, only a gray-haired middle-aged bearded man was left standing in a pool of blood. "I won. Ha ha ha, I'm free. I want to eat meat, I want to drink wine, I want to have women." He held a bleeding sword, and his naked upper body was covered with dozens of wounds of various sizes. Dany walked over step by step. Under his expectant gaze, she hooked her leg, and the sword in the corpse's hand jumped into the air. She caught it with her right hand. "I lied to you. The winner will not only get no reward, but also," Dany left slender sword marks on his body like an adult playing with a child. He was only injured, but not killed. It was like a death by dismemberment. Until half an hour later, the flames were completely extinguished. "Evil God priest, you broke your oath. The Holy Mother and the Holy Father will not let you go." The bearded man who was tortured to death cursed. Dany cut off his head with the last sword. The blood from his neck just fell on the face of the heart tree that represented the storm god, the human face carved on the surface of the tree trunk. The human face on the trunk was exactly the same as the carvings on Danny's wooden mask. Alas, I don't want to torture you. But the storm god, that bastard, likes this. Danny sighed helplessly and threw away the iron sword in her hand. Teach believers to destroy others, and then set a trap to destroy believers. This was the core doctrine of the storm god. The blood was like a living thing. In a dimension that was difficult for ordinary people to observe, it evaporated into a sweet red mist. 7 ghosts were floating in the mist. Their faces were all distorted, their eyes were wide open, and their teeth were bared. They seemed to be cursing loudly. When the red mist approached the heart tree of the storm god, it was immediately sucked in like smoke under a range hood. The anger on the faces of the ghosts turned into pain and panic. The power of the blood sacrifice began to boil. The dance of sacrifice didn't stop. The power of faith gathered from the green men. In the end, the huge power of faith mixed with the power of the blood sacrifice opened a channel of faith in front of Danny. Danny waved her hand, and the fishbone cane flew to her palm surrounded by a blue wind belt. Boom! She stomped on the fulcrum of the root, and the channel of faith was connected to the fishbone cane. Yuluen, go home. Danny called, and the blue marble floor under her feet suddenly turned gray. A jagged black line opened like a mouth, revealing a dark space. Yolen of Scylla, who was barefoot, floated out of it. It was the Dragon Queen who opened the gate of hell and took Yuluen's soul out of the 7th floor of hell. As soon as Yuluen escaped from the shackles of hell, a strong suction appeared on his body. Under the rule, the storm god's holy kingdom was fighting for Yuluen's soul. Just like when Lalo released the souls of the believers of the 7 gods in the Westeros, the souls would automatically go to the 7th floor of hell. Crack, crack, crack. The channel of faith of the storm god connected to the fishbone cracked into a door, the gate of faith. Before the appearance of heaven, the big sparrow could automatically open the gate of faith, and the soul returned to the space of faith. In a similar way, Danny used the blood sacrifice to forcibly establish a channel of faith with the storm god's holy kingdom, and Yuluen was like a navigator, guiding her to the location of the holy kingdom. With a step, she left the Thousand Faces Island and came to a strange place. Chapter 10:16. The door god liked to collect all kinds of wind and spent billions of years to create the wind of one world. Almost all the old gods in the Westeros had cultivated in the wind of one world. Therefore, they learned from the big shots and collected the natural phenomena corresponding to their songs of laws to create their own god kingdoms. For example, Inami took a ladle of water from 1,000 rivers and created a flowing palace that could travel freely in the water. For example, the storm god temple had thousands of hurricanes and tornadoes in the natural world. All the destructive winds that brought pain and death to living beings created the wind of one world, which was called the Hall in the Clouds. The walls of the Hall in the Clouds were a layer of wind that could corrode flesh and bones. The bricks inside the wind were all kinds of disastrous and destructive winds. Under the effect of a set of strange runes, the bricks of the storm formed a solid wall that separated the inside from the outside. It was the wall of the god kingdom. From the outside, the hall in the clouds looked no different from an ordinary cloud. Inside the hall, there were thousands of clouds that moved with the wind. Upon closer inspection, each cloud was a small prison. One or several Tiamin's souls were trapped inside. The clouds were surrounded by a storm, and every gust of wind was as sharp as a scalpel. The wind blades cut Tiamin's body. The wind blades entered Tiamin's nostrils and opened mouth, cutting their organs into pieces, shredding them into pieces, and churning them into mud. The souls of Tiamin's souls howled in pain, but their howls mixed with the roaring wind became the driving force for the hall in the clouds to move at high speed in the material world. If Inami's flowing water palace was Tiamin's heaven, then the hall in the clouds was the Iron Seed's hell. The howls and curses of the believers were the most pleasant music to the storm god's ears. In the center of the hall in the clouds, there was a long, winding tornado in the shape of a funnel. At the top of the tornado, there was a platform made of black clouds. On top of the platform stood the throne of the storm god. A beautiful woman with long legs and a cold expression sat on the throne. Below her stood a demon god with a bull's head, a snake's body, and a scorpion's tail. It was Shadow Demon Lalo. "We need your help," Lalo said sincerely. The storm god stroked the crow on his shoulder and sneered, "I am a true god. Whether I am willing or not, I have the responsibility to protect the world. I'll help you kill Danny Rise, and I'll fill up the cesspool of the savior myself. Get rid of Danny Reese. I'll save the world." Lalo's expression was resolute. "I have experience. In the past era, I was the one who won it from Frost God. Cooperate with us to get rid of Danny Rise, and the Righteous Alliance swears that we will not compete with you for Wind of Song and Wind of One World. It's a win-win situation." The storm god stopped playing with the bird, and a hint of interest appeared on her face. After pondering for a while, he sighed, "If I didn't have the status of a true god, I would have definitely joined the Alliance of Justice." Lalo immediately said, "We need your true god status. Only a wind true god can restrict her spatial teleportation. She seems to have given old Devil's time and space talent to the black dragon." The storm god was puzzled. Lalo looked around, and his eyes fell on the big crow on the storm god's shoulder. He frowned and said, "You didn't release your crow. The narrow sea is not remote. Why don't you know about the battle that happened above Pentos? It's not remote. But during the long night, I don't want to ask about the outside world." In the end, he emphasized again, "It's best that you never disturb me. Just a few days ago, Danny Rise and Frost God fought at the top of the sky. Both sides showed shocking power, and Danny Rise's spatial magic was especially amazing." Lalo recounted the battle that happened at Pentos that day in detail. He said with emotion, "We were going to be the Oriole, and dozens of powerful demon gods had quietly surrounded Pentos. But we didn't expect that she didn't even land on the ground. She simply opened the space door and returned to Dragonstone Island without saying a word." The storm god said with a complicated tone, "With her talent of fire creation and Old Devil's Wind of One World, it's not surprising that she could develop the spatial polarity of wind so quickly. If you were at Pentos at that time, you should be able to interfere with her spatial magic," Lalo said. "Interfere?" The storm god sneered. "I can interfere with her a little, and she can interfere with me a little. I fought with her in River Bend. Even if she is not a true god, she can still suppress me when she sings the Song of Wind. To be frank, I don't dare to face her at all, and I will try to avoid her in the future. Wherever she is, I will stay away." Lalo said excitedly, "When she sings the Song of Fire, the whole world will belong to her. Where can you hide? Even if you only stay away from her for a little, you will have to leave this world and wander in the dangerous outer space. Are you willing? Instead of waiting for death, why don't you take the initiative and join forces with us? Kill her, and you will have the hope of mastering the Song of Wind. Once you master the Song of Wind, you will be complete as the storm god." The storm god was tempted, but in the end, he shook his head regretfully. "In the early years, before I did anything, Old Devil once regarded me as his successor. Well, he predicted that he would die in this era and was ready to pass the Song of Wind to me. In the Wind of One World, he taught me for 30,000 years." He raised 3 fingers and sighed. 30,000 years have proved one thing. I may be talented in the Law of Wind, but I am not suitable for the Song of Wind. You were once a true god, so you should know this. Some demon gods comprehend the chorus because they are afraid of responsibility, but more people don't have enough talent and can only use the chorus as their goal. Only 30,000 years. Lalo didn't think so, but he was also a little embarrassed. 30,000 years was not enough for him to review his lessons again. Law cultivation is a serious, sacred, and persevering career. We have to study every law with the most devout heart, the most focused spirit, and the most determined will. When we are immersed in the comprehension of the laws, time is meaningless. What is 30,000 years? Not to mention 30,000 years, 300,000 years, 300 million years. From the birth of the world to the moment before the world is destroyed, as long as we are still alive and can think, we have to study diligently. In this world, anyone can betray you, but only the study of the laws will never betray you. As long as you are willing to learn, there will always be a reward. As long as you are willing to persevere, there is nothing you can't learn. Lalo sincerely expressed his understanding of cultivation. The storm god was a little touched, but also a little hesitant. He asked, "What realm is your Song of Shadows at?" Shadow Demon R. Hlo was stunned. Why is this yin-yang person so stupid? The Song of Law is a god's top secret. How can he just tell others? Although he thought so, he couldn't change his expression. At this moment, he was asking for help. After hesitating for a moment, Shadow Demon L. Loro said in an arrogant tone, "My Song of Shadows has already reached 89,988,789% completion rate." This. The storm god was shocked. He was shocked just like that. Seeing the storm god's expression, Lalo was a little proud. In the last million years, I have a new idea. Fire has a shadow, so does darkness have a shadow. When the Song of Shadows is completed, maybe I can combine shadow and darkness to sing a Song of Shadows. As I said before, everything in the world has an end, but there is no end to learning. As long as I am alive, I will never stop comprehending the laws one by one. The storm god carefully asked, "How is your Song of Shadows so accurate?" How many decimal places are there?" 9, Lalo immediately said. "Yes, 9. How can you calculate the progress of the Song of Law so accurately?" The storm god was puzzled. He himself had also sung the complete Song of Storm. Back then, he had also measured the progress of the Song of Storm, but 3 decimal places was already the limit. 9. It was unimaginable. It took me hundreds of millions of years to figure it out. Lalo said proudly. Hundreds of millions of years. Figure it out. The storm god was surprised and confused. When you are comprehending the laws, have you ever encountered a bottleneck that you can't break through for a long time? Lalo asked. Of course, everyone will encounter a bottleneck. Lalo smiled. It was a very old and proud smile. You are wrong. As long as you are willing to work hard, there is no bottleneck in cultivation, he said seriously. Impossible. The storm god shook his head. I dare say that even Danny and Rise will encounter bottlenecks. Alas, you think you have a bottleneck because your understanding of the realm is not deep enough, Lalo said. I am a true god. I have been learning from the old devil for tens of thousands of years. The storm god said unhappily. Tens of thousands of years. That is nothing. Lalo squinted and said contemptuously, can your tens of thousands of years of cultivation experience be as rich as my hundreds of millions of years? The storm god was depressed and said coldly, I would like to hear your opinion. Lalo cleared his throat and said loudly, for today's mages and wizards, there are only 3 realms in cultivation, extraordinary, demigod, and true god. Using this as a standard, Night Lion and the others have been stuck in the demigod realm for hundreds of millions of years. Have they encountered a bottleneck? Obviously not. Their Song of Laws has been improving, one after another. If we divide the cultivation realms, 1 law, 2 laws, Danny and Rise haven't added a single law for several years. Have they encountered a bottleneck? No, her speed of improvement is amazing. Everyone has seen it. So, we can divide the cultivation realms again. So, with the Song of Laws, 100% progress, 1%, 2%, 3%. The storm god understood what Lalo meant. If we divide the cultivation realms countless times, then the cultivators are improving every day with almost no bottlenecks? The storm god's face was a little distorted. There is no need to do it countless times. Lalo waved his hand. Just like me, the progress of the Song of Laws is accurate to the 9th decimal point. Even if I am in a daze every day, the Song of Shadows will increase by 0.000000001% every month. If I work hard, the speed of improvement will be faster. After working hard and seeing the realm improve quickly, I will be more motivated and work harder. This is a virtuous cycle. My Song of Shadows has improved rapidly and is finally close to perfection. Lalo said excitedly. The storm god's face twisted and he asked, "How long have you been practicing the Song of Shadows?" "Since I was born, I have been listening to the Song of Fire in the world. At the same time, I have also heard the Song of Shadows." Lalo patted his chest and said proudly, "I am the first fire in the world. When the fire was born, the shadow appeared. Therefore, I have two bodies. One is the fire, the other is the shadow. I am the shadow itself." The storm god covered his face and sighed. The night lions have stuck the Song of Laws at 99% to avoid the responsibility of the true gods. You are brave and eager to learn the Song of Laws. You have been improving every day, but you have not been able to complete the Song of Shadows for hundreds of millions of years. But the Song of Shadows is your innate talent. He did not know whether to admire or despise Lalo. "I spent all my energy on the Song of Fire," Lalo said awkwardly. "But your Song of Fire is not very powerful. It has been snatched away one after another. I can't learn your method." The storm god shook his head. "Can't you have some ambition?" Lalo felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. The young people nowadays were too impetuous. They had such good talent and learning environment, but they did not want to be like the old seniors who persisted for hundreds of millions of years. What a pity. If I had your conditions, the storm god raised his hand and interrupted him. He stood up in surprise. Someone is sacrificing to me and even opened the door to the god's kingdom. Chapter 10:17. Someone is offering me a blood sacrifice, the god of storm said in surprise. Someone offers me a blood sacrifice every day, Lalo said disapprovingly. I don't have many followers. The last person who was qualified to hold a large-scale sacrifice was Yuluan. The god of storm closed his eyes and sensed the blood mist coming from the void and covering his body. His small nose slightly moved, and the blood mist turned into a bloodline and was sucked into his body. "Ah," the storm god groaned as his face turned red. "The amount is enough, but the taste is not pure," he said with disgust. Seeing that the god of storm changed the topic, Lalo frowned and then relaxed. He forced a smile and said, "Do you think my previous proposal is feasible? I have the Song of Wind and Wind in my hand, and I will share some of Danny Rise's blood with you. You are an expert in how to seize the blood power of gods. Then I will personally teach you a set of divine spells that can accurately measure the progress of the law. As long as you can see the progress, no matter how small the progress is, you won't be annoyed or upset. Persevere, and one day, you will become the true wind god. Let me test." The god of storm was about to say something perfunctory, but suddenly his face changed greatly. He turned his head and saw a stream of light coming from the void and landing in front of him, revealing 8 confused ghosts. "Yuluan, why are you here?" He did not know the other 7 people whose faces were full of resentment, but King Yurun was his most favorite priest. He was as clear as the sun in the dark night. Yolan of Silla gradually woke up and looked around. He couldn't believe it and said, "Your Majesty, the god of storm. It's you. I have been in touch with your breath since I was 5 years old, and I have always remembered it. Is this, the hall in the clouds?" Your Majesty, you finally came to save me. At this moment, Yolan of Silla was no longer as arrogant as before. He knelt on the ground like a pile of mud and wailed, "It's too scary. The 7 hells are too scary. Every day, I had to climb a mountain of swords, jump into a pot of boiling oil, pull out my tongue. All the methods that I used to torture the innocent were used on me in turn. In the end, there were 18 strong demons with horns on their heads. They used the same method I used on Circe, but 100 times stronger. Woo, Your Majesty, you don't know how I've been living these days. It's been hard, too hard. I didn't go to the 7 hells to save you. How did you get out?" The storm god was confused. After the Andromeda City Council, Yolan of Silla was used as an example and was devoured by hell in front of countless people. Everyone in the world knew about this, and the storm god was no exception. Lalo's expression changed, and he said in shock, "Not good, he is the bait, Danny Lisi is going to attack your kingdom." Before the storm god could react, a transparent square wall that looked like a mosaic appeared above the throne. The spatial wall expanded and collapsed. It was uneven and quickly changed. Pop! A white root pierced through a protruding spatial wall, creating a hole. Then, the bricks on the wall changed shape and formed, a door in the shape of a ferocious megalosaurus head. "This is the hall in the clouds." A figure stepped out of the dragon's mouth. Who else could it be but the Dragon Queen? Her current appearance was somewhat unconventional. She wore a weirwood mask on her head and held a weirwood tree in her hand. She wore a short vest that exposed her arms and lower abdomen, and a fluffy sheepskin skirt. Her straight calves and slender feet were not covered, and her exposed skin was painted in various colors of black, red, blue, and white. She was like a modern person cosplaying a priestess from the ancient times. There was nothing wrong with the costume, but the smell was wrong. You. The storm god was dumbfounded. "Why are you a female, shit, Lalo?" Danny was also stunned when she saw the person on the scene. The storm god, who was always a rough and violent man, had become a cold and mature woman, which already shocked her. However, the shadow demon Lalo beside her made her even more confused. This time, she came to the hall in the clouds to force the storm god to be her follower as the boss. If she had already joined the alliance, then, Lalo shouted, "Quick, trap her, this is a rare opportunity. I will summon the alliance immediately and kill Danny Lisi in your kingdom." Dragon Queen and the storm god were still hesitating. The storm god recovered from the shock. Although he was anxious, he did not attack the Dragon Queen. Instead, he said, "Danny Lisi, I don't want to get involved in the mess between you and the Alliance of Justice." "Then why did she come to your house? It can't be that a friend is visiting to exchange cultivation experience, right?" Danny's eyes were cold. "Actually, I am really teaching the storm god my cultivation experience." Lalo suppressed the anger on his face and tried to squeeze out a kind and amiable smile. The storm god looked at him in shock. Lalo's reaction was completely different from what he expected. At this moment, the shadow demon should have said something like, "Don't be stupid, you have already exposed yourself. Do something." That would cause a misunderstanding, and then turn the misunderstanding into reality and successfully force the storm god to do what he wanted. "You are a loser who has lost the status of a true god, and you are teaching a true god cultivation experience." Danny's divine power surged, and her face became more alert. "Are you insulting me?" Lalo could no longer maintain his fake smile. He cursed with a twisted face, "Little bitch, why don't you think about who you rely on to achieve what you have today? Without my teachings, Balerion would have been a sheep's egg herding sheep on the hillside. Without the grand wizard meditation technique, you would have been a fool at the mercy of the gods. Without my profound blood witchcraft, how could the Megalosaurus be resurrected? Without the Megalosaurus, your ancestors would have been the lowest shepherds, and they would never have been noble and royal." Danny really couldn't refute this. Lalo's talent for cultivation was poor, and his level was slow. This was an undeniable fact. But studying hard really didn't waste anyone's sweat and sweat. When he tried to improve his understanding of the law, his extraordinary knowledge was also quietly accumulating. Today, after hundreds of millions of years, no one could surpass him in terms of extraordinary theory and extraordinary knowledge. Dani only received a small part of the Grand Wizard's inheritance, and she had achieved what she had today. But the sheep's egg, who founded the Valeglia branch, was Lalo's student. For that student, our healer had even hidden countless hands. Not to mention the sheep's egg, just talking about the church's priest system, Lalo wasn't the strongest god, but the red god priest's ability dominated the world. In terms of knowledge, perhaps even the door god wasn't as good as Lalo, but his knowledge couldn't be turned into power 100%. For the gods, knowledge is power. Your power isn't as good as mine, which means you're on the wrong path, specializing in messy and useless things, Dani said sarcastically. There was no problem with this. Most of Lalo's knowledge was very strange. For example, his method of measuring the progress of the law was accurate to 9 decimal places. For someone like Dani, what was the meaning? There's no useless knowledge in the world. As long as it's knowledge, there will be a day when it's useful. The Shadow Devil was impassioned and full of confidence. Forget it, I'm not in the mood to exchange cultivation experiences with you. Dani waved her hand and looked at the storm god. It's very simple to prove that you have nothing to do with the alliance of justice and order. Just kill Lalo. I don't need to prove anything to you. Leave my god's kingdom immediately. The storm god held his head high and roared angrily. If you can't prove that you're innocent, it means that you're guilty. Let me leave, is it possible? Dani sneered. Don't misunderstand, the storm god really didn't join the alliance of justice and order. Lalo spoke again. The reason why he didn't kill me was that before entering the Cloud Hall, I ate his salt and bread. We established a guest relationship. He can't hurt me, and he won't allow you to hurt me. The guest's rights are also valid for the gods. The storm god didn't appreciate it. He glared at him fiercely and said coldly, "You want to force me to be enemies with Dani Rise? You think that Dani Rise forced her way into your god's kingdom with good intentions?" Lalo smiled bitterly. You don't have to sow discord. You're enemies, and I've become an innocent bystander. I'll send Lalo out. You go outside and kill him. Don't disturb me in the future. How about that? The storm god looked at Dani and said. Do you have a conscience? I've been speaking up for you. Lalo said angrily. Dani looked at Lalo and then at the storm god. She was a little confused about the relationship between the two. I'm definitely not here today for sightseeing in the Cloud Hall. As the leader of the Westeros, I have the right to ask you to pledge your loyalty to me. Dani went straight to the point. Storm, you only have 2 choices. You can either join me or become my enemy. There's no third choice. She couldn't be blamed for being overbearing. It was just that the situation was critical. She was alone and needed help. Most of Ursos had fallen, but she didn't dare to help as she was afraid that the alliance of justice and order would attack her. If she had 2 followers of a true god, the crisis would be resolved immediately. As a true god, shouldn't she try her best at this time? Fuck. The storm god's face darkened. Even the old fish Liangmu isn't as overbearing as you. Trust me. If your loyalty is related to the safety of the world, he will be more overbearing than me, Dani said sincerely. You're forcing me to be your enemy. The storm god's eyes flashed with crazy hatred. I'm forcing you. A green tornado formed around Dani. A ball of fire rose in her purple eyes. Surrender or die. The storm god's face turned pale. The Cloud Hall began to tremble slightly. The storm god is a true god. It's not good for you to be so aggressive. Lalo couldn't help but say something fair. Stay on the side. I'll kill you later, Danny said lightly. Lalo took a few steps back and said to the storm god, I told you to learn from my cultivation experience, but you didn't listen. Now, the chance to learn is slim. Slim chance? What was Lalo implying? The storm god's face changed slightly. He hesitated and said, I want to learn now. Can I? Of course. Lalo smiled. Danny narrowed her eyes and glanced back and forth between their faces. How dare you talk dirty in front of me? Lalo is stalling for time. It's very likely that his original body and a group of evil gods are coming to encircle you. Bran's voice came from the strange fish Liangmu. Danny clenched her right hand, and green ribbons began to form an illusory big sword from her palm. Dragon Queen turned her wrist, and the green wind sword pointed at the storm god. Do you want to abandon evil and become good, or do you want to be stubborn? The storm god looked at Shadow Demon Lalo for the last time. Lalo didn't pretend anymore. He looked at Danny coldly and said confidently, if you can hold on for half an hour, she will die today. If you move the Cloud Hall to Volantis, maybe we will meet in 10 minutes. You forced me to do this. The storm god made up his mind, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. You asked for it. Danny's body flashed, and she was about to teleport behind the storm god. However, the next moment, her upper body was left in place, and her lower body was replaced by various colored mosaics. Behind the storm god, there was also a small area of translucent mosaics. Ha ha ha, this is the Cloud Hall. It's the perfect counter to your space divine spells. The storm god laughed excitedly. Seeing this, Lawler was relieved. He looked at Danny greedily and rubbed his fists, eager to try. Chapter 10:18. Dragon Queen's space magic failed. She was like a person who was cut in half at the waist. If it weren't for the great development of her time and space talent in the past year, the space wall would have almost twisted her lower body into a mosaic-like minced meat. Seeing that Dragon Queen was injured and bleeding, the storm god's eyes were full of joy. He laughed proudly and said, the hall in the cloud is my god's kingdom, and the rules here are set by me. Your space magic is completely based on the polarity of wind, but I am also the wind god. Even if you sing the song of the Lord of Wind, I am also supported by the position of a true god. A little difference can lead to a great error. If I slightly change the rules of space, your magic will be ineffective and even backfire on you. Today, you are dead, ha ha ha. Danny glanced at him disdainfully and said nothing. She just shook the weirwood cane in her hand a few times. The white roots were like living white snakes. One after another, the white snakes deeply penetrated into the mosaic-like space turbulence. Her will entered the weirwood cane, and then she controlled the wind power in the hall in the cloud through the roots. The next moment, the storm god stopped laughing. He looked at the chaotic space wall around her in surprise and then gradually calmed down. The video paused again and then became smooth again. Dragon Queen's straight and strong legs had more bloodlines like spider webs, but they quickly healed in the holy light. What's wrong with your weirwood? Why can it forcibly stabilize the space fluctuation in the hall in the cloud? The storm god was surprised. You are already an uncle, but you don't even know the dragon head cane of the boss. You have lived in vain. Danny smiled contemptuously and dispersed the sword of the Wind King, condensed by the wind ravens, in her right hand. She held the weirwood trunk with both hands and said, I just wanted to control you and didn't intend to kill you. Now it seems that I overestimated myself. A true god is really extraordinary. As soon as I entered your god's kingdom, I opened the field of wind. The field of the main song suppressed the chorus so much, but it still couldn't take away your control of the wind power in the hall in the cloud. I was careless. It's useless even if you are careless. The storm god sneered. I can't defeat you with the power of the wind god, but it's easy to interfere with you. Danny nodded. You're right. I can't control the outcome of today's battle. However, this is really not good news for you. Once the killer move is used, even if you don't die, you will be crippled. You're too arrogant. Lalo the shadow demon sneered. This is the hall in the clouds. I've lived for hundreds of millions of years, but this is the first time I've heard of killing a true god in the divine nation, let alone seeing it. I can't be bothered to talk to the dead. Danny didn't even look at him. She just stared into the eyes of the god of storm and asked, Your hall in the clouds is quickly leaving the airspace of the Westeros. I don't have much time left. Let me ask you one more time. Would you rather die than be a good god that is beneficial to the world and mankind? Trying to scare me? I won't fall for it. The storm god's face twisted. Let me tell you, today is the day you die. This will be your grave. You will be torn apart by the gods. Your skull will be left under the throne of the hall in the clouds and trampled on by me every day. I'm not your opponent, but I'm not alone now. I have countless companions in the alliance of justice and order behind me. The storm god looked up to the sky and roared. In the center of the hall in the clouds, the black tornado holding the throne suddenly expanded to infinitely large and infinitely long. Dragon Queen was immediately sucked into it. Ha ha ha, after falling into my cage of wind, even if the old fish Liang Mu comes back to life, he won't be able to break through in a month. Cage of wind? Lalo the shadow demon was surprised and overjoyed. Looking at the huge black tornado, he said with a complicated expression, So the goddess of wind's body is right under my feet, placed in the most conspicuous position in the hall in the clouds. Huh? The storm god's eyes became sharp and cold. Even if I'm in your alliance now, it doesn't mean you can be so presumptuous in front of me. Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned her name in front of you. Lalo's sincerity was mixed with some fear. Where are the gods? It's been almost 10 minutes. The storm god put his hands behind his back and looked calm, as if he was 100% sure that the situation was over. We have to wait a little longer. The gods have just set off, Lalo said awkwardly. What? The storm god was shocked and angry. Are you bluffing me too? Listen to me. Feeling the wind blades tearing his skin and flesh, Lalo hurriedly said, Your attitude was unclear before. If the gods come and you make love with Danny and rise, won't we be like lambs in a tiger's mouth? When Dragon Queen broke into the hall in the clouds, Lalo immediately notified the Alliance of Justice and Order in the Smoke Sea. But the storm god didn't join the Alliance of Justice and Order at all. This time, Lalo came to the hall in the clouds to persuade him. Before the two sides could reach an agreement, the Dragon Queen broke through the door. Even though Lalo had been trying to provoke the relationship between Dragon Queen and the Storm God, he wasn't sure that they would completely fall out. After all, Dragon Queen and the Storm God did belong to the same divine system. Just as Lalo was worried, if the Storm God suddenly shrank when the gods just entered the hall in the clouds, wouldn't they die in vain? Therefore, when the Dragon Queen and the God of Storms had completely fallen out and the God of Storms used his trump card, the Cage of Wind, all the gods agreed to leave the Smoke Sea and fight. Seeing the Storm God's face contorted and the black clouds gradually materializing above and behind her, our hero took a few steps back and shouted, Calm down. You've already fallen out with Daenerys, and the gods are also on their way. Let's not fight among ourselves. You are just a part of Lalo's will. The gods won't object if I use you to vent my anger. The Storm God reached out his right hand and made a grasping gesture at Lalo. The black clouds behind him suddenly rushed to the monster with the head of a cow and the body of a snake. Every cloud particle was a wind blade as strong as iron. Chi, 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 it was like throwing Lalo into a meat grinder. Ow, ow, ow. His flesh and scales were almost cut into mist. Lalo was suffering the pain of being cut into pieces. He howled and struggled, but he couldn't break free. "No, you can't do this to me. You dare to violate the guest's rights. Even if you are a true god, you will be cursed, Pop." Before the howling stopped, Lalo exploded into a cloud of purple and black blood mist. Only his white skeleton was left standing in the same place. Under the impact of the wind blades, there was a dense sound of ding, 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 ding. The storm god's anger was slightly reduced. He gently stamped his foot, and Lalo's skeleton quickly sank into the black cloud platform. In the end, only the skull was left on the surface. He stepped lightly on the skull with his 2 small feet and stamped a few more times. Then a relaxed smile appeared on his face again. "What kind of tornado is this? Why can't I take control of it at all?" The throne of the storm god was a huge tornado holding up a black cloud. It was very eye-catching. Anyone who entered the cloud hall could see it at a glance. Danny was no exception. However, there were still many clouds floating in the cloud hall, and each cloud was a storm. Therefore, at first, she thought that the black tornado with a long and thin tail was just an ordinary tornado, no different from the other storms around it. When the storm god controlled the black tornado to swallow her with a huge funnel-shaped vent, Danny only sneered in her heart. She thought that the storm god was showing off in front of Guangdong. The result was completely out of her expectations. The black tornado was like the inside of a washing machine made of steel. It was inseparable and not under her control. Why do I feel that this tornado is like a living person? It has divinity and vitality. Is it a god? I fell into its stomach. Danny's wind domain was compressed to the extreme, forming a circle of green wind around her. It rotated in the opposite direction to offset the tearing force of the black tornado. If she didn't have the Song of Wind, the powerful wind blades would cut her body into pieces. No matter how strong her defense was, it would be useless. Now, even if it was not torn apart, the inside of the tornado formed a sealed space that was completely under the control of the storm god. In this space, except for the wind element, no other power was allowed to exist. However, the wind element was completely out of Danny's control. It was difficult for her to even move it, let alone open a space door. It was not the first time that Danny had encountered such a situation. When she was in the Orlos Wizard Tower, the sheep egg fell on the priest's body and used the fire magic shield to create a similar, forbidden fire zone. Last time, she was able to break through the fire magic shield by relying on Blackie's attack, which used the huge amount of fire magic power in the Megalosaurus. This time, Danny could only use the god of wind to break through the forbidden wind zone. Last time, the sheep egg's song of fire was much stronger than hers. She could only win by quantity. This time, her progress in the Song of Wind was more than 60%, and she was also holding a weirwood staff. Her opponent's Song of Wind was completely copied from the door god. In theory, she had a greater advantage in terms of skill. However, the storm god's Cage of Wind was a bit special. It was not an elemental forbidden zone, created by witchcraft. It was more like a living being. An ordinary, forbidden wind zone would not be able to trap her at all. But now, she was indeed trapped. Could it be the previous goddess of wind? Bran was not sure. "I can't see the storm god's origin through the timeline," Danny said. "No one can see the past of a true god through the river of time. I can only guess based on the information I have and my own experience. This tornado, which is full of vitality and divinity, is the body of a true god. Perhaps it is the previous storm god, the goddess of wind," Bran said. "Inami's wife, the mother-in-law of the god Durin? What happened in the past? What is the origin of the current storm god?" Danny asked. "I don't know." The three-eyed crow will not look into the secrets of the old gods. It is just like how the followers of the 7 gods will blaspheme the Holy Mother if they look into her origin. You should pass this trial first before you think about the old god's past. The gods will arrive soon, and you do not have much time left, Bran reminded her. Murderous intent appeared in Dany's eyes. She held the weirwood cane with both hands as if she was holding a sword hilt. Whoosh! At the top of the tree, on a few branches, the red palm leaves danced. Wind ravens flew out of Dany's left eye one after another, turning into green ribbons of wind that circled around the tree trunk and went up. Huff huff huff. Gradually, a disharmonious wind sound came from the inside of the black tornado. The wind sound came from the weirwood cane. No, it was no longer a cane. The tree root was the sword head, the tree trunk was the sword hilt, and the leaves at the top were the sword guard. 1,000 wind spirits formed a 30-meter-long green sword that was as thick as a Ferris wheel. It was like a giant marshmallow. The wind domain was activated, and the wind space's polarity turned every gust of wind on the sword into a space blade. With the sword god's godhood, every gust of wind was a space blade, and every sword had a spirituality that could cut through all things. The wind ring in her mind revolved quickly along with the second soul, and all of the wind divine power was released. Sizzle, the green marshmallow sword staff was dyed black, and the sword god's space blade cut through the space. Soon, the space around the staff was shattered, and it turned into a pitch-black mosaic. Whistling gales were poured into the pitch-black hole, and the wall of the cloud hall was broken. This is impossible. My god's kingdom is broken. The storm god's cry of disbelief could be faintly heard. Eat my big marshmallow. Dany was still embarrassed, and she only said it in her heart. She did not shout it out loud. Chapter 10:19. Eat one of my marshmallows. Dragon Queen shouted in her heart. She held the 30-meter-long Wind King's sword staff that was as thick as a Ferris wheel and poured out the divine power of wind from her body. As she swung her sword down, it was as if she was floating in a clear pool. She held a huge spray gun and shot a jet of ink in front of her. The clear pool water was dyed black. It was a ghastly sight. Then, the ink slowly spread in all directions. The black water mark quickly expanded. Crack. 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 The grayish-black tornado that was spinning at high speed paused and stopped. A large part of it was corroded by the ink and a hole appeared. As the ink spread, the tornado's wind wall began to split apart from the hole. The hall and the clouds outside the hole also began to split apart. The ink was naturally not ink. Even Dragon Queen's marshmallows were not black. The black was because the space was cut open. Strictly speaking, her cotton candy sword was supposed to be formless, colorless, and transparent. However, the wind elf had gathered too much wind and was too thick. The colorless wind had been dyed green, and the formless wind had also started to become heavy. When the wind turned into a wind blade, the wind blade was enhanced with the polarity of space and the sword god's sword will. The space around the marshmallows was cut open. The blade was not black. After the space was cut open, it would appear as black in the field of vision. Every wisp of wind was equivalent to an atom of wind. It was a divine sword, a wind blade that activated the polarity of space and was endowed with the sword god's sword will. The atomic divine sword cut open the space easily. To the naked eye, it was just a black mosaic spot. How many wisps of wind were there in the marshmallows? More than 1,000 wind ravens. With a swing of the sword, a huge hole appeared in the cage of wind that was suspected to be the body of the wind goddess. The hall and the clouds outside the tornado was completely penetrated. Looking from outside the divine kingdom, it looked like a black light suddenly shot out from the inside of a fast-moving dark cloud. When the cotton candy dispersed, countless atoms of wind spread throughout the entire cage of wind, spreading throughout the entire cloud hall. Great destruction erupted. No! A horrified and twisted expression froze on the storm god's face. His divine body was like a porcelain doll that had been heated to a high temperature and splashed with ice water. Black cracks crawled up his cheeks, neck, torso. This is impossible. Her divine body was shattered by the spatial storm, and her divine soul was still screaming in despair. What's impossible? Dani held the 2-meter-long weirwood sword hilt and walked freely in the dark, ocean-like space storm, as if she was taking a stroll in the garden. Until now, you still haven't recognized the origin of the dragon-headed staff in my hand? She came in front of him and handed the weirwood tree trunk forward. It is. The god of storm looked like a cracked lime doll, with lime powder sliding down the cracks. Inside the dark cracks, there was green blood wriggling out. Through the blood, one could see the golden skeleton of a god. You were able to find every flaw in the hall in the clouds just because of this weirwood? A butcher could kill a cow, and so could an ordinary butcher. Dismembering the same cow into meat, tendons, and offal would take only 1/10 of the strength of an ordinary butcher, or even less. The hall in the clouds was the god of storm's divine kingdom. To defeat a true god in his divine kingdom, one must first destroy the divine kingdom. As long as the divine kingdom was not destroyed, the gods would not be defeated. Since the birth of the world, there had never been a case of a true god being killed in his own divine kingdom. Why was the black goat both strong and weak? The black goat was strong because he had dominated the faith of Kohler for countless years. The black goat temple was connected to his divine kingdom, and the divine kingdom had a shocking amount of faith power. Therefore, in Kohler, Lalo did not want to be his enemy. The faith of Kohler was not worth starting a war of gods. But if he left Kohler and went to Reese, the black goat would lose the support of infinite divine power. He would just be a powerful god of death who had not mastered the law. A demigod was already so powerful with a divine kingdom behind him, let alone a true god. However, once Dani held the weirwood staff, she immediately became the butcher of the old Westeros gods. Well, only the old gods of the Westeros. Her spiritual power entered the weirwood, and then she used the weirwood to touch the divine kingdom of the old gods. With the help of the super brain of the wise old woman, she could instantly analyze the structure of the divine kingdom and ensure that every attack was 1000% effective. Just like a butcher dismembering a cow, she could easily cut through the joints with ease. Dani herself was a peerless sharp knife, and she understood the joints of the hall in the clouds. How could she not do it with ease? Seeing that the god of storm was still at a loss, Dani did not want him to die in peace, so she said directly, "It is the second life of the door god. Although it is badly damaged, it is still your main god. My divine power of wind is transformed into offensive divinity through the weirwood. It is like I am a main god attacking a subordinate god. In terms of power level, I am naturally half a level higher than you. Of course, you are a true god and half a level higher than me, so we are even. However, your hall in the clouds is a shack version of the wind of a world. You will be unlucky if you meet either me or the weirwood, not to mention me with the weirwood." Ah, so that's how it is. The storm god's eyes flashed with understanding. Last time when you found the hall in the clouds through the altar of the old gods on the Thousand-Face Island, I should have been vigilant. I was careless. Dani shook her head and sighed. Don't be careless. Even if you keep flashing, it will still be useless. In order to deal with you, I even slowed down my understanding of the Song of Fire in the past year and focused all my energy on the polarity of wind. As long as there are people who believe in you, as long as I have the weirwood staff, I will be able to find your hall in the clouds. Why do you have to sneak up on me? I am a true god who is indifferent to fame and wealth. I am one of the 3 remaining true gods in the world. If you kill me, the world will lose one of its pillars. Even if I don't do anything, as long as I am alive, it will be good for the world. The god of storm's soul shouted unwillingly. Dani sighed helplessly. I am only here to recruit you. The world is hard. Most of Ursos has fallen. Dealing with the god of frost has already exhausted me. But the alliance of gods is watching from the sidelines. I don't dare to do anything. If you and Drowning God are willing to help me, the three of us will be able to defeat Frost God and deal with the Righteous Alliance's sneak attacks. After the long night, you will also be rewarded by the world. Isn't that perfect? Yet, you're so stubborn that you'd rather join the Righteous Alliance than be a good person. Ha, I am a noble true God. Why should I surrender to a lowly human like you? The God of Storm murmured. Seeing that his breath was getting weaker and weaker, Dani could not be bothered to be angry. She frowned and said doubtfully, I deliberately avoided your body with the tip of my sword, and used 99% of my strength on the cage in the wind and the hall in the clouds. You should be slightly injured now. At most, you will be seriously injured. How can you die? Don't talk about it. While he is still alive, let's try to save him. Maybe he can be saved. In the weirwood, Bran said helplessly, he is right. Even if a true god doesn't do anything, the more he does to the world, the better. Caw. Caw. Before he could finish his sentence, the big raven on the shoulder of the God of Storm suddenly opened his eyes. His bloody pupils were filled with extreme madness and hatred. Dani's heart trembled when she looked into his eyes. But before she could do anything, the big crow let out a mournful cry, and its powerful soul power directly shattered the storm god's already broken body. No! The God of Storm cried weakly. His body turned into powder. Before the powder fell to the ground, it turned into a gust of blood-red wind. The body dissipated, revealing the golden soul of the God of Storm, which was full of black cracks. God of Storm, die! The big raven's cry not only shattered the body of the God of Storm, but also awakened countless Tiamin's souls. They were all followers of the God of Storm. They had been locked in the cloud prison and cut by the wind blades. Now, the cloud hall collapsed, and the cloud prison was broken. The Iron Seed was freed. However, these followers of the God of Storm had been tortured for countless years. Except for crying in pain, they had almost lost their human nature and sanity. They were floating in the air in a daze. They didn't wake up until the big raven's cry. Then, with red eyes, they turned into evil ghosts and pounced on the golden soul of the God of Storm. God of Storm, give me back my life. The anger of the Iron Seed was almost tangible. Dani frowned and immediately released her holy light, burning all the vengeful spirits that came close to her into ashes and pure spiritual matter. Tut! At the moment when she was distracted, the big raven's sharp beak reached out and pecked the forehead of the golden soul. The light in the eyes of the God of Storm disappeared completely. The whole process seemed long, but it actually happened in a flash. Kacha, kacha boom. The world shook, the wind blew, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and rain poured down like a god crying. The sea of law was boiling like porridge. The world was like a broken tricycle with gas pedal on, accelerating down the slope. As the person chosen by the world, Dani immediately felt it. Her heart was filled with extreme irritability, anger, and other negative emotions. You want to die. She poked the big raven's head with her finger. Pop! The angry attack directly blew the demigod raven into a bloody mist. Don't! Bran was the first to arrive. He was embarrassed and annoyed. Your Majesty, you should ask for the reason. The soul is still here. There will be time to ask in the future. Dani's face was gloomy. She looked around. Snow, rain, fog, hailstones, and other phenomena were mixed together. Black clouds were rolling, the wind was blowing, and there was an endless sea of blood in the sky. In the mess, the hall in the clouds was split into countless pieces. Countless gusts of wind blew, mixed with the wailing of thousands of dead souls. Dani also saw Yolen of Scylla. He was actually lucky to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, her eyes focused. Countless big ravens were like mad dogs, cawing as they passed through the ruins of the god's kingdom, fighting for the scattered wisps of black wind. Those big ravens were all wind spirits. Danny was also very familiar with what they were fighting for, the black tornado suspected to be the goddess of wind's true form. "What are you eating?" She was in a bad mood, and her tone was impatient. "We are drinking the wind." The ravens did not care about her attitude. They just answered casually and started fighting again. For ordinary people, drinking the northwest wind meant no food. But for the wind ravens, drinking the northwest wind could really fill their stomachs. "Is it delicious?" Danny was finally interested. "Caw. Caw. Caw." A wind raven expanded like a balloon, and its blood-red eyes were dyed with a trace of green. Under Danny's surprised and the envious eyes of the other ravens, it suddenly exploded into a long green wind belt. This wind belt was very different. It was infinitely elongated and fluttered like a victory flag. In the blood-red sea of thunder, it flew up diagonally for a few kilometers. More importantly, Danny felt that a trace of divinity was being born in her body. There is such an effect. Danny was no longer annoyed by the spilled milk. She pulled herself together again, opened her mouth wide, and sucked hard at the messy sky. Huff. 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 The wall of wind built by the storm, the remnants of the black tornado, the tornado that was out of control, the souls of the believers of the god of storm, Yolan of Scylla, the corpse and soul of the god of storm, the big ravens that exploded into a bloody mist. All the tangible and intangible substances from the collapsed hall in the clouds were all sucked into her mouth and then sent to the believers to be preserved. Then, Danny saw the gods around her who were ready to make a move. The alliance of justice and order was here. In fact, they had arrived a long time ago. From afar, the gods saw a dark cloud in the sky rushing toward them at lightning speed. They knew that it was the hall in the clouds and that the dragon queen was trapped in it. They were very excited, and their divine power surged, preparing their divine spells. As soon as they entered the kingdom of the god of storm, they would immediately focus their fire on the dragon queen. Then, boom! A big hole suddenly appeared in the dark cloud, and a black sword pillar that could shatter the void stretched out from the cloud. The horrifying power made the gods' hair stand on end even though they were far away. They stopped in shock and bewilderment. Then there was a big explosion. The whole hall in the clouds was shattered, disintegrated, and annihilated in the space storm. The gods were more and more shocked. This shouldn't be. No matter how strong the dragon queen was, she couldn't have broken the kingdom of a true god so quickly. What killing move did she have? The gods avoided it in confusion. Chapter 10:20. After the long night fell, the gods and their god kingdoms gradually left the astral world and could travel freely in the material world. In the material world, the hall in the cloud of the storm god appeared as a cloud, mixed with thousands of clouds. Without his invitation, ordinary gods couldn't even find the hall in the cloud. Inami's flowing water palace was similar. Night Lion couldn't find the flowing water palace from the bottom of the sea with his own ability. But he had a friendship with Inami in his early years and got a magic conch. As long as he blew the conch in the sea, the flowing water palace on the other side of the sea would immediately sense it. Lalo could find and enter the hall in the cloud because of the storm god's token. At first, the hall in the cloud floated above the narrow sea near Dorne. When the storm god decided to join the alliance of justice and order, the hall in the cloud immediately moved east. The deities walked in the opposite direction. Both sides flew more than 1,000 kilometers and met near Volantis. The gods should have swarmed forward, but the hall in the cloud braked first, and then there was a big explosion. Before the evil gods could react, the celestial phenomenon of the fall of a true god was displayed in front of everyone. They were shocked, confused, and scared. What kind of power could make a true god fall in such a short time? The storm god was in his god kingdom. Didn't he say that the cage of wind could trap Dragon Queen for a month? Their hearts were filled with fear. They hesitated and even began to shrink back. Before Dani finished cleaning up the battlefield, she saw the huge black cloud of demon flames slowly retreating into the distance. The black cloud was a phenomenon caused by the gathering of demons. There were dozens of demons, and at least 10 of them were at the same level as Night Lion. Obviously, the information about the 3 giants was fake. The rest of the evil gods also understood the rules, and were only 1 or 2 levels lower than Night Lion. The key was that she didn't know anything about them, but the enemy knew everything. If I'm surrounded, I'll be dead. Dani's scalp was numb, and her heart was trembling. She almost couldn't hold it in and wanted to run away. But the next moment, Dani saw that the gods didn't surround her. Instead, they carefully retreated. After being stunned for a moment, she came to a realization. I'm afraid of them, but they're also afraid of me. She was afraid of them because she knew her own limits. The other party was ready to unleash a powerful divine spell with a high level of energy and a large yield, all of which were beyond her tolerance. They were afraid of her because she had just killed a true god. They suspected that she had an unknown trump card. With the wisdom of the old woman still in her body, Dani quickly figured it out and let out a sigh of relief. After cleaning up the battlefield calmly, she stepped forward with a cold face and roared, "Evildoers, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come and die." She wanted to imitate Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun and shout, "Dani Liz of Dragonstone Island is here, why don't you?" However, Dani Rise of Dragonstone Island was obviously not as domineering as Zhao Zilong of Changshan and Zhang Yida of Yen. Instead, she was a little silly. However, she had just killed a true god and destroyed the true god's divine kingdom, and her body was buffed with the max level of the halo of fear. In the eyes of the gods, it was not important what she was shouting. What was important was that she was charging at them. The evil king is here. Dani Rise is ferocious. You can't fight her. Retreat quickly. The powerful gods with many precepts were still hesitating, but the weaker evil gods were scared out of their wits. They screamed and turned to run back. With this run, the formation was messed up. Like falling dominoes, the surrounding gods turned into black smoke and disappeared from Dani's sight with a whoosh. Dani finally relaxed. She chuckled and headed north at an even faster speed, entering the continent of Ursos. Less than half a minute after she left, the evil gods ran back. When they saw that the Dragon Queen had disappeared, they were all excited. They shouted, "Dani Rise was bluffing, she must have used a forbidden art that harms her own life, Dani Rise can't hold on any longer, don't let the low-health Dani Rise escape," and so on. They chased her all the way to the west. The gods were not stupid. After running for a while, they realized that the Dragon Queen was not using any spatial magic to chase after them. They immediately realized that something was wrong. However, Dani did not use any forbidden art that harms her own divine body, nor did she have low health. She only used big cotton candy, and the divine power in her body was depleted. Her body was weak, and it was difficult for her to even open a spatial door. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many enemies, their killer moves were unknown, and there was a possibility of GG if they were surrounded, she might have really turned around and kite the enemies. Several fairies circled around her. Dani looked like she was wearing a wide-sleeved fairy dress made of clouds. Like the cultivators in the Xianxia world, she floated in the air like an immortal. The gods rushed to the Westeros in the west. She carried the weirwood trunk and recovered her mana as she walked along the Rhone River to Korhor. Bran used the weirwood to interfere with the River of Time to cover the Dragon Queen's tracks. In Korhor, Dani saw a city of the living dead. Millions of ghouls were scattered around the city. A large group of ghouls seemed to be ready to go south to Volantis. Or were they planning to cross the Dothraki Sea and invade Slaver's Bay? Without any delay, Dani opened up her fire domain. Divine power of fire flowed out and ignited tens of thousands of ghouls in the city. Then, she quickly moved out of the city. By the time the frost god descended with a roar and activated his ice domain to clash with her fire domain, Dany had already killed hundreds of thousands of ghouls. She did not stay in a stalemate with the frost god. She had recovered most of her divine power on the way. She immediately teleported to Norfoss in the west of Korhor and repeated the same trick. This time, it was less effective. An evil god of ice had already activated his domain. Her fire domain crushed the evil god's ice domain. Before she could start her massacre, the frost god descended with a roar. Hence, Dany ran to Roras in the Trembling Sea in the north. She also helped Braavos, which had lost 90% of its population and was on the verge of collapse, to clear out hundreds of thousands of ghouls in the city. By the time the survivors of Braavos crawled out of the underground palace and caves, kneeling on the ground and chanting, "Long live the Dragon Queen," Dany had already left the narrow sea. She walked around the area and comforted the volunteers there. Then, she went north to Winterfell. After returning to the Westeros, she went all out. She activated her fire domain and unleashed her divine power without restraint. From the entrance of Neck Lake to the edge of the Great Wall, from Deepwood Castle by the Sea of Sunset in the west to Widow's Watch in the Trembling Sea in the east, Dany went on a killing spree without blinking an eye. After a frenzied massacre, the depressing feeling brought about by the unexpected death of the Storm God immediately dissipated. If the Alliance of Justice and Order hadn't caused trouble, you would have been able to control most of the zombie hordes in the cities. Bran sighed regretfully. Since the other ghosts broke through the Great Wall, and today, most of the world has fallen. The humans and the ghouls are in different positions of attack and defense. But this also means that the long night has reached its climax. The Frost God can cultivate the other ghosts on a large scale. Tens of thousands of other ghosts will form tribes living in the icy world. If they can replace the humans as the main characters of the world, even if the remaining humans are still alive, they will become a lost race like the children of the forest, Dany said worriedly. After returning to Dragonstone Island, she began to check on the wind ravens in the Faith Space. They had already eaten the remains of the Black Tornado. All the wind ravens had obviously improved. Half of them had evolved into greater spirits with weak divinity. They were dozens of times stronger than ordinary wind spirits, but they were only one step away from becoming demigods. Holy Mother, if there are a few more black tornadoes, won't all my wind spirits be promoted to demigods? Can the cotton candy of 1,000 demigod wind ravens split the world with one sword? Dany was surprised and happy, but more than that, she was puzzled. Black Tornado, Inami's wife, the goddess of wind, the storm god, and the big crow that killed the storm god. Who were they? What did it matter? Why was the storm god still on the verge of death when the big cotton candy sword had already avoided him? Was it just bad luck that he was caught in the crossfire? Moreover, the storm god had a well-known ability to control crows. Yolan of Scylla had two typical characteristics in his external appearance. He had only one eye and a crow on his shoulder. He only had one eye, but it was not that he was blind in one eye. Instead, he had two heterochromatic pupils like the dwarf. However, the dwarf did not have extraordinary talent. His heterochromatic pupils were just ordinary eyes. Yolan of Scylla, however, had the potential to become a wizard. His dark left eye, which was covered by an eye patch, contained the evil power of the storm god. The big crow that often appeared on Yolan of Scylla's shoulder was controlled by the left eye under the eye patch. King Balan fell down the hanging ladder because he controlled the big crow to cast the blood witchcraft, P.S. In other words, the big crow was the evidence that Yolan of Scylla was the priest of the storm god, and not his own unique image. But since the crow was the servant and companion of the storm god, why didn't it attack the Dragon Queen? Instead, it attacked its master. With countless questions, Dany took out the big crow of the storm god. Well, it was an extremely powerful demigod crow. Its divine body was destroyed by her angry attack, but its divine soul was preserved. The crow is my second life. The demigod crow was in a bad state. Its soul was like a candle that was about to be extinguished. When Chizong used divine arts, even his attacks carried the spiritual bestowment attribute. How could Danny not set an example? At this moment, the divinity of the big crow was almost completely stripped away. You should be a follower of the storm god in your first life, right? Why did you kill your own master god? Danny asked. The storm god was an old god, so it was not strange that he had followers who could shapeshift. In fact, if Yolan of Silla went to the Great Wall and stayed there for a few years, he might also awaken the talent of shapeshifting. Yes, I was a follower of Wrath. But which follower of the storm god didn't want to kill that bastard? The big crow said with resentment. Thinking of the doctrine of the storm god and the scene when the Cloud Hall was destroyed, countless Taimin turned into evil spirits and wanted to eat the storm god's divine soul alive, Danny was speechless. When Yolan of Silla was suffering in hell, didn't he also scream under the attacks of the demons and curse the storm god and dragon queen loudly? It was completely normal for the followers of the storm god to hate the storm god. Wrath is the name of the storm god. Before he took the divine body and divinity of the wind goddess, he was called Wrath, the crow said. It was a short sentence, but it contained a lot of information. Danny thought for a moment and took a deep breath. You said, he. The storm god is a man. Dragon Queen's face twisted. Wrath is the son of the forest. I don't know what his real name is. Humans can't understand the source language. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly understood some of the questions she had before. Wrath was a powerful green prophet. He might have mastered the Song of Law. One day, the wind goddess fell into a deep sleep because of an accident. Wrath took over her divine body. So, that black tornado was actually the real body of the storm god. I deliberately avoided the storm god and only vented my power on the black tornado and the Cloud Hall, but I didn't expect his real body to take most of my power. No wonder it cracked. Chapter 1021. The goddess of wind was also a vicious bitch. She killed my family and my people, and in the end, Nu Xiao and I killed her together. The big crow said with resentment. Huh? You killed the goddess of wind? Who are you? Danny was surprised. You should have heard of me, Storm King Durin, nicknamed God's Worry. Danny Lizzie, you are not bad, but compared to me, you are just a junior. The big crow said proudly. So it's you. Danny was surprised at first, and then she looked at the crow's remnant soul with a strange expression. For some reason, Durin was not half human and half bird like the child of the forest crow. His soul had completely become a crow. You are just an unlucky guy whose fate was controlled by the gods. What right do you have to compare with me? I don't even need to lift a finger to kill you. She laughed. Durin said unhappily, you can call me a loser, but you can't insult me by saying that my fate was controlled by the gods. In fact, it was to fight against fate that I walked on the path of becoming an enemy of the gods. You are very strong, much stronger than me, but you are still a latecomer. Although I don't know what happened back then, looking at the result, you were obviously fooled by Nu Xiao. What's pitiful is that you didn't know anything and thought that you were fighting against fate. Danny said disapprovingly. Durin Crow was stunned. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't. After a while, he said bitterly, you are right. That bastard Nu Xiao has been controlling my fate, but I thought that my enemies were the Anami and the goddess of wind. Of course, they are my enemies. All the gods deserve to die. None of them are good. He sighed. What happened back then? Danny asked. I am not sure now. Durin said dejectedly. Your Majesty, you can see for yourself. The storm god is dead, and there are no more disturbances. You can look at Durin's timeline as much as you want. Bran said. There were still disturbances. Dany condensed the river of time and found traces of Durin, but she could only see a blurry image. The storm god's interference with the river of time was permanent. It was like using an eraser to erase his own plot in a storybook. Furthermore, not only did this matter involve the storm god, but Inami and the goddess of wind were also the main characters. Even the door god had a friendly cameo. However, Dany was able to roughly reconstruct the story by observing the important supporting characters, like Du Luen and Brandon Stark. About 50,000 years ago, Nu Shao was born. Apart from being more talented, he was just like the other children of the forest. He had a peaceful temperament and loved singing about the mountains and rivers of the world. Like many green prophets, he often slept on the weirwood tree and listened to the song of wind sung by the door god. When the door god was still alive, many talented creatures slept on weirwood and listened to the door god's song. Just like many creatures in the past, Nu Shao became a demigod under the weirwood. However, Nu Shao restrained himself and didn't become a true god. He was very talented in the law of wind, and the door god hoped that he could be the successor of the Song of Wind. For the next 30,000 years, Nu Shao had been studying the Song of Wind. However, the Song of Wind of the door god was the most powerful song of wind. It was almost impossible to surpass him. For example, Dany, Sheepegg, and Lalo all had the Song of Fire. Then, which era would it be easier for another person to sing the Song of Fire? Lalo had existed for hundreds of millions of years, but no one had been able to steal his Song of Fire. This showed how difficult it was to sing the songs of the four basic elements. However, Sheepegg had stolen Lalo, and Dany had stolen Sheepegg, and they had both succeeded. Obviously, it was much harder to comprehend the Song of Fire after Dany's time than during Lalo's time. The Song of Wind of the door god was only a little bit weaker than Dany's Song of Fire. It was inferior in the uniqueness of the first flame. Therefore, even though the door god had helped him wholeheartedly, Nu Shao couldn't sing the Song of Wind that surpassed the door god's. After that, the door god gave a part of his Song of Wind to Nu Shao. He didn't expect Nu Shao to surpass him. He only wanted Nu Shao to inherit his Song of Wind. Or, after he died, Nu Shao could sing the Song of Wind that was one level lower. The door god's arrangement was perfect, but Nu Shao had exhausted his patience after tens of thousands of years of training. If that was the case, Nu Shao would lose his faith and confidence like the countless demigods under the door god's command who failed to sing the Song of Wind. In the future, he would be a normal demigod and enjoy his life. In the end, he would become a green prophet and merge into the seal of the green prophet. Or, if he was determined, he would give up on the Song of Wind and put all his energy into the chorus of wind. In the end, he would become a true god like the Inami. No matter what, Nu Shao's future was bright. At least, when he looked back, he wouldn't regret wasting his time. He wouldn't feel ashamed because he didn't accomplish anything. When he was about to die, he could roar, "My life and all my experiences have been dedicated to the most glorious cause in the world to save humanity and the world. I die without regrets." However, his life was full of misfortune. The era he lived in happened to be the intersection of two eras. The next era would be 2,000 years later. His people, the children of the forest, the world he loved, the free and peaceful primitive forest era, would be replaced by another race and another way of life. For the sake of the alien race, for the sake of the human civilization that he hated? He felt that it wasn't worth it. In fact, when the eras changed, the children of the forest, including the Green Prophet, were split into two factions. One faction was peaceful. Dany thought they were cowards, and accepted the fate of their race. They only sang to vent their sorrow. The other faction wanted to fight against fate. There was even a Green Prophet who didn't hesitate to transform himself into a first-generation deviant ghost. Not only the children of the forest, even the door god was confused. However, the children of the forest were more concerned about the future of their race. The door god was confused because he was uncertain about the future of the world. The door god was confused. The door god was divided into two. The children of the forest were confused. They were also divided into two. One faction followed the will of the heavens and became the three-eyed crows. They were like the Transformers faction. The three-eyed crows were the pillars supporting the sky. The other faction wanted to change their fate. Some of the children of the forest chose to become deviant ghosts and use them to destroy the humans who threatened the survival of their race. Some of the children of the forest took the initiative to start a war with the humans again. They were like the Transformers faction. Because of their different ideologies, they split into many megatars. Nu Shao was one of the megatars. No matter how hard the megatars tried, they all proved one thing: the will of the heavens could not be defied. Nu Xiao's megatars, whose worldview collapsed, left the Westeros and traveled to Ursos, the Jade Sea of the Far East, and Asia for thousands of years. He met many good teachers and learned a lot of advanced theories and knowledge that the door god could never learn. In short, Nu Xiao, who destroyed his worldview in the Westeros, went to the east and rebuilt his worldview. He had the same values, worldview, and outlook on life as the deviant gods of the barbarian land. Well, in the last era, the center of the world was the barbarian land. The Dawn Kingdom of the barbarian land was the most civilized and developed empire in the world. But the barbarian land's emperor was the descendant of the gods. In other words, the deviant gods ruled the country. Nu Shao turned from the gentle, kind, and peace-loving green prophet to the current storm god. Oh, his personality was reconstructed. He still needed the storm god's power. Nu Shao hoped to become a true god before the great calamity of the era. Only by becoming a true god could he have the chance to change the fate of his race. But he had been studying the Song of Wind. It was hard for him to create a chorus in a short period of time. The great calamity of the era was coming. There was not much time left for him. He needed a miracle. Fortunately, Nu Shao was the most powerful green prophet. His ability to peek into fate was much better than most true gods. The story between Inami and the storm goddess made him see the fastest way to become a true god. As mentioned before, the Night Lion and the Lady of Light opened a husband and wife shop, the Kingdom of Dawn, and successfully fused the laws of light and darkness perfectly. From there, they developed the supreme law of the universe, a knockoff of the Song of Ice and Fire, the Song of Light and Darkness. Many gods were envious of them and wanted to learn from them. For example, Inami and Lalo wanted to learn. Many people, including Danny, thought that the name Inami was strange. Why didn't she call herself the sea god? Actually, Inami was called the sea god before. She was as outstanding as Nu Shao. She was born tens of thousands of years earlier than Nu Shao. She was his senior brother and was valued by the door god's master. The door god taught Nu Shao personally and arranged for Inami to study at the Lorne River. He spent a lot of time and effort on the two of them. He also had a lot of expectations. Inami learned the chorus of the Song of Water beside the Lorne River Mother Goddess. She deserved the name Sea God. However, after she married the Wind Goddess, she changed her name. She no longer represented the sea. Inami, it sounded like water. But Inami also learned the chorus of the Song of Fire. Who would believe that? This was not a secret. Anyone who had heard the Song of Inami, the Bible of the Inami Church, similar to the Seven Stars Bible, would know that Inami was also the fire god. The drowning god created the demons for them to rape and pillage. He used blood, fire, and joyous songs to create a new world, and used it to carve his name. The drowning god once brought fire from the sea to the mortal world, and held a sword and fire to sail the world. These were the two core teachings in the Inami Bible. They explained the divinity of the Inami and regulated the actions of the Inami followers. Because it involved the secrets of the Inami, Danny could not observe the specific reasons from the River of Time. She only knew that the wind goddess paid a great price to help Inami sing the chorus of the Song of Water and Fire. Inami seemed to have been abandoned by the door god. Well, the door god had always been indifferent to his followers. He rarely cared about the trivial matters between them. Nu Xiao saw the result in advance from fate. He wanted to scheme against the weakened wind goddess. First, Nu Xiao became the master of the Storm King Duran. It was similar to Lalo finding the sheep egg. This process was not difficult. Back then, the mortals in the Westeros had all converted to the old gods and respected the green prophet of the children of the forest. Then, he used the prophecy of fate to arrange for Duran and Ini to meet. This was not difficult. Duran was the Storm King and lived by the sea. Mermaids were not as rare as now. In fact, it was because of Ini's love affair with a human that mermaids rarely appeared in the human world. Duran had been the master of the human world for hundreds of years. He was also a powerful demigod. He had the ambition and courage to mess with the daughter of a god. Ini was a simple mermaid princess. She could not refuse an experienced driver like Duran. Therefore, Nu Xiao did not do anything. The story developed according to his script. Ini was not only the beloved daughter of the sea god and the wind goddess, she was also the key to the fusion of the two opposing laws. How could she be taken by a lowly human? Chapter 1022. The time when Aegon unified the 7 countries was the first year of Westeros history. 15,000 BC, for the whole world, it was the era of the descendants of God, but for the eternal gods, it was the end of this glorious era. In less than 10,000 years, the next world fall would happen. Liang Mu had no hope of saving the world, and he was in despair. His spirit began to split into two. Nu Xiao had been teaching the wind song for 30,000 years, but now he had to stop for the time being. His worldview was about to collapse. 15,000 BC, 12,000 BC, it was the Dawn Era. The ancestors crossed the narrow sea and entered the Westeros. They clashed with the children of the forest, the giants, and other Westeros natives. In the end, they signed an oath on the Thousand Faces Island, and the Green Man organization was born. Liang Mu didn't care about these small things. The children of the forest were divided for the first time, and the liberal faction and the deceiver faction began to appear. Nu Xiao traveled abroad and began to rebuild his worldview. 12,000 BC, 800 BC, 4,000 years of the hero era. The ancestors gave up their original religion in the continent of Ursos and fully converted to the old gods. Humans who gained the recognition of the children of the forest began to flourish. Many gifted human kings learned from the children of the forest. The strongest group became demigods, and then created the Kingdom of the Descendants of God, in the Westeros. They were remembered as heroes by humans, so this period was called the Hero Era. For example, Green Hand Garth created the Gardner family, ruled River Bend for at least 1,000 years, and was proficient in the magic of plants and life. Wherever Green Hand went, farms, villages, and orchards would be full of vitality. It was said that he had a cloth bag that contained all the seeds of the world's crops. It was said that when he touched an infertile woman or an old woman without menstruation, they would be able to give birth again. Girls became mature in front of him, mothers became pregnant with twins or even triplets under his blessing, and little girls became menstruating girls under his smile. Wherever he went, nobles and ordinary people were willing to offer their chaste daughters to him. Their crops would have a good harvest in the coming year, and the fruit trees would be full of fruit. Girls who were raped by him would also be pregnant with strong sons or beautiful daughters. This was why the nobles of River Bend emphasized the Green Hand family. The River Bend feudal lords were all established by the direct descendants of Green Hand Garth. Lord Eel's family was originally a River Bend noble family, but because they were not part of the Green Hand faction, they were ostracized and suppressed. In the end, they had no choice but to migrate to the north, which was thousands of miles away. White Harbor's Mandalay family was loyal to Winterfell because of Stark's kindness in the Northern Territory. Actually, even Stark and Lannister were part of the Green Hand faction. During the heroic era, Green Hand Garth was the king of the River Bend, Durin was the king of the Land of Storms, Grey Sea King was the king of the Iron Islands and the River Gap, and Griffin King, the ancestor of the Royce family, who passed down a set of magic bronze armor to this day, 10,000 years later, and also the ancestor of Bronze Jon, was the king of the valley. They were all semi-god heroes, and they all ruled the kingdoms for thousands of years. Among the remaining 3 of the 7 kingdoms, clever Lannister of the West didn't have any extraordinary talents, and he was as short as a dwarf, but he was smart and eloquent. He slept with the daughter of the original owner of Casterly Rock City and became the head of the family. Lannister's background wasn't simple, he was the illegitimate son of Green Hand Garth's daughter. Could it be a coincidence? Why does Lannister look so similar to Tyrion? There was something even more coincidental. Dorndor had many deserts and mountains, it was remote and desolate, and most of them were tyrants like the fallen city Dane. Before 2000 BC, before Nymeria led the Nuenar people across the sea, Dorndor didn't have a unified king. Finally, there was the North. The North also had a semi-god king, but it had nothing to do with Stark. He was the founder of the Bolton family of the Skinners. From the map of the Northern Territory, it could be seen that the most fertile White Blade River plain in the center of the Northern Territory didn't belong to Stark, but to the Bolton family. Why? Before the arrival of Stark, the Bolton family had already built a castle and established a kingdom there. The founder of Winterfell Stark was the city builder, Brandon. What was the background of Brandon? Or rather, where did the Stark family live 8,000 years ago? The city builder, Brandon, had an extraordinary background. His father was Bloodblade Brandon, a semi-god king, and the son of Green Hand Garth. Bloodblade Brandon was called Bloodblade because he participated in the War of the Children of the Forest 12,000 BC. He slaughtered the giants of River Bend. As he killed too many children of the forest, the blood he shed dyed the Emerald Lake red. Bloodblade Brandon was born in the Dawn era before 12,000 BC. His son, city builder Brandon, participated in the construction of the Great Wall after 800 BC. This time span, city builder Brandon accepted the mission of building the Great Wall and guarding the Northern Territory. He left his hometown and migrated to the Northern Territory to build Winterfell and establish the House of Stark family. City builder Brandon, clever Lane, Jon, and Tyrion. Looking at their backgrounds and fates, it was as though history was repeating itself. No wonder the dwarf and the dwarf liked each other so much. From the experiences of the heroes during the heroic era, it could be seen that during that era, humans and gods lived together. There was frequent communication between gods and gods. The divine wars between gods were like the struggle for power between kings. Hence, after knowing that their daughter was abducted by Durin, the sea god and wind goddess didn't have the thought that gods shouldn't appear in the world. On the night of Durin and Yenne's wedding, the couple destroyed the Storm King's castle and killed all of Durin's relatives and guests. This was a blood feud. Durin and Yenne's union was not like Dong Yong and the Weaver Girl, or Lu Yenchang and the Third Holy Mother. Durin was a demigod. Before he met Yenne's, he had lived for 1,000 years. He had many women and had many children. He had many relatives. The sea god and wind goddess killed his entire family. What kind of feud was this? There were also guests. In Westeros, where the rights of guests were highly valued, not being able to protect the guests who gave their blessings to the couple was the greatest humiliation for a demigod king like Durin. Durin declared war on the god and wife. The divine wars that lasted for 100 years was how Durin forged the name, God's Worry. The sea god raised raging waves and destroyed all the coastal castles. Huge storms wreaked havoc in Durin's kingdom, destroying cities, towns, and villages. The sea god and wind goddess massacred Durin's citizens and destroyed the kingdom's production and crops. However, the two true gods used forbidden spells to cleanse the land. They could only hurt Durin's kingdom, causing him more pain and hatred. They couldn't kill him. If it was just a divine wars, the children of the forest could still endure one or two forbidden spells. However, both sides were long-lived gods. Time meant nothing to them. They kept fighting for 100 years. The true gods left countless forbidden spells in the land of storms. The human cities and the forests of the children of the forest were all destroyed. The onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. The Green Prophet and the powerful human demigods joined the battle. The Windstop fortress that suppressed Broken Boat Bay was built with the blueprint provided by Brandon and the children of the forest in charge of enchantment. The Wind Goddess and the Sea God had been fighting for a long time. They were already exhausted. The Wind Goddess also paid a huge price to fuse the opposing laws of the husband and wife shop. The half-blooded Wind Goddess was exhausted and had no divine power. It was like she was half-blooded and half-mana. However, she didn't just have to face the children of the forest who tried to stop the fight. She also had to face Wrath, who had ulterior motives. Wrath and Durin took the opportunity to harvest the Wind Goddess' head. Wrath then used his powerful soul power to take over the true god's body. It could also be said that Wrath had swallowed the Wind Goddess. The true form of the Wind Goddess was a storm that gave birth to spirituality. She had a powerful and special wind element talent. Wrath's methods weren't rare. Some of the evil gods in the Justice Alliance were plotting against the Dragon Queen. They wanted to devour her special bloodline and obtain the chance to control the First Flame. This was the benefit of studying abroad. In the Westeros, he would never be able to learn such advanced blood witchcraft. I didn't want to kill the Wind Goddess back then. Fine, my heart was filled with anger and hatred. If I had the ability to kill a god, I would have done it. However, when Wrath asked me to attack the Wind Goddess, he only said that he would severely injure her so that she wouldn't dare to interfere with me and Yini. Who knew? You would be happy to see the end of the Wind Goddess, right? I saw you standing beside the corpse of the Goddess of Wind and laughing heartily. Dany said calmly. It was also karma. By occupying the Wind Goddess's wind and cloud divine body, Wrath quickly learned the Song of the Storm. Now, more than 10,000 years later, because the Dragon Queen didn't know that the tornado that was suspected to be the Wind Goddess' divine body was her true form, she still beat him to the brink of death even though she didn't want to kill him. Success was because of the wind and cloud, and failure was also because of the wind and cloud. Durin Crow said, I have a reason to curse the Sea God and the Wind Goddess in the most vicious way. My family, friends, and people of the kingdom were all slaughtered by them. Blood hatred can only be cleansed with blood. However, the Wind Goddess was also the mother of my wife, Yini. I wanted to hide the truth from her, but Wrath secretly told her that I murdered her mother. I couldn't even defend myself. All the more reason I have to kill Wrath. Even if he was a rare true god, even if killing him would accelerate the fall of the world, I don't care. I don't regret it. Durin's soul fluctuated fiercely, and his voice became sad and sad. I used to respect him, believe in him, and love him. However, after the Wind Goddess died, he seemed to have changed into another person. He used the cruelest methods to torture me. He tempted Yini to take revenge on me, and he even involved my child. Yini and I turned from lovers to enemies. Our husband and wife killed each other. My child and brother killed each other. I accidentally killed Yini, and my son killed his own family. I hugged Yini's corpse, and tears of blood flowed from my eyes. I cried in despair like a lone wolf. But he laughed in the clouds. Wrath is a madman. The pain of the most devout believer is the source of his happiness. He didn't target you. He hated all humans. Dany thought. Death couldn't end my sad life. He stuffed my soul into the crow's body, forcing me to be the slave of his enemy for eternity. I, the Storm King, God Jian Cho, was forced to be the enemy's slave. How humiliating it was. Tell me, should I take revenge? Duran cried. Although Duran's revenge was reasonable, Dany, who had seen his life in the River of Time, didn't like him. She wanted to burn him into an elemental giant. Chapter 1023. Duran lived up to his name as the gods worry. A mere mortal demigod had killed 2 true gods. However, Dany didn't really like him. She didn't hate him either. In the River of Time, she had seen his history. He was a heroic figure who was very much a local tyrant women, good wine, bragging, and killing. His behavior was in line with the universal values of Westeros, but he didn't have any advantages or characteristics that attracted Dany. Duran himself also wanted to end this life, so Dany burned him into an elemental giant. It was essentially similar to a wind elf, but its appearance was different. Its upper body was a human, and its lower body was a funnel-shaped tornado with a long thin tail. There were 2 reasons why it looked like this. First, it was to distinguish humans from the elemental life form of the children of the forest. Second, elemental giants and wind elves were different in characteristics and functions. Wind elves were generally stronger than elemental giants and had more functions. Elemental giants were rough and were suitable as bricks for the walls of the Cloud Hall. Could a human's soul be burned into a life imprint and then a second life? Yes. However, the souls of ordinary people were not as tough as the children of the forest. It was easy for them to be burned and their life imprint destroyed. Strictly speaking, an ordinary muggle who had only lived for a few decades and a powerful shape-shifting child of the forest with hundreds of years of power were not on the same level of life. Perhaps in the future, Dany's fire creation could be perfected and it would be easier to burn the weak souls of ordinary people. However, that wouldn't be of much value. The strength of an elemental spirit was related to its magical power, talent, realm, and other supernatural attributes when it was alive. If an ordinary person was turned into an elemental spirit, not only would the calcining process be extremely time-consuming, but the new spirit itself would also not have any elemental power. It wouldn't be of much help to Dany, and it would be difficult for it to survive. It was better to let ordinary people reincarnate. After all, it was a new life. Of course, there were also extraordinary souls among humans. For example, powerful extraordinaries. If Duran died one day, Dany would definitely turn him into an elf. If he happened to have a second life in the Mother Crow's body, she would also help him become her. Duran wasn't dead yet, but there were many souls of extraordinaries in the Cloud Hall of the Storm God that were suitable to be turned into wind giants. Since the God of Storm was dead, Dany could only accept the reality and search for his legacy. Firstly, the Storm God's divine body had been devoured by the Wind Ravens. More than 500 Wind Ravens had begun to evolve into demigods. The remaining ones had also improved by varying degrees. Dany's ultimate move, Thousand Ravens Cotton Candy, had its power increased by at least 10 times. Secondly, the divine soul of the Storm God. Not to mention its huge spiritual quality and divinity, it had 2 songs of laws. They were the Song of Storm and the Song of Howling Pain. Thirdly, the remains of the hall in the clouds could be decomposed into various kinds of storm and wind divine power, which could be used as food for the wind ravens. Dany had also learned the runes to create the astral wind wall from it. Fourth, the undead in the Cloud Hall were the followers and priests of the God of Storm. When the God of Storms fell, a group of evil spirits that had been tortured for thousands of years tried to turn on the God of Storms, but Dany burned them to ashes. However, most of them survived as spoils of war. Many of them were like Yu Luen, the priests of the God of Storm with extraordinary talent. All the followers of the God of Storm, without exception, had practiced the doctrine of the God of Storm all their lives, burning, killing, looting, bringing destruction to the world, providing the god of storm with the power of pain. In the end, they were tricked by the god of storm to destroy themselves. Their souls entered the cloud hall and continued to provide joy to the god of storm with their own pain. It was very tragic and sad, but some of them were also very talented and valuable. It was also because of them that Danny had the idea of creating the wind giants. As the priests of the god of storm, their attributes were naturally compatible with the song of the storm. After hundreds of thousands of years of pain, their souls did not collapse, which was enough to prove the toughness of their souls. After personally experimenting with the souls of the priests of the god of storm, Danny's guess was confirmed. After 10 days, she used the fire of creation to burn the Wind King and 200 warriors. Needless to say, the Wind King was Duluan. He was originally a powerful demigod who had lived for tens of thousands of years. After being reincarnated as a wind giant, Danny returned all the divinity and spirituality that belonged to his previous life to him. It was not surprising that he could become the king of wind giants. The spread of the god of storm's faith was not widespread. It was only prevalent in the Iron Islands, the Shield Islands, the Three Sisters Islands, and other island kingdoms. For more than 10,000 years, there were only a few thousand believers who were qualified to enter the hall in the clouds. But they did not enter heaven, but suffered in hell. Every minute and every second, they were cut into pieces by the wind blades in the storm cage. How could a normal person withstand it? Danny only found 2,000 souls of the priests of the god of storm. Only 10% of the souls could withstand the burning of the fire of creation. The rest of the souls collapsed and they were burned and completely disappeared from the world. In other words, they completed the natural reincarnation. The king of wind giants was 100 meters tall. Its skin, muscles, and bones were made of wind. Its whole body was light blue and black. It looked simple and honest, with bulging muscles and a long tornado tail. Except for its bigger size, its appearance was almost exactly the same as the genie in Aladdin's magic lamp. The 200 warriors also looked like the genie in Aladdin's magic lamp. They were light blue and almost translucent. Not counting the tail, the shortest one was 3 meters, and the tallest one was no more than 5 meters. The strength of the wind giants was only 1/10 of the strength of the wind elves before they evolved, or even less. They were miserable and weak. What made Danny even more dissatisfied was that not only were the wind giants weak, but they also lacked the spirituality of the wind elves. They looked silly and slow, and did not even know how to call out, "Mother Danny." The smartest king of wind giants only looked at the dragon queen and smiled foolishly. It probably had the IQ of a normal person. The rest were too bad. They were simply mentally retarded. They did not understand the human language and could not differentiate between north and south. The dragon queen asked them to line up and count off. The mere 200 giants were actually huddled together. It was not easy for them to stand hand in hand under the scolding of the centaur maid. When they counted off, they only said, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, this group of idiots can only count to 3. The dragon queen sighed. It's already not bad. Even newborn children don't know how to count. The plump and short Chichi said. Children still have the chance to grow brains, but they will never develop again. Danny hesitated. She did not know if she should destroy this group of newborn wind giants. If it was just that they were not smart, she could reluctantly accept it. But after 2 days, Danny realized that these wind giants did not have the intelligence of humans, but perfectly inherited the original sin of humans. Unlike the wind elves, who were pure and full of immortal aura, the wind giants were greedy and furious. In order to fight for the wind that contained the god of wind, they would fight with each other. They could not learn how to count no matter how hard they tried. They did not even need to be taught how to fight. Not only did the wind giants beat their own companions, they even tried to attack the humans when they found out that the 2 centaur maids, Jichi and Ili, had the same appearance but different strength as the dragon queen. Most of the time, their anger came without reason. After that, they even completed the division of ranks in an extremely short period of time through group fights. Underlings, big brothers, great commanders, the ranks were clearly defined. The strong bullied the weak, and the weak did not dare to resist. They were submissive and followed the orders of the strong, and then bullied the even weaker ones. The dragon has 9 sons, each different. They are all creatures created from fire, but the wind giants are not elves, they are more like beast men. Danny understood. It could also be that the seed is not good. Bad bamboo shoots produce bad bamboo. The iron seed is already so evil, the storm god priest in the iron seed is even more. Can you imagine Yuluen being as kind as an elf? Bran said uncertainly. I want to destroy them. Danny said. You don't have to go to such extremes. Even a pile of mud can be used to paste a wall. 200 wind giants is enough to build a wall of wind. Bran advised. The reason why the wind giants and wind elves were differentiated was because of their different functions. While studying the ruins of the hall in the clouds, Danny suddenly had an idea. Could she build a replica of the hall in the clouds in the human world? The wall of wind in the hall in the clouds used the storm as a brick. It could crush the flesh and bones of the invaders and melt the enemy's spirit. Its defensive power was very strong, and it could form a layer similar to a vacuum. The insulation effect was especially good. If the wind giants were used as bricks, could Danny replicate the wall of wind and build a wind belt? In fact, she had a similar idea a long time ago. Using the power of wind to build a giant thermos cup, and humans would live within the range of the thermos cup. Then, with a small sun hanging in the sky, could they survive the long night? Putting the wind giants aside, Danny looked at the god of wind giants who was about to be born. Using the method of wrath to seize the body of the wind goddess, the storm god could be counted as the second life of the green prophet. After squeezing out the divinity, spirituality, and the song of the law and the soul, only the life imprint of wrath and the wind goddess was left. Danny had tried to create a second life for the true god, a door god who was more powerful than the storm god. However, the door god's life imprint was barely a quarter of it. It was too broken and couldn't give birth to a complete life in the fire of creation. It could only merge the life imprint into the weirwood tree trunk. It wasn't a second life, but an incomplete reincarnation. The life imprint of the storm god was complete. Theoretically, it could also be burned into a wind elf. The reason why she left it for last was that the life imprint of the true god was too precious. Danny wanted to use other wind giants to practice. Phew, there were no obstacles at all. I succeeded so easily. It's 2 levels stronger than Du Luen. Looking at the 100-meter-tall wind giant in front of her, Danny was very excited. Originally, it would be very difficult to burn a true god. However, the life imprint of the true god was so tough that it could burn without restraint. It only took an hour to burn it into a giant wind giant. I am the storm, I am the havoc, I am the great wind calamity. Outside the balcony of the drawing room, the wind giant was floating in the air. It opened its arms and roared angrily at the sky. The wind blew and clouds surged. Dragonstone Island was gradually surrounded by a giant tornado that was a few kilometers in diameter. The strong wind even created spiral-shaped water pillars on the sea surface. The magic crystal tower detected an unfamiliar strong divine power. When the wind giant was born, it sounded like a black girl on duty. Then, the whole Dragonstone Island was shocked by the natural phenomenon of the storm and the waterspout. The royal mages rushed to the magic crystal tower and formed a defensive magic circle. The Iron Warriors and the Dragonstone Island guards rushed to the tower where the queen was. It wasn't until Jichi ran to the gate and shouted, "This stupid wind giant is the queen's summoned pet." Half of the panic calmed down. Everyone gathered around the main hall and pointed at the majestic wind giant in amazement. Standing on the balcony and looking at the wind giant floating in the air, Dani had a strange expression on her face. After a while, she said, "This guy is very strong and also very troublesome." As expected, bad bamboo shoots produce bad bamboo. "It's as troublesome as Nu Shao," she quickly added. "This is the power of creation," Bran exclaimed. "Even if it's not a true god, it's far stronger than a normal demigod. Your Majesty, try and see if you can give it the wind god's song of law. Maybe it can restore the wind god's position as a true god. At least, it can be a fake true god like Balerion." Dani's eyes lit up. "Good idea." Chapter 1024. As long as a god died, the song of law they comprehended would begin to dissipate naturally, just like how a corpse would rot after death. Similar to how corpses could be stored in a freezer, there were only two places where the song of law could be stored: either it was obtained by a true god, or it was placed in the god kingdom of a powerful god. At this moment, the storm god's song of storm had already disappeared by 1%. This 1% was lost in less than a minute when the storm god died and was exposed to the material world. In other words, if left alone, it would only take a few hours for a complete song of law to disappear. With a nervous heart, she carefully integrated 99% of the song of storm into the giant's soul core. The storm giant's ashes came from all directions and entered its body. The sea of law began to boil intensely. The surrounding sea shook, and Dragonstone Island shook like a wooden boat in a bathtub. It was as if the whole world was cheering loudly. How is this possible? A true god was born. At the edge of the world, at the border between the sea and the outer region, the flowing water palace was still brightly lit with stars. The Iron Seed and the mermaid were singing and drinking happily. Inami looked at Night Lion with her big eyes under her thick eyebrows, hoping to get an answer from him. Night Lion was also surprised and doubtful. "You have the status of a true god, so you should be more aware of the state of the world than I am. The sea of law is cheering, and the world is falling." Inami closed her eyes and thought carefully for a moment. Then she said, "It's like a sailboat sailing with the wind dropping a piece of sail. The falling momentum is not reversed, but the speed is slowing down." But, at this point, Inami's thick eyebrows gradually frowned, and she said with certainty, "But he's not a true god yet. If a true god is on the 3rd floor, he's just very tall. When he jumped from the 2nd floor, half of his body jumped to the 3rd floor. But no matter how high he jumped, he would eventually fall. Furthermore, his song of law is only close to perfection and is not complete." Night Lion was puzzled. Only Balerion and Dani Rise have the ability to jump. Balerion is pinned by us at the mouth of the volcano in the Smoke Sea Trench and can't move. Dani Rise's Song of Light should be more than 85% complete, but the waves in the Sea of Law are nothing like light and fire. Instead, they look like... After a pause, Night Lion said with a complicated expression, "If I wasn't sure that the god of storm was dead, I would have thought that he was playing some tricks." Inami's expression changed. She jumped out of the bathtub and floated in the air. She looked up at the shining stars in the sky. A few stars suddenly brightened, and in the next moment, a blurry image replaced the stars. It was a scene that happened on Dragonstone Island. It was as if someone was hiding at the bottom of the sea near Dragonstone Island, using a camera to spy on what was happening on Dragonstone Island. Your 5 seas map is really convenient. You can observe all the seas in the world anytime, anywhere. Looking at the video projection above his head, Night Lion was amazed. Compared to the 3-eyed crow's omniscient eye, my 5 seas map is far inferior. Inami had a proud look on her face, but her words were very humble. I can only see it when I look at it. There are many areas that I can't see clearly even if I want to, such as Dragonstone Island, such as, she glanced at Night Lion and said meaningfully, such as the Smoke Sea. Night Lion's expression didn't change at all. He just smiled and said, "Can it be clearer? That thing looks like wind and fog. I can't see it clearly." "Can't you see that it was made by Danny Rise?" Inami sneered. "Not to mention that she's on Dragonstone Island now. Even if she left, directly looking at it will alarm the Magic Crystal Tower." Although she said this, Inami still moved the camera closer. The image quality was really terrible. She couldn't even see the 100-meter-tall wind giant clearly. After a full 15 minutes, Night Lion was still looking at the image with a frown. Inami suddenly realized and shouted in shock, "Damn it, that's a mutant wind spirit. It's the second life of that bastard storm. What, even a true god can create a second life?" Night Lion was shocked. Inami suppressed the shock in her heart and said with a serious expression, "It's hard to believe, but the first flame can even create a world. Danny Rise's creation of life in the fire wasn't created out of nothing. Storm died by her hands, so his soul and the Song of Laws must have become her spoils of war. Besides, Storm was originally a child of the forest. How many children of the forest has she created a second life for? It's too terrifying. This is almost the power of creation." Night Lion was shocked, but at the same time, the greed in his heart grew wildly. He looked at his old friend and said slowly, "For this kind of power, any price is worth it." For the first time, Inami didn't reject him immediately. However, she didn't show a look of desire like Night Lion. Instead, her face was gloomy and her heart was heavy. Night Lion was puzzled at first, but after thinking for a while, he smiled happily. Today, she can create a storm giant. Tomorrow, she wouldn't mind creating a sea giant. After all, the gods created by themselves are the most obedient. It's just a pity for the storm god. He was a true god, but he was reduced to a mortal's pet. Inami stared at the wind giant in the blurry image. Her eyes were cold, and the murderous intent in her eyes was like the gunk in the morning. It slowly condensed, she closed her eyes and said softly, "That giant isn't a true god yet. Even the Song of Storm isn't complete." Before she finished, the Sea of Laws boiled again. The world's reaction was even more intense than before. Almost everyone heard a violent song of wind. The world was singing. This. Inami and Night Lion both opened their eyes wide and murmured as if they were sleepwalking. A true god's vision. This is clearly a vision of the world giving birth to a true god. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone in the world, be it humans, gods, or demons, who knew what was going on, were all shocked and confused. That's not right. The waves in the Sea of Laws have calmed down. 10 minutes later, Inami woke up from her shock and said in confusion, "But the true god's vision hasn't been completed yet." "Yes, he's not a true god yet." Night Lion reacted and said in surprise, "If a new true god is born, not only will the world broadcast his Song of Laws, but it will also grant him the status of a true god. The name of the true god will be branded in the core of the Sea of Laws, and the throne of the true god will rise in the astral world above the sky." There are no stars in the sky, and there are no signs of a god's name in the Sea of Laws. Inami nodded. Night Lion sighed. But the storm giant isn't a normal demigod. He can sing the complete Song of Laws. Moreover, he was a true god in his previous life, and now he seems to have a connection with the storm god. He's lower than a true god, but his realm is higher than Balerian's. Danny Leesy's skill is superb. Inami smiled bitterly. It's brilliant. Danny Leesy can sing the highest level of the Song of Winds herself, and she has a deep understanding of the wind elemental law. In just half an hour, she helped the storm giant complete the incomplete Song of Winds. I've only seen similar skills from Old Devil. I suspect that her Song of Winds has exceeded 60%. He rubbed his face and said with a depressed expression. Back then, he purposely learned from the dark demon god and only sang the Song of Waves to 99% to avoid the responsibility of a true god. Old Fish had a dark smile on his face. He pointed a finger between his eyebrows, and suddenly, a large amount of knowledge of the water elemental law appeared in his mind. In just a moment, he was forced to have an epiphany and became a true god uncontrollably. Dragon Queen's performance today was amazing, but compared to Door God, it was not impressive enough. After all, Dragon Queen was a wind god, but Door God was not a water god. She's been studying the Song of Winds for the past year. It's not surprising that she has such results. Night Lion forced a smile. But she's only been cultivating for a few years. Could it be that the inferior human race is the world's favorite? Inami looked at the countless iron sea drinking and having fun in the square below. She felt very uncomfortable. Night Lion said, "Talent is one thing, but it's mainly because she was born in a good era. When the era is changing, the comprehension of the law is more than 10 times easier than before. Especially as the child of the era, she's also favored by the will of the world." That's true. Inami sighed. She cancelled the water mirror on the dome and returned to the pool. She was silent with a gloomy face. To the world and to Danny Rise, the storm giant is good news. Its appearance stabilizes the sea of law and effectively slows down the fall of the world. But to us, especially you, it's a life and death crisis, Night Lion said faintly. You can create another sea giant by killing me? Inami glanced at him coldly. Look at the crows under her command. There are fire crows and wind crows, but are there any water crows? There aren't any today, but that doesn't mean there won't be any tomorrow. Plus, Inami has more than one law. Maybe, she can turn you into a fire giant. A true god who has comprehended two opposing laws wouldn't be so naive as to place her fate on someone else's mercy, right? Plus, she's ruthless and has never been merciful. If you didn't feel fear from the death of the storm god, you wouldn't have gone back on your words and invited me into the flowing water palace again, right? Night Lion smiled. I let you in to find out how that bastard storm died, Inami said in a low voice. Night Lion's right index finger moved slightly as he said slowly, no matter what Danny Rise did, Storm did use the wind cage on her. Ask yourself, is the flowing water palace more secretive than the hall in the clouds? Or is your physical body's defense stronger than a true god's elemental divine body? Inami shook her head helplessly and sighed. Maybe, submitting to Danny Rise is the best choice. Are you serious? Night Lion was so shocked that his voice was distorted. You're a true god who has lived for almost 100,000 years. You're willing to be a dog for a human in her early 20s? Have you forgotten that just 10,000 years ago, the human race was just a sacrifice to us? I can't fight back. There's nothing I can do. Inami's eyes flashed as she pretended to be helpless. Night Lion's expression was firm as he said quickly, as long as you cooperate with us, I swear that Danny Rise will die. I don't believe you. Inami shook her head. Night Lion looked at her thoughtfully. She probably wanted to kill Dragon Queen, but she just wanted to confirm the Righteous Alliance's methods. With that in mind, he decided to take a risk. We're in the Smoke Sea. After hearing the Righteous Alliance's plan, Inami's eyes widened. She said in shock, you're using the fate of the entire world as a bargaining chip. You're so cruel, so vicious, so evil. If you're willing to join us, we can be even more vicious. Night Lion smiled encouragingly. Inami. Chapter 1025. Crab Claw Peninsula, beside the bay, Horror Cave Fort on the cliff. Inside the cave sanctuary, dug out of the mountain, Sir Eustace said with a frown, it's been 2 years, all the pine trees in the territory have been cut down. The cost of going further is too high, why don't we cross Crab Bay? Lord Bishop, do you think we should arrange for the volunteers to escort the sleigh team to the valley to borrow food? Marabad walked to the window at the edge of the cave and looked down at the messy land below the mountain. The once boundless sea of pine trees had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the black land covered in snow. Countless people had trampled on it countless times, the white snow stained with black muddy water, which then turned into dirty ice. The messy footprints were like pockmarks on one's face, the holes left behind after digging out the roots were like frostbites on the ground. Sigh, it's hard to imagine. When I first came, I still despised the dense pine forest and organized the refugees to burn down the forest Shio stronghold. Now, Marabad smiled bitterly and shook his head. When he first met the Dragon Queen, he still had a head of mottled gray hair, but now it had all turned silver. His 1.8 m tall body was bent and hunched under the heavy burden of taking care of 1 million refugees, his body even seemed a little short now. Only the light in his eyes was brighter, firmer, and gentler than before. No matter how many pine trees there are, there's no way they can withstand so many people chewing on them. In the beginning, there were only refugees from Hejian and the king's territory, but when the long night came, the savages of Crab Claw Peninsula received the Dragon Queen's invitation and brought their families to join her. So far, there are about 1.3 million people. If each person eats one tree, that's 1.3 million trees. It wouldn't be strange if the forest within a few hundred kilometers was eaten clean. The Baron of Horror Cave Fort said helplessly. When Marabad heard that, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know before calculating, but after calculating, he was shocked. In 2 years, one person would definitely eat more than one tree. If the forests of Crab Claw Peninsula were eaten clean, would the King's Landing be spared? After the long night, would there be any pine trees left in the 7 nations? Fortunately, the Dragon Queen prepared 200,000 tons of food in advance, and Little Sun helped to fish. Otherwise, how miserable would it be now? The old monk said slowly. We can borrow grain from the Vale, suggested Sir Eustace again. He explained, during the rebellion of the 4 princes, the valley had been storing food for the winter. Moreover, there were many mountains and forests in the valley. Because of the Dragon Queen's order of long night production, the vassals of the valley had not wasted any labor. This year, when they were cutting trees and collecting firewood, they had also accumulated tens of thousands of tons of bark flour. However, the valley had changed owners one after another, and the various lords had led their soldiers to the King's Landing to fight a civil war. Their disaster relief and anti-ghost work had been terrible, and the old, the weak, women, and children had died in large numbers, which had greatly reduced the consumption of food. As a result, the food crisis index of the valley is the lowest among the 7 countries, and it has never been read. Brother Marabad paced back and forth in front of the window a few times and said helplessly, I know what you're saying, but you're also a veteran noble. You should understand some things better than I do. Sir Eustace was over 60 this year, and even his grandchildren had reached the age of wielding swords to kill deviant ghosts. In his early years, he had participated in the Battle of Ruby Beach with Riga, and had also served the Iron Throne during the War of the 4 Princes. Naturally, he understood the truth in the old friar's words. The Crab Claw Peninsula was the ancestral fief of the Targaryens. Whether or not the Dragon Queen eventually sat on the Iron Throne, this was an unchangeable fact. Just like the Northern Territory belonged to Stark, and the Western Territory belonged to Lannister. However, the vassals of the valley were serving the Iron Throne, and on the Iron Throne sat Stannis. During the Cold Disaster and Deviant Ghost Disaster, the valley lost millions of people, and a lot of food was left. However, the Crab Claw Peninsula lacked food, and the King's Landing was even more lacking. Erlu was now relying on the grain of the valley to win people's hearts. Actually, the vassals of the valley are all willing to pledge their loyalty to the Queen, he emphasized. The nobles of the valley, led by Bronze John, have long wanted to seek refuge with Her Majesty the Queen. Now that the Scholar's Book of Gods is circulating everywhere, everyone knows about Lalo's sinister intentions. Even the people of the King's Landing are spontaneously resisting the Red Priest and Stannis, and the vassals are even more unable to stand serving the enemy of the seven gods. However, the Red Priest is indeed helping the Westeros clear out the deviant ghosts, and the food transported to the King's Landing has also been eaten by the people of the Seven Kingdoms. Stannis has finally managed to keep the King's Landing and the royal territory in order. The night is long, and the main enemy of the humans will always be the deviant ghosts. When we have internal strife, the happiest ones will definitely be the God of Frost and the King of Deviant Ghosts, Meribad said in a low voice. Sir Eustace asked helplessly, then how do we solve the food problem? Meribad pondered for a moment, then slowly said, since the secret of the gods is no longer a secret, then I don't mind letting you know some information. The night will last for at least 10 years, but 2 years have passed, and the food reserves of the Seven Kingdoms are almost empty. We need large amounts of food that cannot be obtained through conventional means, so we can only rely on supernatural powers. The surface area of the ocean is several times that of the land. Even without sunlight, most of the algae and fish in the ocean have died, but in the deep sea, there are still many giant sea creatures, such as the sea monsters. Therefore, Her Majesty the Queen intends to form an alliance with the Anami, and then requested the god of the ocean to provide the humans with enough fish to last the entire world through the night. Even though Eustace had read the Scholar's Book of Gods, he was still shocked by the Dragon Queen's generosity. Asking the gods to help the humans catch fish, how bold was that? Is the Anami willing? I heard that she has a bad temper. Just look at Ironseed's Song of the Anami's Bible, and you will know how cruel she is, he said worriedly. I went on a business trip to Monarch's Landing a few days ago. Guess who I met? Meribad laughed. Dragon Queen. As soon as he said this, the old knight immediately shook his head and laughed. The Dragon Queen is on Dragonstone Island. If you want to see her, just go to Dragonstone Island. The old monk did not keep them in suspense, and said directly, I represented the Church of the Seven Gods to meet Asha Greyjoy, the Duke of the Iron Islands, and the drowned man Thale. On behalf of the Dragon Queen and the Church of the Seven Gods, I announce that the Ironseed's crimes against the Westeros are pardoned, and that the Greyjoy family's rule over the Iron Islands is acknowledged. At the same time, Asha will replace Yuluen as the official Duke of the Iron Islands. In return, Duke Asha and Priest Thale have promised to persuade Her Majesty Anami to accept the Queen's goodwill. The Dragon Queen was scared. She was greatly agitated by the incident with the God of Storms, and was afraid of the same reaction as the Anami. She would rather die than live in peace. Therefore, Dany did not immediately storm the Flowing Water Palace. At least she should be polite before using force. First, she would let her little brother communicate with the Anami's little brother, and explain the pros and cons. Then, she would provide an alliance contract that Dany thought was very reasonable, and allow Anami to bargain with her through the drowned man. Her Majesty the Queen wants to become brother and sister with Anami. The Queen will be the elder sister, and Anami will be the younger brother. Sister and brother will work together and spend the long night together, Monk Meribad said dryly. Anami is a true god that has existed for more than 10,000 years, right? Is it appropriate for her to be the younger brother? Eustace said in disbelief. Half a month ago, there was a vision of heaven and earth crying. Do you still remember? That was the sign of a true god's fall. The Dragon Queen killed the disobedient god of storms with a single slash of her sword, Meribad said in a low voice. Holy Mother! Eustace's eyes widened. Are you kidding? I was shocked too, but that's the truth. The Queen also asked me to explain to the Anami's high priest that she was not an evil person. She only wanted to invite the God of Storms to join the alliance, but the God of Storms was bewitched by the righteous alliance and abandoned good to evil. Even so, Her Majesty the Queen still had a merciful heart. When she slashed down with her sword, she tried her best to avoid hitting his vitals. Her goal was to injure but not kill. However, the god of storms was caught in the crossfire, and could not hold on any longer. He was on the verge of death, and then his servant, the ravens, attacked the main god. Meribad's expression was complicated. There was pride, shock, and a faint disdain for the god of storms. The queen hopes that Her Majesty Anami will not misunderstand, and will not be afraid, and will not do anything extreme. Even if the alliance does not work out, she will not act brazenly. This is really. Eustace's expression was even more complicated. His old face was twisted beyond recognition. Not even able to withstand a single slash. Meribad nodded. I think that although I'm a little old, I should be able to last 2 rounds in a duel with the queen. Yes, the queen, please don't use magic. Eustace's old face was slightly red, and he said somewhat embarrassedly. Looking at the old man with gray hair and heavy bags under his eyes, Meribad's mouth twitched. Believe me, you can't even draw your sword in front of Her Majesty. The old knight said unhappily. That year at Honeywine River, Sir Dickon Tarley also lasted a few rounds in front of Her Majesty. I've seen him in Maiden Spring City. He's a good lad, but his sword skills are not as strong as mine. He even asked me for advice on martial arts. Moreover, in the earlier tournament at Haluan Castle, I fought Prince Riga and lost in a single blow. Prince Riga should be stronger than Sir Dickon, right? Sigh, how many years has that been? Meribad was helpless. It's only been 4 years. The old monk was stunned. It was really a little shocking. 4 years ago, the Dragon Queen was still sparring with mortals and could not win in a single blow. 4 years later, she could slash a true god with her sword. Do you think that gods fight like mortals, using swords to cut each other? You just said that the queen killed the god of storms in a single blow. That blow, SSSS, suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the sky. The old monk was not in the mood to talk nonsense with the knight and immediately jogged out of the cave sanctuary. It was the White Knight Mormont. De Xiong brought a map and pointed to a plain near the river bend on Crab Claw Peninsula. Her Majesty wants to use this piece of land to test the shelter of holy light. Lord Bishop and Sir Eustace, please cooperate with me and complete the migration of 10,000 refugees in 2 days. What shelter of holy light? Meribad asked curiously. I'm not too sure. First, choose 10,000 farmers who know how to farm, and will know in a few days. The plain chosen by the Dragon Queen was not far from Terror Cave Castle. Before the long night, that was the main source of food for the Bren family. Including the low hills and the lake beside the fields, it was only 70 to 80 square kilometers. 10,000 able-bodied farmers, 300 volunteers, a dozen monks, including Meribad and Sir Eustace, watched as the Dragon Queen teleported to the sky above the campsite. She did not speak to them and directly took out a handful of green beans from her pocket. The green beans scattered down casually. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The beans were still in midair when they swelled into giant green gray-skinned giants. Little children, hand in hand, walk one after another, form a circle like a ball, hand in hand, little children, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, 20 dull-looking giants sang a nursery rhyme, hand in hand, formed a circle and then spun faster. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind rose. The giants' bodies swelled and merged together to form a green wind ring. Then, the wind ring was like mud in the hands of a craftsman. The inner ring expanded and covered the plain with a radius of 5 kilometers. The wind ring rose up and down to the ground and 1,000 meters in the air before it gradually shrank. The giant's rhyme had disappeared and a translucent giant bowl was placed upside down above everyone's heads. The crowd was still confused when the Dragon Queen waved her hand again. The sky was bright and a sun the size of a water tank hung in the sky. Chapter 1026. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire had many bugged buildings. The Iron Island's Greyjoy family's castle, Pike City, was one of the bugged buildings. When it was first built, Pike City was located at the top of a cliff that protruded from the sea. As time passed, the rocks that supported the cliff were eroded by the sea breeze and waves. The island gradually became a reef surrounded by seawater. It was like a peanut ice cream placed on the balcony and exposed to the scorching summer sun. The cream and chocolate melted and flowed along the wall, leaving only the peanuts behind. The architect who built Pike City seemed to be able to predict the future of the castle. When he built the city, he purposely built the castle's towers on the peanut ice cream. Just like that, the buildings that were originally connected together became a group of buildings isolated on the reef. The towers were connected by wooden bridges that swayed in the wind. Why was King Balan's death so easily accepted by the Iron Seed? Think about it. After having dinner in the dining hall, you decided to read a book for a while. So, you carried a lantern and crossed the spiral staircase that was hundreds of meters above sea level. It was not the stone tower that was hundreds of meters high, but the foundation of the tower was the cliff that was hundreds of meters above sea level. Then, you went back to your bedroom to sleep. Again, you crossed the rope bridge that was like a swing. When you woke up the next day, you heard that you had guests. Then, you crossed, even if the probability of an accident every time you crossed the bridge was 0.001%, if you did it too many times, you would fall down one day. Yes, there were as many Greyjoy who fell to his death in the storm as there were Targaryens who went crazy and tortured themselves to death. More importantly, even the promontory had become a reef under the erosion of time. The stone towers built on the promontory were still intact. At least, Asha slept in the Duke's bedroom called the Sea Tower. She listened to the raging waves outside and felt exceptionally peaceful. She was not worried at all that her castle would collapse in the storm. Of course, her peace was not only because of the sturdy castle. The past month was the most comfortable she had been in years. She was needed by the Dragon Queen and the Seven Kingdoms. Asha did not lack love. The Dragon Queen did not give her love. However, Yuluan's actions made Greyjoy, who had a bad reputation, become an existence hated by all. When the people of the Seven Kingdoms hated the other ghosts, they did not mind leaving a place of hatred for Yuluan and Iron Seed in their hearts. Therefore, even though Asha had become the de facto ruler of the Iron Islands more than a year ago, she was still not confident. She was worried that the Iron Seed and Greyjoy would be abandoned by the Westeros. Don't doubt it, Dragon Queen really did reveal her intention to completely ban Iron Seed. In the history of Westeros for 10,000 years, the Iron Islands had been trying to prove one thing: the Iron Seed was harmful to Westeros and not beneficial at all. Because of their disastrous defeat in the War of the Conquerors, Harrenburg, burned by the Megalosaurus, belonged to the King of the Iron Isles. The Iron Seed barely managed to keep quiet for 300 years when the Targaryens ruled the Westeros. The so-called quiet was only compared to the unscrupulous before the War of Conquest. The Iron Seed had always sent fleets to the Narrow Sea as pirates, and whenever they had the chance, they would also plunder the coasts of the Westeros. At one point, with the preferential customs policies given by the Iron Throne and the wise Duke he had met, the Iron Seed had also made a fortune through sea trade. They did not need to plunder to live a prosperous life, and the Greyjoy family had accumulated a great deal of wealth. According to normal people's thinking, now that life was good, they should live a good life, right? But the Iron Seed did not. They thought, fuck, after holding back for so long, we're finally rich now. We have money to build warships, buy arms, ironware, and an armed force. Why don't we go all out? Then they really started to rebel, killing, robbing, and laughing. Therefore, the Dragon Queen had never thought of letting the Iron Seed live a good life, and then let them know their manners, and let them know their honor and disgrace when they have enough food and clothing. To the Iron Seed, living an honest life was a humiliation, and seizing, burning, killing, and plundering were the honorable ones. In a sense, they had really achieved knowing their honor and disgrace when they have enough food and clothing. For such a people, Dany's way of governing was very simple. She would completely ban them, including their economy, people's livelihood, external communications, and other social factors. The Iron Islands were an archipelago, and even the wood used to build ships had to be imported from the mainland. Cloth, wine, fine iron, and other resources were scarce. Faced with the ban, they could barely make ends meet, and their population could not grow. They had lost the potential for war, so how could they have the strength to provoke the major port cities? Now, everything was fine. The Dragon Queen had personally promised that as long as they helped her honestly, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, she would give the Iron Seed another chance to be a good person. With the internal and external troubles eliminated, Asha was relieved and slept more soundly. SSSS, the pterosaur's cry woke the Iron Islands Duchess from her deep sleep. She opened her eyes in a daze, and after confirming that there was indeed a pterosaur, she immediately woke up. She lifted the duvet and pushed away the man who was wrapped around her like a vine. She walked out of the bed naked, and the cold air that assaulted her made her shiver. Perhaps I should move to the castle and build a brick bed, Asha muttered to herself as she pulled the bedsheet to wipe the wet stains on her thighs. Duchess, so early. The man on the bed also woke up from his dream. With the dim yellow light of the whale oil lamp, Asha could see the face of her bedmate. Fortunately, it was her bodyguard, Big Dick. He was young, strong, and had a passable appearance. She originally had 7 or 8 bedmates, but the past few years were not peaceful. When she was captured by Urlu in Deep Forest Castle, 3 died in battle. The rest responded to Yolan of Scylla's summons. They either died in the river or were fighting the other ghosts in the High Court. A pterosaur knight has arrived. It should be Dragon Queen's men. She said casually and called for a maid to dress herself. The visitor was the second son of Crab Island, Riga Sitiga. The little crab originally did not have the qualifications to become a pterosaur knight. Later on, the old crab felt that he was too old and did not have the energy to ride a dragon into battle. He discussed with the Dragon Queen and gave his pterosaur to his second son. Yes, the big crab Eris Sitiga was the commander of the Slave Bay fleet. He already had a pterosaur. Although the little crab was greedy, he had a good resume in the past few years. In the early years, he helped Meribad build a stronghold, helped the Dragon Queen manage disaster relief on the Crab Claw Peninsula, participated in the Battle of Winterfell, and was the first to respond to the Dawn Knight summons. Hence, Dany agreed to the old crab's request. Duchess Asha, I know you like to read. This time, I have brought you a full set of hardcover editions of Wargrave's theatrical works. When he saw Asha in the main hall of the castle, the little crab attentively presented her with a large bundle of books wrapped in craft paper. Then, he carried a bamboo basket of fresh strawberries. Eat more fruit, it will make you more beautiful. Asha smiled politely but not too intimately. Sir Sitiga, is there any other arrangement for you to come to the Iron Islands this time? She knew what the little crab was thinking. The Iron Islands' royal husband. However, it was not the first time they met. Back then, he despised her. The little crab had his connections and knew that the Dragon Queen wanted to ban the Iron Islands. It was only when the Dragon Queen promised to give the Iron Islands and Greyjoy another chance that he suddenly became very attentive to her. She looked down on such a snobbish fellow. Asha's calm reaction disappointed the little crab, but he did not forget his mission. I wonder if Her Majesty Anami agrees with the Queen's suggestion. This. Asha turned her gaze to triple-drowned man, Thale. The Anami High Priest shook his head regretfully. Her Majesty Anami did not respond. She probably rejected it. Asha looked at the little crab worriedly. As expected, the little crab frowned and his tone became stern. The terms of the alliance can be discussed. Her Majesty Anami is not even willing to discuss it. Perhaps, she is still thinking. Give us some time to explain the current situation to Her Majesty Anami, Asha said. Thale sighed and nodded. I will do my best. He personally did not agree with the Queen's alliance. To make the Iron Seed supreme god the younger brother of a mortal? That was blasphemy. If it was another time and person, he would have shouted the slogan, "The dead will not die, and will rise again." He would have called for the Iron Seed to rebel and let the blasphemers feel pain and death. But now, to rebel against the Dragon Queen, that was. The dead will die, there is no hope of rising again, the Anami will die, and the Iron Seed will be extinct. There is one more thing for this trip to the Iron Islands. The little crab's expression softened. Her Majesty has built the first holy light shelter on the Crab Claw Peninsula. Duke Asha and High Priest Thale can go and take a look. What is the holy light shelter for? Asha was puzzled. After you go, you will understand that the future of humanity depends on Her Majesty Dani Rise. No matter if the long night lasts for 10 years, 20 years, or even longer, the final victor is destined to be the humans, it is us, it is Her Majesty. The little crab said meaningfully. Half a day later, Asha understood what he meant. Am I dreaming? The sun was shining above her head, and there were bare-chested farmers working in the fields. The black soil was dotted with green spores, and the grass on the ridge had green leaves. The water in the ditch was gurgling, and the warm breeze brought the fragrance of spring and the cheerful singing of birds. When Asha was 10 years old, she had seen a similar scene. It was after winter and before summer. For people now, it was spring that was very far away. But now it was the long night. She suspected that she had gone back in time. But she clearly remembered that a few minutes ago, she saw a huge, inverted translucent bowl on the ground on the pterosaur's back. Liga sang a song loudly, "Little kid," hand in hand, then a silly human face appeared on the wall of the bowl. It was huge, and it grinned. The 30-meter-long pterosaur went into the giant's open mouth. The wall of the bowl seemed thin, but Asha flew in it for a minute. Maybe it was not a straight line. It was an ocean of wind with 2 layers. The outer layer was spiraling, and the inner layer was spiraling. When she flew through the middle layer, Asha had difficulty breathing and her face turned red. So, she was not dreaming, nor did she go back in time. She just went through the wall of the wind bowl and came to the shelter of holy light. We call it the Dani Lilith Girdle. It is the land of eternal summer that Her Majesty personally created. Even in the long night, it is still summer here, early summer. Monk Meribad walked over. Currently, the Dani Lilith Girdle is still in the experimental stage. As long as it is proven to be feasible, it can be widely spread. 1,000 wind elves, 200 wind giants, the king of wind giants, and storm giants can create at least 3 super wind rings that cover the 3-river basin. 3 river basins? Half of the Westeros. Asha and Thale exclaimed. It's not an exaggeration. There are only 20 wind giants here, and they are not as strong as the wind elves. Moreover, the queen has storm giants that are not weaker than ordinary true gods. One of them can protect the 3-river basin, said the old monk. Gods bless, humans are saved. Asha exclaimed. Humans will win, but to save more lives, we still have to solve a big problem. Meribad looked at Priest Thale and said seriously, if the wind elves are used to create the Dani Lilith Girdle, Her Majesty will lose her powerful magic weapon. Next, what should we use to deal with the Frost God and the Evil God Alliance? If Her Majesty is exhausted when rescuing the city of Ursos, and the Evil God Alliance ambushes her, what should we do? So, Her Majesty needs help to deal with the Evil God Alliance first, then she can deal with the other ghosts without any worries. Also, there are too many humans, and the Girdle of Wind can't feed everyone. We need Her Majesty Anami to give us seafood to survive. Asha thought for a moment and said, with the Dani Lilith girdle, humans will definitely survive the long night. Her Majesty Anami's choice is just icing on the cake for humans. I think she will not refuse to ally with the victors. If she refused, she did not mind leading the iron seed to convert to the 7 gods. What value was there in a god who refused to help his believers out of a hopeless situation? I will try my best, Priest Thale said seriously. Chapter 1027. Dani felt that she had done everything she could for Anami. Afraid of angering her, she gave up on the plan to break into the flowing water palace. She waited until a week after the incident in the Cloud Hall before inviting Anami to a meeting to explain what happened to the storm god. She explained that although she had the ability to kill a true god, she wasn't crazy enough to do so. Also, she didn't kill the storm god. She only beat him to a pulp, and then his own followers turned on their master. She couldn't do anything about it. The first core rule of the game of power was that the player must always stand with the winner. The conflict between Dani and the Justice Alliance could be considered a game of power between the gods, a game of world domination. In order to let Anami understand how good the future was if she chose to side with her, she even invited Asha and Anami to visit the Cloud Hall, which was what Marabad and the others called Dani's ribbons. Dani called it a thermostat bowl. Obviously, as long as the Dragon Queen could make up her mind and get a large thermostat bowl in the Westeros and Slavers Bay, she would definitely win. If the enemy attacked, she would have the home advantage. If the enemy didn't come, she would ignore the outside world and let the Justice Alliance do whatever they wanted. 10 years, 20 years, or even 200 years. One day, she would be able to sing the complete Song of Fire, Song of Wind, Song of Light, and even other songs of laws. She, who had mastered several basic songs of elemental laws, couldn't she easily dominate? As long as Dani could bear to give up on Ursos and 80% of the survivors of the Jade Sea and hold her ground, she was destined to be the final victor. Since she was bound to become the king of the gods, Inami could still get credit for helping her become the king of the gods. Why not? Of course, if Inami was willing to be her follower, she would be more than just helping her become the king of the gods. With Inami's help, the human food problem could be solved in one day. After that, she would be able to take Inami with her when there was another zombie plague in Ursos. As her vassal god, Inami could borrow the power of her first flame. In addition, she could also sing the chorus of the Song of Fire. With her own strength, she could easily quell the tide of zombies. Even if she was exhausted, Dani would be there to support her. If the Frost God dared to come, they would fight 2 against 1. With the help of the Megalosaurus and the Storm Giant, they would probably be able to defeat the Frost God. If the Righteous Alliance dared to launch a sneak attack, she had spatial magic and could support the Mermaid clan at any time. No matter how many evil gods came, they would not be able to survive. Such a beautiful future made Dani excited. Even if Inami continued to hide, she would not care about her. But when the day came when she ascended the throne of the King of Gods, would she continue to ignore her? At that time, could he resist? Would she care about his resistance? Therefore, in Dani's opinion, since she had already shown her kindness, Inami had no reason to reject her. However, the reply she was waiting for did not come. The person she was waiting for did not understand that if the wind was not blowing and the waves were not calm, she would not be able to stay calm. Just as Dani was about to go to the Iron Islands herself, King Kong sent her a request for help through the Faith Line. In fact, ever since they contacted each other more than a month ago, King Kong would cry for help every now and then. But Dani did not want to save it. She needed it to take the risk and attack the Frost God, but King Kong had been stubbornly refusing to agree. Just follow those ice gods. Dani was a little tired. She tried to persuade it and then projected herself tens of thousands of miles away. Then, she was stunned. The night was cold and dark. The tropical rainforest was like a rice stalk rotting in the autumn, lying on the ground and covered with a layer of snow. The gray forest that had lost its green color, the white snow, the black soil. The vast land was endless, vast and desolate. The skeleton-like chimpanzee ran hard on all fours, crushing the decaying trees with its palms and feet, leaving footprints as big as buses in the snow. It exerted all its strength, and its fleshy palms brought up white ice crystals, gray decaying leaves, and black mud on the ground that was frozen hard. Rumble. In the boundless grayish-white snow forest, a black, little mud ball hopped and hopped forward pathetically. Behind King Kong, 17 or 18 pterosaurs with blue eyes were following it from a distance. On the backs of the pterosaurs, there were ice crystal spears that were 4 to 5 meters long that were projected by the ice evil god. A small part of those evil gods were humanoid creatures with the characteristics of beasts and insects, and the rest were pig-faced people with striped skin. Those Sasros natives were not so much gods, but priests blessed by the frost god's divine power. Danny was only surprised for a moment before she understood. The pig-faced natives followed the law of the jungle and had no moral integrity. For example, the high priest of the spider demons, when he first saw Danny and Blackie, he took the initiative to cripple himself and his tribesmen as a blood sacrifice. Later, he joined King Kong and became its chief priest. If the frost god was willing to descend a little, the transcendent priests of the tribe would immediately offer their most devout faith. If Sasro's army of evil gods enters the continent of Ursos, Danny's expression was solemn. Whoosh, the sharp whistling of the air woke her up. She looked up and saw that the ice Quetzalcoatlus was gradually approaching King Kong. The gorilla suddenly turned over while running and picked up a tree trunk as thick as an adult's waist from the ground. While its body was still floating in the air, it suddenly threw the javelin, in its hand with its face up and back down. Boom crash. The javelin made an ear-piercing sound as King Kong's back slammed into the snow forest. Under the effect of inertia, it slid 70 to 80 meters on the thick snow. The snow on the ground was cut open, and a shallow trench was plowed in the black soil. Danny felt her teeth ache just looking at it. King Kong, on the other hand, turned around and continued running as if nothing had happened. Ka-boom! Only then did the sound of the tree trunk hitting its target was heard. A 20-meter-long striped pterosaur was pierced through the chest by a 15-meter-long tree trunk. It was like a high-speed pencil piercing through a sparrow's body. The cicada evil god on the pterosaur's back didn't have time to escape. Half of its body was torn apart. It hung on the tree trunk and screamed in pain. Boom, boom. The pterosaur fell to the ground with a cry, creating a big hole in the snow. The tree trunk that was 200 meters high in the air crashed down, creating a deep hole. The evil god's wings and body were torn apart, leaving a pool of icy blue blood on the ground. After the attack, the rest of the ice pterosaurs hesitated and slowed down. King Kong sped up and turned into a small black dot, hopping and hopping at the end of the snowy land. Shit, King Kong's strength is more than 10 times stronger than it was 2 years ago. Danny was shocked. When they first met, the gorilla used a tree stump to attack Dahe. At that time, the tree trunk spear was fierce and looked scary, but in fact, its speed and strength were not enough. Like an ordinary person dodging a frisbee, Dahe easily avoided the attack and launched a counterattack. But now, both the ice pterosaur and the evil god saw the tree trunk, but they didn't have time to adjust because its strength was too great and its speed was too fast. After the shock, Danny entered King Kong's mind to take a closer look. She wouldn't have known if she didn't see it, but after seeing it, she understood why Frost God was so obsessed with this guy. You have a bit of a protagonist's life. This journey of escape was a crisis, but it was also a form of training. A month ago, King Kong's Song of Power rune was just a rune, but it was more complex and complete. He could barely be considered a demigod. Only a month later, the Song of Power rune showed signs of evolving into the Song of Laws. Danny exclaimed. Roar! King Kong roared in grievance. It didn't want to be the protagonist. It just wanted to go home and sleep. Danny began to hesitate. Should she suspend the plan of borrowing strength from the meat boat and let King Kong be the protagonist for a while to see if the Song of Power could start? But then, she shook her head. Her spiritual projection stood at the back of King Kong's neck. It was blocked by the fluffy black and gold hair, but she could feel that there was something under her feet. King Kong was so thin that it didn't have much flesh on its body. It was only supported by its skeleton. If she let it continue to escape, the protagonist would also become cannon fodder. She pinched little King Kong hard, the soul fragment that was split from King Kong's body. Ow! King Kong, who was running at high speed, fell down, plowing a long trail on the ground. It hugged its head and rolled on the snow, howling. Sigh, it's better to get the pain over with than to prolong the pain. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Facing the tear-filled eyes of King Kong, Danny turned her head and turned into a stream of light, hiding in the depths of King Kong's soul core. The evil god of frost is coming. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Pretend that you're tired and your leg is cramping because of overexertion, she reminded. There was no need to pretend. The gorilla had already sprained its ankle when it fell down without warning while running at high speed. Gaga, a moment later, 18 ice-winged dragons surrounded King Kong. Well, the winged dragon that was pierced through earlier was also here. It was a zombie and wasn't afraid of ordinary physical attacks. But the evil god of Cicada's torn body was frozen. Its breath was weak and it was in a terrible state. Roar! King Kong fell to the ground, hugging its right leg and howling, I surrender, I admit defeat. It sent out a spiritual wave, then held the back of its head with both hands and knelt on the ground. It was so obedient that it looked like an African American who was being pointed at by a white police officer with a gun. 10 pig-faced priests descended from the sky and approached King Kong carefully. When they saw that it did not attack, they formed a circle and chanted an ancient sacrificial song in a strange tone. Boom ka ka ka. Huge ice blue runes appeared under the feet of the priests. The 10 priests formed a huge 10-pointed star with King Kong in the center. Icicles rose from the priests one after another and touched King Kong. The icicles were as thick as a wrist and were ice blue. They were made of the same material as the deviant ghost ice sword, but they were as flexible as hemp rope. The 10 icicles wrapped tightly around King Kong's limbs, neck, waist, and hips. Then, a visible layer of ice climbed up King Kong's body. Woo! King Kong begged for mercy, but endless ice power fell from the sky and landed on its fur and the icicle chains that it struggled to break free from. Ka ka. The sound of ice chips colliding with each other became sparse. King Kong was completely frozen. Where King Kong used to be, only a huge ice crystal grave was left. Through the translucent layer of ice, one could see King Kong frozen in ice. It was like a huge piece of amber. Almighty Lord, descend. The 10 wild boar priests tore off their animal skin vests and looked at the sky fervently. Blue light flashed in their hands and an ice dagger appeared. They swung it down and cut open their own chests. Bam, bam, bam. The dark gray heart beat vigorously. The protruding blood vessels shone with an ice blue light. Welcome, Lord. The wild boar priests let out their last cry. Their hearts beat at an overclocked rate. Then, with a boom, they turned into ice powder. The priests' divine power, soul, and bloodline were all sucked dry. The huge power of blood sacrifice surged into the sky above the grave. A jagged space door slowly cracked open. Ka ka. The tentacles that looked like white snakes pierced through the void and fell from the space door. They snaked down and landed on the grave. They pierced through the ice like awls and into King Kong's 7 orifices and organs. Those were the roots of the weirwood. Welcome, Lord. The 8 evil gods who were still alive knelt and shouted. The frost god's main body had descended. Chapter 1028. When she first met King Kong, Dany cut off the head of King Kong's soul with a sword. After that, the incomplete soul had been sealed in the space of faith. It was Dany's method of controlling, locating, and punishing King Kong. Now that she wants King Kong to borrow the power of the meat boat, Dany certainly can't let it face Frost God with an incomplete soul. Frost God is not stupid. He found that King Kong's soul is incomplete and there are traces of summoning beast runes in the gap. How can he not think that it has a master? Dany wants to hide a sword in the fish belly, but she won't let King Kong face Frost God alone. So where is she hiding? She is hiding in the soul fragment that was returned to King Kong. When she cut off a large piece of King Kong's soul fragment, she also healed it on the spot through spiritual bestowment. Over the years, Dany has also used her own spiritual essence to bestow spiritual essence to the soul fragment countless times. Unless she deliberately excludes the type A spiritual essence, for example, the saint healing technique only involves type B active spiritual essence. Generally, as long as she bestows spiritual essence, the soul will be stained with her aura. Type A spiritual essence specifically affects the will. Up to now, King Kong's original soul has long been contaminated by the spiritual essence she bestowed. Dany is hidden in it, like a non-GMO bean hidden in a pile of GMOs. As powerful as Frost God is, he can't detect the abnormality in King Kong's soul core. He didn't find the trap, so he really came. His main body came. A dark crack opened in the sky, and white snake-like roots of the weirwood fell down. There were too many of them, like a truck of cleaned pig intestines, pouring down from the space. It seemed chaotic, but it fell on the ice crystal grave in an extremely orderly manner. The solid ice crystal that made King Kong unable to struggle was like air in front of the roots. Without any hindrance, the roots of the weirwood that looked like pig intestines but were as flexible as white snakes penetrated the grave, into King Kong's 7 orifices, into its skin, deep into its blood vessels, bones, and internal organs. Child, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Accept the power from your mother, and you will start a new life in a new world. A gentle, kind, and powerful voice sounded in King Kong's mind. Like a loving father. King Kong's tense body and spirit relaxed at once. A huge blue power followed the roots and entered King Kong's body. Within the Vajra and Vajra soul cores, Dany could vaguely hear an ethereal singing voice. It sounded like the soft moans of a mother beside a baby's cradle. King Kong, who had already fallen into a daze, had almost no power to resist and had completely fallen. Dany, however, was the exact opposite. The wisp of willpower hidden within the Vajra soul core was like a glass window that had been washed clean by water. It was unprecedentedly clear and transparent. She felt as if she had returned to, just like when she first met the door god inside the Great Wall, the door god sang a song of wind to her. This is the door god's method. The door god sang the song of wind and turned the sleeping child of the forest into the first green prophet. The frost god sang the song of ice and turned powerful demigods into his followers. Dany suddenly understood. So this is how the evil god of ice was transformed. Actually, she had guessed wrongly. The frost god had 2 methods of transforming evil gods. He would only chant the song of ice to living beings with potential. For cannon fodder without potential, he would not even descend with his true body. Just a wisp of willpower would annihilate the original divinity and spirit and crudely transform them into ice creatures. For example, the butterfly god of the Nas people. There was no time to think. Dany knew that this was a rare opportunity. She immediately emptied her mind and allowed herself to be completely immersed in the Song of Ice. Emptiness, coldness, nothingness, desolation, loneliness, her heart felt as if it had been soaked in a frozen lake in the North Pole for billions of years. She was also like a corpse with consciousness, floating in the empty and cold universe. The nearest star was also infinitely far away from her. She was alone like a ferocious beast, gnawing on a huge hole in her soul core that could never be filled. The ice turned into blue blood and flowed into her dried blood vessels. When she opened her eyes, everything before her was ice blue. Bam! In the center of her ice blue eyeball, a flame suddenly exploded. The song of ice and fire played at the same time. Time and space stretched infinitely before Danny's eyes. She seemed to have passed through a strange space-time tunnel and arrived at the core of the universe in an instant. There, countless worlds were falling and rising. Countless worlds were being destroyed in ice and countless worlds were being born in fire. All the secrets of the world were laid bare before her eyes. She felt an itch in her heart. She wanted to blow and ignite a new world in the void. Perhaps she could take away all the heat and fire of the old world with a breath. Her soul was elevated infinitely. She could not help but want to howl at the sky. Fuck! A strong sense of disharmony woke Danny up from the illusion. Upon closer inspection, Vajra was already enveloped in blue light. The powerful ice divine power condensed strange runes in his cells. The ice runes that represented the Song of Ice. The ice runes combined with the ice divine power and Vajra's original bloodline power formed a brand new gene, the ice bloodline. Ice Vajra was just born. His black gold hair lost its color and became translucent like ice whiskers. His body lost its temperature, but his heartbeat became stronger and more powerful. His dark red blood vessels turned icy blue, and deep blue icy blood flowed within them. His golden bones, which had been modified by the runes of the Vajra Song of Power, were dyed mottled blue, and icy blue bone marrow flowed within his spine. Its soul was also dyed ice blue. Its sea of consciousness was like a dome of ice under the aurora borealis. Danny understood where the disharmony came from. Just as she was immersed in the Song of Ice and even comprehended the Song of Ice and Fire for the first time, Vajra was eroded by Frost God's power. The transformation was almost complete. If Vajra's soul was completely transformed from a genetically modified soybean to a mung bean, then her non-genetically modified soybean would not be able to hide. In Vajra's sea of consciousness, Danny no longer hid. A huge amount of soul power poured in from Dragonstone Island. The will grew rapidly. The soybean sprouted and grew into a towering tree. In between the eyebrows of Vajra's soul core, the figure of Dragon Queen appeared. It was a bit like Sasuke Uchiha Susanoo. Frost God was shocked. The Song of Ice stopped abruptly. Vajra is my pet. Thank you for your reward. Also, your Song of Ice is amazing. I seem to have understood something. Danny grinned, and an orange flame ignited in her eyes. She held a flame in each of her palms, then squatted down, turned her palms, and pressed the flame on the ground on Vajra's soul core. Gift of the first flame. Boom! Vajra's soul, which had already been dyed ice blue, was instantly covered by the orange flame. Vajra's soul was like a sauna. A large amount of ice blue substance spurted out of the pores of its soul, trying to escape into nothingness. But once it came into contact with the orange flame, it was immediately ignited and burned into a powerful spirit and divinity. And this was just the beginning. The flame burned Vajra's soul. Then, from the inside out, it ignited all the soul power that belonged to Frost God in Vajra's bones, blood vessels, muscles, and fur. Even Frost God's main body, the root of the weirwood that hung down from the void, was burned to ashes in the flame. Frost God was shocked and angry. This is impossible. My soul has been, before he could finish his sentence, his divine body, which had reached into the material world, was burned to ashes. From the outside, it looked like the ice crystal grave and the white tree trunk that covered Vidra's body were suddenly covered in fire and then quickly burned to nothingness. Not even ashes were left. "Bitch, how dare you trick me?" Frost God's angry roar came from the crack in the void. More weirwood roots, carrying an even greater power, shot towards Vidra like ice spears. The surrounding ice evil gods also sensed the change in the situation. They either pulled out their ice swords and rushed toward Vidra, or released dark and bloody evil divine spells from afar. Roar! The impurities in Vidra's soul were washed away by the gift of spirit. Vidra opened his eyes and was revived. His body was bathed in fire, but 7 to 8 meters long ice sword fingernails grew out of his fingers. The surface of the ice sword fingernails was also covered with a layer of fire. Vidra rolled and dodged many attacks. At the same time, he swung his hand violently. Whoosh! The ice sword fingernails shot out like arrows. Although they were as fast as lightning, they only brought about a slight wind sound in the air. TSK. 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 10 fingers, 10 ice swords, and 5 evil gods were hit. They were immediately pierced by the huge ice sword or cut into pieces. The remaining few were like sparrows startled by the bow of a bow and ran far away. This time, it was not a physical attack like the tree spears. The evil gods' corpses were sealed in ice by the ice swords, but inside the ice, there was a raging fire. It was very strange. Roar! After a successful attack, Vidra somersaulted and stood up. He hammered his chest with his fists. The sound was like a drum beating, and the snow on the treetops rustled and fell. Then, he squatted down and stomped on the ground. Large pieces of ice and black soil exploded from the ground. Vidra was like a heavy tank driving at the speed of an F1 car. With an unstoppable momentum, he pounced on the weirwood roots hanging from the crack in the void. Frost God snorted. Darkness descended without warning. Vidra's vision was pitch black. He completely lost his sense of direction and balance. With a plop, he tripped over himself and fell miserably. Light! Dragon Queen's voice fell. Vidra's ice-blue eyes immediately shone with a golden light, just like Sun Wukong who had activated the fiery golden eyes. The golden light shot into the bulldozer ruins like the lightsaber of a Jedi warrior, splitting the dark sky with one slash. Roar! Vidra found the weirwood roots again and pounced on them. Its huge body hung on them. Bastard, you're courting death. Frost God sneered. He did not dodge, but the weirwood roots were dyed gray. They were filled with the power of decay and death. Crackle! Where the roots whipped, Vidra's tough and fresh flesh was like rotten flesh that had been dead for 10 days in summer. Aw! Vidra wailed. But the extreme pain also made him ferocious. The power of ice and fire surged, covering his body with 2 layers of ice and fire armor. At the same time, he activated the runes of the Song of Power and used both hands to pull at the weirwood roots. Whip after whip, his muscles rotted and his bones broke. One after another, they were torn apart and set ablaze. Frost God and Vidra were like 2 savage beasts, engaging in the most primitive physical battle. It was a battle of health. Vidra, you're the best. Danny cheered for Vidra from the side. Bastard, bastard. Frost God cursed, but it was to no avail. However, Frost God was still full of energy and did not show any signs of weakness. Danny could not help but be alert. Suddenly, she thought of something. Door God's roots could cover the entire Westeros and even beyond the Great Wall. Vidra's battle was very hot-blooded, but it seemed like it was only enough to tickle Frost God. The injuries on its body were real, and it would not be able to recover in a short time. If she did not cheat, Vidra would definitely lose. Thinking of this, Danny helped Vidra cheat without any qualms. Door God, are you still there? I'm your successor. Danny's consciousness entered a weirwood that was dancing like a tentacle and called out sincerely. I know that you could not see any hope of stopping the world pendant, so you had no choice but to merge with the S-God. But reality has proven that your main personality is correct. You felt the power of the first flame. I'm your real hope. I have a weirwood trunk. That's your home. Give up on Frost God and part ways with him. Chapter 1029. In the face of Danny's affectionate cry, there was no response from the roots of the weirwood. Door God, old weirwood. Danny was not discouraged. Instead, she worked harder and increased her strength. Her spiritual power went up along the roots of the weirwood and spread deeper. How dare you! You're digging your own grave. The vast, cold soul pressed close and crushed Danny's non-GMO soybeans into powder as easily as a millstone crushing beans. But not long after, the disappearing spiritual power gradually created something out of nothing, and the bean powder condensed into soybeans in the weirwood. This was the indestructible characteristic of the soul of the Green Prophet. Door God, old weirwood, are you still there? I am the singer of the song of the first fire, and the successor of your great mission. Wake up quickly, repent and be saved. Pop! After saying this, the stone mill of the god of frost came again, and Danny's little bean was crushed into bean juice. But in the blink of an eye, Danny returned to her original state and shouted, "Don't do useless things. When have you seen the Green Prophet die in the roots of the weirwood? What's more, I'm now the speaker of the old gods. The door God cares for me, and in the roots of the door God, my soul will never be destroyed." Then, before the god of frost crushed her into powder again, she immediately shouted, "Weirwood, I have something to say, please listen to me." Cold and darkness could indeed stabilize the world at a certain level, but that was all. Not only could the world fall, but it also had the hope of ascending. A dead world without sunlight prevented the fall, but maintained the state at the same level forever, completely losing the hope of ascending to a higher dimension. Such a world was no different from death. Only flames and vigorous vitality could bring upward power to the world. The living had an unlimited future, and even if the ghouls could move, they were just corpses. This was also why the first sun god gave up the darkness and coldness that gave birth to him, and would rather sacrifice himself to ignite the first sun. He wanted to lift the world into a higher dimension. He failed, but his ideals were great and noble, and his spirit would live on forever. You are his heir, and I am your heir. Let us pass on the torch. Now, I've already sung the Song of Fire, and there's hope for the first flame in the future. I've also eavesdropped on the Frost God's Song of Ice, and I've gained some enlightenment. In the near future, Frost God will definitely follow in Lalo's footsteps and have his Song of Laws taken away by me. I will sing the Song of Ice and Fire. My future is great. Our common goal will soon be realized. Door God, repent and give up on the foreign ES God. Danny was surprised that the Frost God had given her a chance to use up all the ammunition in her mouth. Die. But in the next moment, there seemed to be a bolt of lightning in the void. Her vision blurred, and she completely lost consciousness. Yes, the consciousness that entered the root of the weirwood was completely annihilated. It seemed like another power that was different from the god of frost had made its move. Danny was puzzled. Could it be the root of the door god? As long as the Green Prophet's soul entered the weirwood, even a true god would not be able to annihilate it. At this time, Danny could be called the god of the Green Prophet, but the door god was not limited by this. But what did it mean to wait for her to finish her mouth before attacking? Roar! King Kong's angry roar woke her up from her thoughts. Her main body sent another consciousness across tens of thousands of miles to King Kong's mind. But before Danny could ask for death again, the Frost God's weirwood root quickly retreated into the crack, and the dog-gnawed spatial crack slowly closed. The Frost God retreated. More than 50% of the fur on King Kong's body had fallen off, and its skin was rotten, revealing gray muscles. It was also very irritable. With its hands on the ground, it ran quickly like a gorilla. It was chasing after the remaining 3 escaping yes gods. Its rotten palm, which revealed white bones, clenched tightly. Cold air surged, and an icicle instantly formed. Whoosh! Whoosh! A bolt of icy blue lightning flashed across the dark sky. An evil god and its pterosaur were skewered together by the icicle. This was not physical damage. Even if they were ice creatures, they still slid down like kites with broken strings. Roar! King Kong ran over and jumped up with all its might. It grabbed the ice pterosaur, grabbed the evil god, and stuffed it into its mouth. Spit it out and burn it. I have to get my money back, Danny said. With the evil god in its mouth, King Kong opened its icy blue eyes and turned to the Dragon Queen, who was standing on its shoulder. Its furry face gradually became ferocious. Oh, you want to rebel? Danny laughed. Crunch. Crunch. It looked at her and chewed the ice evil god in front of her. King Kong's soul was perfected, and the faith in the Dragon Queen that it had spent more than a year building disappeared. More importantly, although King Kong was beaten black and blue by the weirwood root, its mental state was better than ever. With the help of the meat boat, it gained great benefits from the ice god's modification. The surging ice power in its body made it confident, the sky can no longer cover my eyes, and the earth can no longer bury my heart. Roar! It opened its mouth and roared at the Dragon Queen. The remains of the evil god's corpse that it chewed in its mouth sprayed out towards the Dragon Queen along with its spittle. Danny was so disgusted that her face turned blue. She waved her hand, and the divine power in Vajra's sea of consciousness was sent to her uncontrollably. It turned into a huge fire shield and blocked all the food scraps and the colorful, red and white juices outside. At the same time, it ignited them. Huff! Huff! King Kong's cold eyes were filled with confusion. It pouted and blew at the fire on its shoulder. But the more it blew, the bigger the fire spread. It even covered the sky and the earth, igniting its entire body. Awoo! It wailed and rolled on the ground. The ice power in its body wanted to cover its body with a layer of ice armor, but it was like adding oil to the fire. Its divine power turned into flames uncontrollably. The arrogance and ferocity in King Kong's eyes disappeared, and was replaced by despair, pain, and respect. Evil creature, what do you have to say? Danny asked with a smile. Bam! 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 King Kong endured the burning pain from the raging flames on its body, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. In an instant, it established a line of faith with Danny for the second time, and this time, it was 10 times more devout than before. Idiot, your song of power divinity was given to you by me, and your ice divinity and divine power were all transformed by me. The reason why your soul is so strong and tenacious is because I gave you a huge amount of divinity and spirituality. Who gave you the courage to devour me? Hoo hoo hoo. King Kong covered its face and cried, crying for its tragic fate. Danny said coldly, you heartless thing, without me, you can't even return to your home. Without me, the millions of King Kong skeletons in your cave will be your final future. Without me, you'll always be a wild monkey in the wilderness that no one knows about. King Kong was stunned for a moment, then stopped crying thoughtfully, and kowtowed to the Dragon Queen again. The flames roasted the ice and snow on the ground, forming a small turbid lake on the black ground, and mud splattered everywhere from King Kong's head. Only then did Danny retract her divine power, and King Kong regained control of the divine power in its body. The flames on the surface of its body were extinguished, and only green smoke was left on the surface of its charred skin. A cold wind blew, and the hairless King Kong shivered. Then, It was pleasantly surprised to find that the rotten skin and flesh that was whipped by the frost god had healed, and its condition was better than before. It seems that Buddha Danny wasn't just punishing it, but also healing its law injuries. King Kong suddenly felt grateful to its ancestor. Roar! Roar! It smiled foolishly at her, trying to please her. Danny rolled her eyes, and left the mark of a subordinate god on the core of King Kong's soul. Aside from the relationship between master and servant and faith, the two of them now had a monarch and servant relationship. Now that you've become a Frost King Kong, I'll grant you the power of wind and fire. First, kill the remaining evil gods of ice, then head north until you reach the seaside. Use the power of ice to form an ice boat, and ride the wind to Slaves Bay. Roar! King Kong's legs were surrounded by a white tornado, and like a spring, it jumped 100 meters and disappeared into the north. 3 days later, Frost King Kong sacrificed 15 evil gods of ice and thousands of Frost God believers to the Dragon Queen. Then, it really crossed the sea and headed north. This was a story for later. After Danny separated from King Kong, she did not immediately rush to the Iron Islands. She encountered a problem in her cultivation, and had to spend half a month to comprehend the Song of Ice in town. How to put it, it was as if a new song of law was about to break through the ground, but it was suppressed by another force. Danny was not bragging to Weirwood Tree Root. She really did have an epiphany about the Song of Ice. In ancient times, there was Zhuge Liang borrowing arrows with a straw boat, and now there was Dragon Queen borrowing strength with a meat boat. Her original plan was to use King Kong, this meat mountain, to cheat the frost god of his divine power and divinity. In her mind, with King Kong's huge body, how much soul power would it consume to transform it into an ice demigod? At least let the frost god suffer heavy losses, right? The result was unexpectedly good. Not only did she successfully cut off a big piece of meat from the frost god, making him furious, but Danny also accidentally heard the frost god sing the Song of Ice himself. How precious was such a situation! Danny had heard the song of wind of the door god in the Great Wall, and learned the technique of listening to the sound of the wind on that day. Less than a year later, she became a wind demigod, and a few months later, her Song of Wind also took shape. Now, it was even more exaggerated than before. She took more than a year to sing her own Song of Wind. Now that she heard the Song of Ice, she had an impulse to immediately sing her own Song of Ice. But there was a force in her that kept stopping this impulse. That feeling was like meeting a familiar person. She even reached out her hand to greet him, and the name was on the tip of her tongue, but her brain was dragging her back, and she could not remember what his name was. Hiss, isn't this too exaggerated? You only heard it once, and you want to sing it. Bran exclaimed in disbelief. The situation back then was very special. The frost god was singing the Song of Ice to King Kong through the roots of the Weirwood tree. It was like I was lying on the Weirwood tree and listening to the door god's Song of Wind. This was like Feng Qingyang killing a devil sect disciple. Even with Ling Huchong's talent, seeing him use the 9 swords beyond the swords, he only felt that it was exciting, but he did not understand much. It was even more impossible for him to use the 9 swords beyond the swords immediately. If Feng Qingyang wanted to teach him the secrets of the sword, even if he only used the 9 swords beyond the swords once, Ling Huchong could learn it immediately. Even so, your talent is amazing. After sighing, Bran asked again, what is stopping you from singing the Song of Ice? It seems to be, the Song of Fire, Danny said uncertainly. Every time the second soul of the Song of Wind in my mind wants to split the seed of ice, the 9-colored spiral meditation foundation will suppress it and prevent it from being born. Sigh, this is a conflict of laws caused by opposing attributes. Bran sighed. Why did the Night Lion marry the Lady of Light, and why did the Anami have children with the Goddess of Wind? They all wanted to master the supreme law of the universe, but they could not fuse the songs of laws with 2 opposing attributes with their own strength. So, they gave birth to descendants who fused the two bloodlines. Because they had the bloodline of both parents, some first-generation gods' descendants were especially talented and could naturally accept the two opposing laws. Then, referring to the fusion seed of the opposing laws in the gods' descendants, the father god and mother god would fine-tune their songs of laws. Finally, the father god and mother god would use their own god blood to exchange for the special bloodline of the gods' descendants that fused the two laws, so that their own bloodline could evolve. This way, their new bodies would be able to accept each other's songs of laws. In theory, it would be a win-win situation, but in practice, it seemed that one side would always sacrifice themselves to fulfill the other. The Lady of Light fulfilled the Night Lion, and the Goddess of Wind fulfilled the Inami. As for the reason, I am not too sure. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.